And we're off to another day of Factorio. As always, let me do a quick little sound test just to see how everything's doing. And I'm excited to jump back in and finally get green science on the go. Which, I mean, is what I've said so many times now. Um, let's see. I think that sounds okay to me. Yeah, I think that's okay to me. Let me go ahead and just mute that and hop right in. Here we are. So let's see, where even was I? I had purple mostly set up, I remember. There's still something I had to do. You need power, you'll get sorted out. Hold on. You need power. You just need a power pole. Alright, fair enough. There's purple. Alright, you have nothing. But we have insulated wire, we should have lamps, and we should have batteries. But circuits. Circuits I do still need to do. So I could just ship in circuits. Believe me, I was contemplating it, but that just doesn't make sense. Let's just make sure to do a little setup down here for silicon ingots, and then we'll have silicon bowls made somewhere. Honestly, we're a little cramped at this point, which is hard to even believe. Well, granted, all of this is temporary. That's for glass down here. So I don't really have to worry about building in this area. Also, why aren't you producing? You have no brine. Because water's full. That's interesting. Let me just investigate that for a moment. You are supposed to be top up. I guess if concrete were running, we would have been fine, but being that it isn't, let's just go ahead and clear that. Oop. And thank you, phone, for reminding me I did not put you on Do Not Disturb. Let's just get that taken care of real quick. There we go. Okay, so I suppose in order of priority, it will be place down silicon ingots, make silicon bowls, make the circuits, chip them into purple, and then finally I can construct green. So let's just get everything on the go. I have no reason to copy and paste the existing furnace stack, because we're going to be using not only upgraded furnaces, but a different size of furnace. So I guess I'll just be remaking this from scratch. Let's get these in here. Go ahead and place the inserters. And then see what the recipe's like. So, silicon ingots. You can be yellows pretty easy, which is important for me at the moment, because for some reason I just cannot keep purples in stock. Place your belts, and your output. I'm making you tileable, so a little extra belt never hurt anyone. Hey man, how's it going? Having a good day, I hope? Let's get a power pole in here somewhere. Like that works. Now let's see, what am I constrained on? So 0.5 of input is my highest item. So that's gonna be 30 of these? I mean, that's quite a few. Quite a few. Might go for 2 rows of 15 if this winds up being too big. Let's just see where I can wind up. I believe that's 16. Yes, it is. So double that again, that gives me 32. And then just take the last 2 off the end. And let's see if this works out for me. If not, I'll have to rework it somehow. Ideally, you'd go, like, right here. Because I'm also gonna have to fit the silicon bowl processing area in here. But I can just snake you right in the middle, actually, without too much effort. Like, that's not a big deal at all. And even just bring you right down against that roboport. Don't see any reason not to. 15 hours and a quarter in, and look to be completed temporarily by the 16-hour mark. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Trying to figure out what you mean by that. I'm sure you don't mean, like, your full playthrough, so do you mean Vulcanus? Because I believe Vulcanus is what you were working on last time you talked about your run? I'll fix those power poles in a moment. They're just gonna hate me for the time being. Also, let me make sure I do have construction bots for all this. Just had to check, make sure I wasn't going to starve this for power for long. I do... Oh, that's even worse somehow. Hold on. What if I did this? Then this... Is this any better? Almost. It is. It is. Okay. I just have to do that. And we're, like, mostly chill. I don't even need this power pole. Actually, I don't need that one. Yeah, we're completely fine. Okay. All good. On Vulcanus. Okay, that's what I figured. 2 hours over plan, but still good time. Yeah, that's what I'd say. Definitely doing pretty solid there. Silica output here. And that is the last silica output. Okay, that's just what I wanted to see. Again, this area is temporary, but that does mean I probably don't want to build anything snaking through it. It just makes it harder to deconstruct later. So let me bring this silica down and just kind of hug this line here. Can I move this? If I make you a red underground, I can. 7 to 11. That's kind of ironic. But at any rate, that means you go 4 further back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Should just connect there. Yes, you do. And I can pick all that up. Okay. So now you can merge. And I think I want to do priority input from the top because the one on bottom also goes down. In fact, let me output priority you instead. And then maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think we're fine there. Then we just need to connect you in. You also need graphite. I was kind of forgetting about that part. Let me see what I can do about graphite. We're never far from graphite. It's just a matter of actually getting it over here. Okay. So graphite's back here. Bring you in this way. And then that's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. I could also bring you in on the top and down. I think up here actually works better if I can get a belt in here. Let's just see if I could get that to work. Like in theory, if I put you there. 1, 2, 3. We're at least 3 tiles short. Okay. We have to be at least from here. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Where do I bring you in from then? I could, again, just come in from the bottom. That's not terrible. Maybe I'll just commit to that. I'm just trying to find somewhere that it doesn't interact with any of the other belts, of course, but that also doesn't go over the road. I don't want to build on the road, but that's actually being kind of a nuisance right now, because all of these belts, whether on top or on bottom, kind of dead end right where I would want my undergrounds to be. And I could weave it through the middle here or something, but I already know I'm going to have to rebuild all of these at various different points throughout the game, so I'm trying to be a little careful about doing things like that. I could bring you right here, actually, and then take you up. Yeah, that actually works good, I think. Like, not perfect, but well enough. Yeah, I can work with that. We'll figure out something to do from there. That's not too bad. And then you can just come from this way somewhere. There we are. And let's see, graphite is right over that way. That's not too bad at all. Which way are you flowing? To the left? Okay, because I do need underground U just to make this work. Do something like that. And like that. There we go, that should give me a graphite connection. And technically, that means these 4 lanes didn't need to underground here anymore, but oh well, who cares? It's fine by me. This will come in this way. Okay, so that's where a graphite's gonna be. Just gotta get this last little bit figured out. I might underground one more time. Bring you up like here. And then... and then maybe do one of these kind of deals. Bring the silica around and up and in. I think that's fine. Do something like that. And then I can use yellows for this part. And out you go. I think that should do just fine. Let me think about that. Does that work, actually? 15 here. That would be 7.5 exactly. Okay, so half a yellow belt exactly. Good to know. That's kind of basically exactly what I was trying to do, so that works just fine. Anyway, that's silicon ingots. Now I just need the room for something else. Problem is, the silicon bowls aren't a small setup either. So if I grab one of you... oh, and I can get rid of all of this now. Let's just clean that up. I guess I didn't grab a copy of you. Let's grab a copy of you. Just that way I don't have to hunt for a vacuum machine and set the recipe on it and all. Okay, so you chain horizontally this way, so that is the way I want to do you, which means we want to flip that so I can get a horizontal copy. You may not be horizontal long term, but I'm keeping you horizontal for now. You also have to have pipes on this side and pipes on this side, which does bulk you out a little bit. But your only item input is silicon ingot, which makes you a little nicer on the item side at least. Unfortunately, that does mean I definitely... well, okay, you take a long time, don't you? 0.5 per second and 0.3 output. That can probably be yellow. Again, just trying to avoid using purples where I can help it. And then your output as well. Oop, not that one. This one. Okay. There you go. And then let's get these inserters copied down to these guys. And yeah, that power pole placement is good enough, I think. So let's look at throughput once I get these belts in place. Again, overextending just a little bit to make tiling easier. So it is input restricted, and since it's 0.5, that means you work the same as the previous guy. So we're going to want 30 of you total. So let's go ahead and get the other side in place. Ooh, I don't want the double power poles, so let's make sure those don't get placed. Which does mean I then have to replace these, but oh well. There we go. So I'm up to 8 already. So that'll give me 16. And then one more doubling will give me 32, and then I just scrape 2 off the edges. There we go. So you continue down, but not up. You come from the top. Okay, oh cool. So that is... Oh, once I get the pigs doubled in. Missed that detail. Okay, so now I just need to find you a place to fit somewhere. So I should go ahead and grab a copy of you. So once again, this temporary setup ideally would not be here, and I just pop these down like right here. Which I still might do. I might just be done with this setup. The only problem is I do think there's a soda ash. Yes. There is a soda ash checkpoint that I have to have. Oh, but I can get the new recipe without that. Okay. Okay. I do have to have a fair amount of green science first. Let me go ahead and move these up front. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just kind of thinking about if I'm okay with that or not, but we'll make do. How much green science do I need for you? Because green science does take glass. How much glass? You are 3 apiece. Okay. So that's 240. And so about 600. Let's just say 600 glass. How much glass do I have down here? If each one of you is about 30, then that should be about 900. Yeah, okay. If all of you have that much glass, well, it is overestimating a little, but even still, we're like way over the line, so we should be a-okay just with the glass we already have. The point of that being, I think I'm going to go ahead and deconstruct this little soda ash area up here. So let's start from down this way. Your water connection's down. Okay. And then we can just start working our way through these water pipes that aren't needed anymore. And just surgically removing all of this, because some of this is important and some of it is not, like these hydrogen pipes. I do not need these anymore. So I can just go ahead and start snipping them out. Very carefully. Oh, see? Very carefully. So, you can go, you can go. And... what are you? Okay, that's carbon dioxide, so once again, I don't need that, but these up and down pipes are important, so... let's do that. And I think that's all the inputs I have to worry about. I think after that I can just start cutting, and I should be okay. So all that can go, and these can go. Let's keep that just as a marker for where the soda ash should go, and then I'll rework that when I need to. Yes, okay. Well, cool. Let's get that blueprint popped in. So you're gonna rest somewhere right around this level. Flip you around. Okay, I'd like them to pick up that one power pole right there, because it's kind of messing up the way that the lines went to place. And I would assume they're going to come and get it soon. There's a lot of construction pots here. But they are all going for the belts first. Just random chance. Oh, there we go. There we go, okay. And now I should have better line placement at least. Let's keep 3 spaces. Like so. No issues. I don't see any. Alright, let's go with that. Okay. So silicon ingots will come up this way and come in. So actually these input belts should probably be reversed. Let's just go ahead and get that taken care of. Then the gases. The gases are going to be a little interesting. So you have a hydrogen and a chlorine output, and you take in hydrogen chloride. The fact that you have a chlorine output, I gotta tell you, makes you not my friend. Okay. And I don't want to move that much gas around with bots, though at the same time it is a pretty small amount. The problem is I don't know if the logistics drones would be able to do what I would like them to do in that case. Like, if I start moving gases around later too, then things would get confused and back up here. So I really do want to try and control that with just pumps and stuff. You're a tad late because of YouTube being YouTube. I mean, understandable. That is the YouTube experience. I think it's time for a sip of coffee. Okay. Ooh, it's colder than I expected. The air conditioner's, guess, blowing right on it. Let me try moving it to that part of the desk. Okay, anyway. Clean up just some of these little spots. Not that they matter. I just had some underground pipe there a minute ago. So, chlorine. And hydrogen. And hydrogen chloride. Funny enough, I have hydrochloric acid, but not hydrogen chloride. I'm kind of looking for a place where I can get like an actual fluid bus up this direction. Don't be fooled by this hydrogen down here. This is overflow hydrogen. So if anything, this is excess hydrogen flowing out, which is also what I'm going to be producing up here. Though I suppose in that case, maybe that makes it a perfect destination for that hydrogen as well. That is true. How is this oxygen? Are we just venting all of the excess oxygen somewhere? Where do I send the excess oxygen, actually? That's interesting. I don't see where I vent the oxygen. I know I do. Like, I definitely have to. Oh, right there. Never mind, I am blind. Okay. So yeah, we are definitely venting a lot of oxygen. There goes some. So we do have the capacity for a little more hydrogen, though not a lot. Looking at the ratios that you produce, actually. Yeah. That's 110 hydrogen to 45 oxygen. So even taking twice as much hydrogen as oxygen, shouldn't we have a hydrogen excess? Because even double 45 would give me 90, but we make 110 hydrogen, so we should have a hydrogen excess, but I guess we are using hydrogen in something. Well, to make hydrogen chloride, there we are, to help vent some of the chlorine. I guess that makes sense. Oh, okay. Either way, let's just get all of these fluids connected in, and I'll worry about the details later. So, I need a line into hydrogen, and into chlorine, and into this middle bit here that makes, hydrogen chloride. Yeah, didn't think that was gonna work. Had to try. Beacon in the way, but I can just come out this way. So at least I have an in. I can also pretty easily get a hydrogen in from this direction up here. These power poles, man. That's just gnarly. Can I clean this up at all? Just while I'm here. Okay, that's like marginally better. It's good enough. So anyway, if I were to try and bring fluids out, I certainly don't want to do it through somewhere that's already full of fluids. In fact, I don't even think I could get 3 more lines through there. I need them up here, so I'm kind of eyeing this empty space up here. Like, I could try and just run you this direction. Like, I guess that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3. I don't really like that one down there. Could I do you up here by any chance? Oh, this, water, what even are you? Saline water. I don't need this connection anymore. Okay. Well, that makes that easier. So there we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So that's my 3 gases that I need to pull in from the left. Don't worry about the nitrogen. That can come from in here somewhere. Nitrogen is a pretty small setup, and I don't need a lot. 30 degrees Celsius in my location, don't have fan or AC. Well, you're gonna be medium well before the day is through. Okay, we do kind of line up with you right there, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I could literally just move you. You're not even a max extents pipe. So what if I just move you out of the way? There you go. And then I can get these pipes in without much issue. Like, I still have to get them through this area and all, so not like we're totally home free, but it's a start. Where am I even trying to get to? Oh, you're empty. Okay, so right in here. I could bring you up, over, and down, potentially, but that's kind of awful. I don't think I'm bringing you through, however, so that's looking to be the shortest path. Certainly can't bring you through here. There's already pipes laid through there. Far too many of them, in fact. We actually do have caustic through here also. So again, you're not a max extent, so I might try and tighten up these connections just a touch. Yeah, even if it's just a single space, that does buy me a little bit of room to wiggle around in. Yeah, okay. Well, that's just where we're at. Okay, so let's bring you this way. And that's already kind of as far as you can go. I guess that's fine. If anything, maybe I'll just back you up one, and you can follow kind of alongside this guy here. Right. And you're going to be the same way, but you're also going to be over the sand belt. Oh no, you're already connected. Never mind. So the only other one I'm worried about is you, and you can go right there. Okay. I mean, that works. That works. Okay. We just keep on keeping on. So, can't be at this level, which does mean we probably have to be above it. But I can connect right here without too much trouble. I'd say that works pretty well, actually. Just like that. Okay, I have to be a little more cautious than that. Yeah, that connection's not the best. What if I move you here? I still don't like that. It's not my friend, whatever. Have at it. There we go. At least I have the connections made, yes. Okay, so you come this way, we're into this area. Now I just have to fish you out and actually get you connected to something. Hydrogen won't be that difficult. What are you? You are the hydrochloric. Out of curiosity, I wonder how much further I could have taken you. Just if I wanted. Okay, max out right there, which is right where the caustic is, so yeah, that's kind of the furthest I can take you. Which is a shame, because you're on the wrong side of the iron belt. And I'm not going to be able to bring you down easily. Also, I just realized this furthest extent here would be in the way of the caustic, because this one goes down here, this one here, and this one here. So I was kind of thinking this one would be the hydrogen, since it lines up decently well with this outside hydrogen right here. But in that case, what if I bring this in one, and then send you up this direction? And then you can connect out here. I think that works decently well. And you can go down, and you can go down. We'll sort those out in a moment. I just have to figure out how this connection is going to work, and the answer to that is that it won't. So let me do something like that, so I can get that connection in place. There you are. So one of you needs to be chlorine. I think I can arrange that, actually. I just have to move this power pole, which, do I really need to? In fact, it might work out better if I could get you here. Which I might be able to. Whatever, good enough. Okay, and that just makes you the hydrogen then. So you can just connect also awkwardly this way. There we go, okay. And once all these pipes are in place, I'm sure I'm going to get pipe extent warnings, but that is something we will deal with as we get there. Especially this hydrogen one, but it is only at 38. But that is a decently long connection up here. I might just preemptively go ahead and throw pumps right here. That just strikes me as a good idea. I don't actually know which direction these pumps need to face. Which, you know, would be cool if I did. Okay, you can go up there. And I'll rearrange the power lines a touch. This will disconnect power to you until I actually have this pole placed, but that shouldn't take very long, so I'm not that concerned. Let's get these pipes put back in. Oh, actually, you do still have power. Never mind. I guess you're fine. Okay. So let's see. It is the hydrogen and the chlorine that are outputs, and the hydrochloric that is an input. Here's the hydrochloric, that's the one on top. So that is the output, and then these two are inputs. Where am I? There we go. Okay, so here's my three pipes. So input is on top, outputs are on bottom, and I already forget which one's which. I believe this last one is the hydrogen, but I would want to check before I just connect it to something. Yeah, okay, so you come this way, connect into here. There we go. Perfect. And wonderful. That gets both of those sides connected in, and I'll probably get nitrogen on the other side. Let's go ahead and clean up these pipes that I had, just for tiling's sake. Okay. Yeah, and I do have to check these pipes one more time. So center, center. Okay, so this one is marked as hydrogen on the bottom, so the center one is the chlorine. So let's go ahead and get chlorine connected there. There we go, that works. And I think I'll just find somewhere, like right here, just to connect both sides of the pipes there. So chlorine should be fully connected. As long as I don't forget to connect the corner, of course. And that just leaves hydrogen. Hydrogen's a little trickier to get connected to everything. I think if I just bring you out this way, allow nitrogen to be the 1 tile, then hydrogen can be the 2 tile. That's not a big issue, I don't think. Then hydrogen's all connected. And hydrogen can connect over here. There we go. All cool. Then all I need is the nitrogen, so let's figure out how much nitrogen I even need. So we've got 30 machines, each one asking for 3 and a third. So that's going to be 100 flat. Which I believe just any random distillery will be able to pump out. In fact, I might just have nitrogen somewhere nearby. I do have this nitrogen over here, and I've already run 600 pipes around. Granted, you're not running right now. So maybe I don't want to tap into you. Let's just give you your own dedicated nitrogen build. But that being the case, I can just copy this. There we go. I can even just fit you in, like, right in here somewhere. I did kind of want nitrogen to be on this side, funny enough. So maybe I'll stick you on the end over here, just kind of in line with those furnaces. Just make sure I'm not in the way of your item input. I don't want to build in here because I might need more actual production up that way. I just have empty space over here. If I have the space, I might as well utilize it. Let's see, so you would line up like right there. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Your power pole can be raised 1, just so you fit with this guy, and then we are all cool. I am leaving a space because I also need to connect this guy, so can't forget that. And up you go. Okay, so that should give me more than enough nitrogen. Funny enough, how much voiding do I need? Okay, I only need 1 vent for the carbon dioxide. I could also output carbon dioxide, probably. I believe there's carbon dioxide pipe. Yes, there is. Probably wouldn't be an awful idea. This is a byproduct, though, of creating steel, so I probably don't want to be polluting this pipe. So yeah, let's just vent it. It's not like this is an expensive product I need to be worrying about. Let's just get rid of it. There we go. Yep. Now all I need is to actually get the items in. So my ingots are down here. I know I need silicon ingots for things other than silicon bowls. In fact, what is my throughput and consumption here? So this could consume a full yellow belt of silicon ingots. You don't even produce a full yellow belt of silicon ingot. That is kind of an issue. Just a little bit. Also notice that I haven't gotten my graphite. That's because I installed these belts backward. Because I'm just that good. There we go. Whoops. Okay, well, that'll get here eventually. Anyway. You probably need to be doubled. Like, you only produce 9 a second. Even if I double you, that's 18. If the other one is capable of... Not that I need a full belt of those, keep in mind, of course. But if I were producing a full belt of these, that doesn't leave me a lot for silicon powder, lubricant, whatever this better plastic recipe is. Like, I probably should just go ahead and double you. It does mean I should probably move this Ripaport, put you a little lower just to get maximum use out of this space in here. So let's just go ahead and do that. I will keep you at the same height, like that is where you want to be. I'm just gonna move you down a smidge. Probably should have done that to begin with, honestly, but oh well. Yeah, let's just grab you. Even if I completely get rid of that Roboport, I don't think I have enough room. No, so you also have to move, unfortunately. Even though I kind of just finished you, so that's a little annoying, but oh well. I don't really know how much I need to move you. So let's see if I can get you to work from, like, right here. I think this is all connected correctly. Just really had to study those pipes. But anyway. Oh, it's so hard to see now. But I believe this fits. Yes, that does look like you should fit. I do have to get new Roboport coverage in here from somewhere, but I might just have to come in from the right. Not all that torn up about that. Where's, just making sure I do have build range over everything, and it does look like I do. So let's just move that in there. You even have power already. You can be moved in this way somewhere. A little hard to tell where, though. Yes, it's not a straight connection with the other Roboport, but, you know, what can you do? This one can probably fit in here somewhere, but with all these, buildings and ghosts and all intermixed, it's really hard to tell what's meant to be where, so I'm waiting for the bots to clean this up just a little bit. Also gonna go ahead and remove that graphite line. I'm gonna have to do something a little different there. Same down here. Let's go ahead and pick that up. And we'll have to rearrange our inputs when we get there. What are you? Hydrogen chloride? Okay, so something's not quite right. Let me just go ahead and break these little connecting bits up here, and I'll rework the pipes once everything's in place and kind of cleaned up a little bit. I just don't want to send the wrong gas down the wrong pipe. That sounds like a bad time. Construction bots, everyone is busy. Okay, so we are at maximum construction bot capacity, apparently. That's just the extent of what we've got for the moment. So I'll allow them to continue working. You can see there's quite a few going around, though logistics bots also seem pretty busy right now. Oddly focused on batteries, but I guess that's fine. While they're going, I suppose I can try and help out with things down this way. For example, I know we're going to need purple inserters. Is there anything that I can help with? I'm not sure how much help this actually is, but I can just preload you. I should also check fuel levels, just see how I'm doing, and I'm doing decently well, it looks like. One thing I should also do is try and get this power area extended. Yes, I am still requesting solar collectors from last time, and I have a full load, so I can't actually make build coverage because the blueprint is too dense, so I will just run up there and fill in what remains of the middle. And then just remember I probably shouldn't make my solar blueprints that dense in the future. So let's just run up this way and try to get these last couple panels placed down, and once they're placed I'll extend Roboport build coverage up that way and get the rest of the... what are they even called? They're not boilers. Heat exchangers. Get the rest of the heat exchangers placed in. So right up here and up the middle. Thank you guys. And while you guys are busy, let's go ahead and grab a Roboport and just move you up this way. And that way. And that should get the rest of this built in. Go ahead and build what I can, I guess. And get rid of my request for solar collectors. Probably don't need that anymore. Apparently I have heat pipe on me. Actually, I hope this is in build range. Okay, this is... I don't think this is in here, funny enough. So I might go ahead and take a couple of these. Thank you, personal bots. And run this way and get the middle placed in. So they might not be placing them because I might not have cliff explosives on me. Let me see if I can just make explosives. Yes, I can. Might as well make however many I can. And while I'm waiting for this to handcraft, I think I'll finish off my coffee for today. There we are. Ooh, I am out of panels. Okay. Let's see. I might just steal a couple more that I know are definitely in build range. And go get those placed somewhere. Like these up here, I'm sure are outside of build range. Oh, am I out of explosives already? Maybe not. Looks like this is in build range, but allow me to help anyway. Yes, okay, so that's in build range. That's in build range. Wonderful. Okay, let's get this replaced. And you replaced. And we're good to go. If I have any more, I'll just give them back. Yep. Get rid of some of that heat pipe. I don't need 200 heat pipe on me anymore. Oh yeah, I was making parts to make a geothermal plant, but then I just wound up never finding a geothermal, which was a disappointment. I looked pretty good. Like if I go to map view here, you can see it's not like I skimped on the exploration. I scouted out pretty heavily through here. I took a jetpack and just flew around, and I did not find another one of these geothermal locations. Oh, yesterday it was the same, huh? That's pretty toasty. Can't lie. Probably the closest I can relate to that is I've mentioned living in Chicago once upon a time, and I lived in a apartment, and it didn't have central AC, but it did have a single window unit air conditioner. So it got kind of toasty in there. It was kind of warm. I'm not going to be the logistics bots friends for a minute, but I'm just going to stand here and allow them to unload me. And I guess I don't need this over here anymore, so let's just clean up my mess. Okay, we've got build coverage over everything. It is coming together now. Let's see. Every logistics bot and every construction bot is busy. That's probably gonna make Power angry with me. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's part of why I've been trying to expand Power. Right now, wind turbines don't even look like they're doing that horribly. I mean, they're like at around a 1/3 mark, but you can't expect them to be running at full power all the time. But even still, they're not super thrilled with me. My actual solar field could be expanded, I suppose. Let me just grab a blueprint of you real quick. Start bringing you down this direction. That is outside of build range. The power pole's at the bottom there, so maybe I'll go this direction instead. And yeah, that's in the way stuff, so I can't really continue that way. I can place some on top, however. And I don't believe I actually have the solar panels, don't get me wrong. I'm just planning out where they will go as they start coming in. Yeah, okay. So that'll take a minute, but it'll be worthwhile. I could also try and get more wind on some of these turbines, but they don't have build connection. I also only want to make sure I'm building wind on the grid-aligned pylons. So like these over here. Speaking of which, it might not be a bad idea to start extending roboports up this direction. Maybe just start bringing some down this way, and placing some up from the bottom this way. There we go, and let's get a radar. So I can actually see, because of course the roboports and Nullius can't function as radars. That would just be too OP. Yeah, you can go up there. I was trying to figure out where I could put it out of the way, but whatever, it's fine. We will make do. And just kind of continue these guys up this direction, though it won't let me build outside radar coverage, so I guess that's as far as that tiling's gonna go. I could try and bring you down, I guess. Like if I did something like this, that would be fine. And we have all these pylons over this way that don't actually have wind on them. So I bet I can fix that. There we are. And just Keep it on down the line. Alright, at least that'll get me a little more power here and there. Keep the bots busy, give them something to do. Also, my area, usually it's windy somewhat yesterday, was no wind, and today, also there isn't going to be any wind. I guess that helps if you're spending time outside. So, as a perpetual indoors person, that doesn't affect me too terribly much, but I do get your point. I might want a little more compressed nitrogen storage going forward. Let me see what I can do about that. Can't fit that in there, okay. Just go around the power pole. It's fine. Pipe extents, actually. Yeah, 42 out of 64. Hopefully that doesn't make it angry. If it does, I'll have to deal with it pretty quickly, because that is a good bit of my power storage there. The numbers are flickering, but they're just filling the buffers in the turbines. The turbines aren't running, as you can see. Yeah, we're okay. So where was I? Oh yeah, silicon. Let's see, where's the silicon build? Here you are, so you're all finished. So let's just get you connected in there. That is correct, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. Bottom one is hydrogen. That's going to be you. How did these get flipped? Hold on. That doesn't feel right. Okay. Sure. I guess hydrogen is the middle one then? Yeah, so that is hydrogen. So hydrogen is the middle one. Okay. Sure. That leaves chlorine as this one on the end. And there we go. Could even just replace this with pipe if I really wanted, but I don't think it matters too much at this point. Nitrogen should be in. Yes, you don't have your hydrogen chloride, but that's just because you're missing pipe. Once that pipe is placed in, you should be all set. Both ends do have nitrogen. And yeah, as that gets placed, hydrogen chloride, we are all set. Yes, there we go. Very good. Okay, all cool. Apparently the hydrogen chloride is empty. 66 out of 144. The pipe extents, that is. I was thinking about throwing a tank on here, and that would make the pipe extents angry, but I still think it's a good idea. Just have to figure out where I could get you to go. I guess I could just chuck you down here somewhere. Even just right there is fine, and then maybe get a pump literally right here, so just 1, 2. Pop you in, get a pipe right there. And you are covered in power, so that's good. I just noticed, actually, that the hydrochloric acid is empty, which is weird. Why? Oh yeah, sand was full. I kind of forgot about that. I mean, as soon as my silicon area kicks on, that'll take care of that issue, but it is an issue, and I might have to deal with that in a more sophisticated way in the future. It is something to think about. There's no steel for some reason. No ferronickel. Are you also backed up on sand by any chance? Ferronickel. Well, ferronickel is running. And there are 2 stacks of ferronickel available. Maybe it's just all heading up to the other base? Interesting. Couldn't really tell you. Okay. Figure that out when we get there, I guess. Let's just focus on getting the silicon ingots processed up. So you need silicon ingots in, of course. We do have 2 furnace stacks of you, so let's get you figured out for now. Soda ash, right. We'll have to figure you out later. For now, let's get this in here. You are at max extents, that's fine. In you go. And you just go off somewhere. Can I just underground this instead? Yes, I can. That works a little better. And let's see, this is meant to be the silicon itself. What if I bring you in from the top now? That makes a little more sense. I think that's fine. And then you can head up this way. Maybe it would make more sense to underground here instead. And have this connection just go straight in. And then I'll do the same up this way. There we go. And that way this graphite can come up and in right there. And everyone should be all happy. That'll get me silicon ingots. And then I just need to send them up here. I think I'll just leave this one. Well, I do need more than a full furnace stack, if this is to run at full uptime. Interesting. So what if I do you underground this way, and then run you in up here. So you can split that way. There we are. And have a line this way for you. I might even just full send you and have you use a priority input of the right. So this stack should fully input into you, and then you are able to output into you, but for everything else we can just take out right here. I think that works. I think that works. Again, as soon as we start making ingots, that'll start taking up some of the sand. That will allow aluminum to start running again, and as soon as aluminum starts running, we will get more hydrogen chloride. You can already see it started ticking up there for a second. So I think just a single piece of belt got placed. Just waiting on the bots to finish out the design. You got this, guys. You can do it. I believe in you. One more. And there we go. Okay, so that should start both of the furnace stacks going. We've got some ingots coming out. And that should allow me to start making the silicon bowls. Now, what are all these used in? You are made monocrystalline silicon, which is just... Okay, that's a little ways away, but it is worth knowing that I will have to do that, I guess. The literal only other thing you're used in is logic dies. Which, even the more advanced recipe here is 1, 2, 3 items and 2 fluids. Though it does have 2 item catalysts. And catalysts, especially on large setups, are a little tricky to work around. A little tricky. One of the things you take, though, is hydrogen, which is literally one of the things that I output as a byproduct from the polycrystalline silicon build, so at least I won't have to go far. Boron. I wonder what boron is made of. Aluminum and boric acid is something I get from volcanic gas. And only volcanic gas. Okay, interesting. I guess we'll just bring that in with trucks when I need it. Not that big of a deal. Anyway, that's the polycrystalline silicon build finished. And I think I'll probably put logic dies right on top. So, let's see. Logic die. Where might you be? There you are. Let's just grab one of you. Once again, bring you down this way. And examine what you're like. So, you are, as far as throughput limited, you are the same input as output, so no difference there. If I want a full yellow belt to you, that's going to be 15 machines. I think. Let me double check. No, that's not correct. For some reason, I was thinking the 0.3 was what I was doing before that was taking 30, but that's not correct at all. It was 0.5 that was taking 30. At 0.6, 10 would give me 6, so 10 is 12. And then half of 1, so 25? I don't know why that was so hard for my brain to churn out, but we need 25 of these. Once again, you can chain in this orientation, so let me go ahead and flip you this way, just so I can make it easier on myself. And I needed 25, so for symmetry reasons, we'll be going for 26. So let's go ahead and get you sorted out with inserters and such. Items down the side. And power poles. Let's put power poles on the input side. Otherwise they get grouped together real hard in the middle and it's not very nice. Like, imagine if both of those poles were on the inside here, it's just not that great. So that's 8. So here's 16, 24, and so I need 2 more. So just right there on the end, and I can take the extras off. There we go. Grab you, and let's go find a place for you, buddy. I made a rocket. We'll go interplanetary stuff. Remind me again, what are you going for? What are you playing right now? Because I think I remember, but I want to make sure I'm not mistaken. Let's make sure you are lined up. And let's leave a 3 gap from that chlorine pipe there. So 1, 2, 3. Right there. Okay, so I need to route the silicon bowls up and in, and I also need phosphorus, and I also need to make sure the phosphorus can loop around as a catalyst. So let's see, my pipe connections, I will have a 1 tall and a 2 tall. There we are. Weird time to get that achievement, but sure, I'll take it. I can actually just do that, I guess. That's no big deal. One thing I should do while I am waiting, I suppose. Where are my labs? I'm waiting on geology. Science, that's because I tore you down somewhere. Yes, you no longer exist up here. I should get the logistics drones to go ahead and bring these up to the lab. I do plan on making a new lab area after I have green science, but, you know, that is gonna be a minute. So let's go ahead and just get that on the way. I'll leave that in place for the moment, and let's see where I can get science. I suppose if I leave this part of the belt untouched, I can get science in right here without too much of an issue. There we are. And, actually move you in a good bit. There you go. You're gonna request geology science. Can't set up any of your stuff for the moment, but I will get to you soon. You output here. You can go up to that direction. Underground this way. And in you go. And that'll get geology science in here. I think one drone is probably sufficient for full stacks of geology science. And that'll at least allow us to continue doing research for the time being. Anyway, so there you are. I do need phosphorus in here still. I'm just gonna bring that in over on this side. Which does mean I probably want to run polycrystalline around this way. Or I could just run the phosphorus in this way. Decisions. I could also put trucks on this side and bring it in. I think I'll put trucks on this side, though. Might even put it, like, right here. Right about there. Okay. And let's get you over here. So you will be this way. Let's go ahead and clean up these belts because I'm going to have my inputs come in from the top, I think. Or maybe that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe I will have my inputs come this way. Just thinking about how I want to merge the belts properly, but maybe if I just do something like this, it's still fine. I do gotta get, I do have to get the hydrogen in here, so actually even one more this way. Then connect in. Then you connect right there. But I have to do a priority loop, that's right. all the more reason to have the input on the other side. There we go. Sorry, bots. I keep changing my mind. Okay, so you have power now. Let's actually set you up. Not that I even have these in the logistics supply system yet. Phosphor. There we go. Okay, so ingots are down here. Let's just go ahead and split those and send some up this way. Right at the edge of build range. Very nice, okay. So... oh, come on. So, filter. You will filter phosphor. Oh, it's the bottom. There we go. And you will come in this way and have a priority input down here. Very nice, okay. We also want you to be on both sides of the belt, otherwise that'll make things up here weird. So if you output to the bottom side, I can just put a splitter here and have you also go onto the top side. So you just continue out. You are the circuit wafers. And that's all fine and dandy. Then your input has to come in this way. Let's say that's fine. Go ahead and turn these belts around. Okay. Okay, so you're up here, that's all cool. Get something like this set up. Move you in this way, I guess. Something like that, yeah. That can stay. You go in, and you go... ooh, not there. You go out here. And if that's the case, maybe this should just be the splitter. That would make a lot more sense than whatever it was I was trying to do. There we go. Okay. And then this can just go right there. I feel like that could be neater, but you know what? It's what I've got. We will live with it. Yeah, okay. Oh, cool. Just waiting for the bots to get those in, and that should just come together. I do need to get phosphor in here somewhere. What I should do is down here, this is the output. You output gravel and phosphor. I don't actually sort that anywhere, which is probably something I should be doing. Probably something I should be doing. Do we have gravel? Nowhere. Okay. We have gravel down here, funny enough. So that's the stone, so I can bring gravel down onto this belt right there. Which means, yeah, even though I could just belt the phosphor out, that would be a horrible belt. And other things do need phosphor eventually, I think. Not very many, but they do. So I think I will just bring this belt down this way. And notice this isn't even split or anything yet. This belt is backwards somehow. Also, what is your throughput amount? There's 18 of you, I assume another 18 over there. So 10 would be 0.6. So you do barely more than 1 item a second of phosphor. If anything, it's probably the gravel per second you're gonna wind up being limited on. Because at 18, 3/4 of that. Yeah, that's over 12 items a second of gravel, it looks like. That's a lot of gravel if you're running full time. In fact, this needs to be red belt through here. Okay, then we just keep running you down this way. And then somewhere probably right here, we will split off the gravel. And have you go into here. Regrettably, that's going to be a little awkward to work with. I could move this entire stack down just to make the belts play nicer, but I think I will be reasonable for once and just underground you into there. And have this guy come in this way. There we go. Let's go ahead and get that filter in that I was talking about. So, filter off the gravel. We're gonna go the other way. And then the phosphor can continue down this way and get loaded onto a truck. I might actually get you loaded onto a truck over this direction instead. Save myself a little bit of effort. That way it's loaded pretty much where it's made rather than way down here. So let's get a supply depot set up. Even one just like right there is cool. You even have power, look at that. And there you go. First research and forever just completed. That's wonderful to see. Okay. So, where does that get me? We have the phosphor. That should come in as soon as we actually have input. I don't send input into you yet, which is kind of a problem. I'm not sure I want to route my current phosphor into you, which means if I were going to send phosphor into you, there's 12k over there. That would last me like an hour. There's 180k over there. Yeah, 30k, 76. Oh, 200k up there. Okay. I knew there was a good spot somewhere, I just couldn't remember where. All the same, that's, that would be another train. That would definitely require another train to get to there. How is my current mine doing? Not super well. This is outside of build coverage, but I'll go ahead and mark it anyway. Maybe I'll go ahead and just extend a roboport down here. Good enough. What's left? 114k, so there's still a good amount. So I'll continue relying on that for now, and probably... Where does this line? I might just ship in ore using logistics drones. I don't know how ridiculous that is. Does look like we are dipping into reserve power there, which is not a great sign. Is this stuff running? Output full. Do I need more than 1.2? No. You're not pumping at full speed, but this pipe's full. This pipe is full, and this pipe is not. You're not set to, like, top up or anything. You're just not working right for some reason. How interesting. Why is that the case? Yeah, you're not even running at 2/3 potential. So, I mean, even if this line was not backed up, I wouldn't understand, but even then, this pump isn't running at full capacity either, so... How interesting. You are full of water. 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 Okay. My turbines aren't running right now because we're full of water, so maybe 60% is too much. Let's bring you down to like 20 or something. And as the turbines run, though it looks like maybe they can't run anymore, let's just void that real quick. Okay, it was immediately filled. Interesting. Okay, you know what? I'll just void that. I would like the turbines to be able to run. That would probably be cool. Okay. So, turbines are back after briefly stalling, it looks like, or maybe I just didn't need them for a moment. But either way, that water is already immediately full again, so let's just clear that. I might have to do that a couple times, it looks like, just to help these turbines clean out. Yeah, we should be consuming more of this water than we are producing. So I don't know why this is staying quite so full. This top-up is only to 20%, which would be 6,000 in this tank. Okay, there we go. I think we've cleaned out the system. It should just kind of stay right around this level now. I mean, we definitely don't have a water surplus. Like, we're not adding more water to this system. I don't think. Okay, hold on. We do have this. This one is set this way. This one's set this way. So this one's already set to 20. So that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that should be fine. Unless there's weird shenanigans with these leftward facing pumps. Because that could be the case. I bet that's the case. Hold on. Yes, these are running non-stop. Okay. So let me copy top up here. Not top up though, that's not what I want. These should be overflows. Overflows, okay. Yeah, let's just do it. So overflow, probably not 80. Let's say like 60. That way these top-ups do work correctly. Okay, well don't do that. I guess I have to do you individually. Okay, I can copy-paste on top of them at least. Like the settings. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're solid. Why is it set to overflow that way? And top up is definitely not what I want this direction, is it? Well, I guess because I need to keep these full, but even then, let's say 60. And then overflow. Maybe bring that down. Like, this one should be like 50, so you should be like 40. I think that's okay. And then, let's void you just a couple times. And see if that works out any better. Like, do you still fill up weirdly? Okay, you're filling up very quickly, but again, that could just be internal buffers from the turbine, so... Okay, I think we're done for buffers. Okay, so you're not running anymore. You don't seem to be filling. Okay, let's check other places. Water's not full here. Not full here. Water's fine. You're about half full. That's a little concerning, but still should be fine. Okay. I think I have solved the problem. I think we are okay. Yes, just checking one more time, making sure everything's reasonable, but yeah, it does look like everything should be okay now. You do seem to be running. I'm very slowly filling these with steam, okay? Okay, all good. We are staying right around the 6,000 line. Good, that's what I wanted to see. You should be staying full of water. You're not? The boilers are running at least. Why is this line not full of water? Okay, well these are running. I mean, we have enough to run the boilers at least. Nope, these don't have enough. How curious. Okay, how much water should I... Oh, well, I guess I was probably counting on water from the boilers coming back in. But for exactly the reasons that I just went and fixed, that may not be likely anymore. Because I send my steam way down this way, and then water isn't going to make its way back up here. That's actually kind of a problem. Kind of a problem. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Maybe these just need their own turbine. Maybe that's what I should have done from the beginning? Maybe that's what I should have done from the beginning. Yeah, are you running? No, you don't have water. Okay. Okay, let's just give them their own turbines and then not try and connect them into this mess. Yeah, okay. So if I take this, I can start building turbines over on the edge over here. I don't actually know how many turbines I'm going to need. So I have 48 heat exchangers. I believe each heat exchanger is about, or each 2 heat exchangers is about 1 turbine. So with 48, each one does 1.8 megawatts. You do 2.5 megawatts. So almost exactly 1.5. 1.5 heat exchangers to 1 turbine. Okay, so that's gonna be 2/3. If I divide 48 by 3, that gives me 16? 16, yes, and then times 2, that's 32. So I need 32 turbines. Well, I already have 16, so I just need to double this. There we go. I'd say that works out well enough for me. Let's just connect all that. Make sure the power poles connect, which they do not, but that's because they are power pole 1s. So let's just remove all the power poles and replace them with something more reasonable. Shame they can't connect left and right. If I were to horizontally flip them, I could, but I would prefer the steam tanks to be on the side closer to the, the steam input. I will put them at the correct level, all the same though. And then just run them up. Might eventually overwrite that power pole if I extend these down, but who cares? We're all good. Let's get our fluid inputs from the bottom at least. So let's get you in that way. Connect you over this way. Up and in. Why is water pumping up? Water's my input. That does make sense. Okay. And then bring you down, bring you up. There's my water pump. Oh, let's bring you down a little further. Yeah, let's say water connects here because that's where the other guy gets his water as well. There we go. Grab a pump. And there's my water connection. Oh, cool. Okay. Then I just need to go and rework some of the other stuff around this way. Like you, for example. You should now be here instead. Let's rip this up. Just get rid of all that. I don't want these water connections anymore because they're making everything confused and not work quite right. Let's rip all of that up. Okay, and that should just be that problem resolved. I have these extra little steam pipes over here I can pick up. And there we go. That should be everything. Did you have a dedicated power pole by chance? No. Okay, so you are all solid. You're already set to top up 30. Let's actually reduce you to top up 20. And make sure you have a tank on you. Perhaps 2. Pipe extends. What are you at? 102. Okay, you are going to be angry as soon as those tanks go down, unfortunately, so I am going to need more pumps. most likely. Yeah, that's a straight connection all the way up there, so let me put a pump right there, and probably the same on this side. Right there. That works just fine. What else am I still missing? So those will get built, that's fine. These guys were already mostly running. I know they're good. Thermal tanks are at least filling up while I'm not using my heat, so it's not even being wasted yet. Probably will before we're done, but you know, worth noting. Construction bots, you guys chill. Why are we missing pipe? How could we be missing red pipe? How does that make sense? Missing plastic. I guess just because we've been buffering a metric ton of it. Oh yeah, these buffers are almost full anyway. And pipe extends, yep. Okay, so there's no problem with plastic. We're just using an enormous amount of it to fill this buffer, but otherwise, we're all cool. So the pipes will get here eventually. But yes, the water is angry. Even though I put pumps, like, absolutely everywhere, these two tanks still make it mad. What do I do about that? Okay, so I do want you to stay full. I do want you to stay full. None of that changes. Okay. So, hear me out. Let's strip out these water pipes through here. And the same this direction. And I'm actually going to raise water to be flush against the solar. I can't put you up there because of the roboport. Never mind. Can I put you here, perhaps? Okay, and then just bring you down and around. There is a purpose to this. I'll get there in just a second. Okay, so water's here, bring you up. Good. Okay, so now these guys are connected. They are not connected to the tanks, so your pipe extents will be perfectly happy. Now we move these water tanks down to this level. We will keep these tanks 20% full with this pump. Yeah, I think that's fine. No, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe I just don't need the tanks. Whatever. We're fine. We're fine without the tanks. If it's gonna cause me that much grief, I might as well just avoid them. It's not like we're ever going to be short on water. We get so much water back from the turbines. We will be fine. And then once all those pipes are in place, we will finally start making power from this area again, which will be nice. We're just missing 48 pipes somehow, but you know, they will get placed. Not gonna stress over it. Let's come back down to this area here, so... right. I was trying to figure out before how I was going to get you into here, and I think what I might do is I do have the ore coming in. It gets crushed over here, and I might just transport the ore with logistics trucks. Like, I do have a road connection right up here. Comes down this way. Let's go ahead and start breaking some of these guys. If I just... Let me look at the map. That was the map view. Yeah, like it has to go quite a bit out of its way, but oh well. We'll just extend the road out this way. Pop a supply depot over here. You're not necessary anymore. Let's just clean some of this up. There we go. And then we're going to get... You know what? Whatever. This is like the most temporary setup ever. Let's just move you down here. There. Yeah, power can go there. Inserter. And let's get rid of this now that you're no longer needed. And haven't been for quite a while, if I had to guess. And split some ore this way. Right there. Okay, and that should have trucks bringing ore in before too long. I just now have to go place a requester. Which... I don't really have road on the side, and I don't really have a way to get road on this side. Funny enough, what if I had a dedicated road down here? Because that just seems easier. Like, I need to get you in over here. Like, what if I had a road over this way? And then you came up this way around back? Where even is that belt? Okay, so the belt's up here. I could even just run the belt down this way, since I already have a ridiculously long belt, come to think of it. Just trying to think what's most reasonable in this unreasonable scenario. Okay, let me grab you and put you on my hotbar for just a second. Let me think about this. Okay. So suppose I had a road right here. Right? There. And then the road can come this way also. You come this way somewhere. And down this way. Very nice. Very cool. Let's clear that. And then just down here. Until I run into you. So far, not so bad. So far, not so bad. Where am I trying to go to again? I keep losing this, and now that it's dark, it's certainly not helping anything. Okay, I'm trying to get up to there. So if I ran a road, like right at this level here, and then to the side. Very good. So I still need to get up this way. Okay. let's say I had a belt coming down this way as well, just to allow them to meet a little bit. I already have this super long belt, so extending a long belt a little further isn't too crazy. Just to get it clear of all this mess up here, and then I can just have a road right up there. Let me move the start, or the edge of this road just a smidge, just so I can miss that pylon. Okay. Okay. Then you just come down and in. Very nice. So here is the supply depot. Clean up the edge. Back up just a smidge. In you go. And there's literally a pylon right here. I can just get a power connection. Okay, very nice. Go ahead and rip all of this up. Don't take the pipe away. That's not what I want to do. You can go. And all this belt over here can go now because that's not needed. I put the split over here and run you down. Okay. So all that's going to do is give me a supply depot full of ore. I still need the requester, and the requester will still need steam and bots. Ideally, I could work a connection into the existing road network in. I'm just not real sure how I'm gonna do that, to tell you the truth. Maybe I leave this here. Maybe, just maybe. Bring you down. Yeah, that just works. Okay, I can just continue this down and bring you in this way. Okay. Maybe move some of that. Just to get you off the main road, just for aesthetic reasons. Not that anything about this is aesthetic, but you know. Okay, that at least gives me a connection. That gives me a connection. I don't like that the road runs under these belts. Really not a fan of that. Let me see what I can do. I'm gonna make the bots unhappy, but, you know. I'm already making the bots unhappy. We're past that point, I think. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There we go. Let's go ahead and just match up here. And over here. Any others? No, we will just make a connection. Okay. I know there's more this way, however, so let's make sure I get that. There we are. You're fine. There's gonna be something down this way, I'm sure. Yes, there is. So let's also make sure we get that out of the way. I would like to break these cliffs, if at all possible. There we are. Rock, cliff, cliff. Break those cliffs as well. Anything over this way should go. These cliffs should go. Again, it's not that I have to do this, it's that I want to do this. Make sure I didn't break any road under that rock. Okay. And, let's see, what's down this way? Is there anything else? There's this that needs to be taken care of. And finally, this iron connection. But I believe we are finally done. Yes, there we go. Okay. Then all I need is a request depot. So you just go right there, and you're gonna request phosphor ore. Now, is this maybe the worst way I could have done this? Yeah, I don't disagree, but it's the way I'm gonna do it. So that's where we're at. Let's make sure you're on both sides, and there we go. Okay, so let me just make sure that's all fine. It does look like it. I would like to get a steam connection down here if possible, just so I don't have to send dedicated steam trucks down that way. We do have steam literally right here. I might just give you your own dedicated hydrogen and oxygen burner. Like, just go maximum funny mode on this. Like, where are those pipes at? You're literally right here. I mean, I couldn't ask for better. Let's just make you make steam. Hydrogen and oxygen, let's go. 9 AM for me, and it's finally becoming colder somewhat. Well that's nice. Also, welcome back from dinner. I was, apparently locked in on roads for a minute. Get these pipes worked in, and then I do still need an oxygen connection. There we go. Oh yeah, and probably need to connect these corners, and then get the steam in. But that should do. After all the effort I did to make sure nothing crosses the road, I recognize the irony of then just running a massive steam pipe in front of the bots, but you know what? Sure, I think that just adds to it. None of this was reasonable anyway, so let's just have fun with it. Still missing a whole bunch of pipe for some reason. Is plastic, like, okay? I notice I'm not getting any plastic from up top anymore, which is a little concerning. A little strange. You are running. Also, I just realized these are still, small chests. That's kind of funny. Do I care to upgrade you? I don't really think I do. I think we're fine. Look at all the gravel. Okay. Well, you're running. That's all that matters. So, my main plastic plants are also running. If anything, we're just low on propene. Can I increase the amount of propene that we're making? We are full of benzene. That shouldn't be possible. Benzene combustion is full of carbon dioxide. That also shouldn't be possible. You don't have pipes on your back. You don't have pipes on your back. That will certainly do it, I guess. That will certainly do it. Okay. I wonder... Let me try not to get the combustion engine itself. I wonder if this just lines up. That does work, I believe. Yeah, the only reason it looks weird is because I don't have the continuation, but that's fine. I just need to come and grab that part. Which means I need to come and grab that part, I think. Yes? Yes, okay. And then that would put steam into the pipes, which is probably not a good idea, but I can't continue through there because that's where the oxygen is, so I do still need to drop, but I can just do that, and that's fine. Can I move this at all? Maybe to like there. Yep, that's cool. And in you go. Actually, that does miss this middle section, which I would kind of like to have. Let's do that instead. Yeah, that's fine. All good. You do output 200 carbon dioxide a second when you're running. That's a combined total of 400 a second, which is already more than the capacity of a one-way valve, not even taking into account any of the other processes that could potentially be running. Granted, this is just to burn excess. It's not like I want these to be running full-time or anything, but that might be something to think about in the future. Especially since I do have these small pumps. It's just that you're all one square outside of power range. These are power pole ones though, so I could just upgrade them. You know, just things to think about, I guess. Let me help them make some pipe. I guess I'm just gonna have to do that for a second. Okay, it is in my auto trash, so I don't even have to manually trash it. It will just happen by itself. Does look like the road got finished pretty quickly, so that's nice. Drone request 2, you are all set. Yes, good. Okay. As long as there is a connection to the main road, I should get drones down here. Let's pick up these rocks. Oh, and there's actually cliffs over here as well. Okay, there they are. There's the 2 trucks coming in. Love to see it. So this won't be able to run until these pipes get placed anyway. Still missing 37, it says. Maybe that's just because the logistics bots have to put them in storage first, but I might just go ahead and craft another couple. Just to have them on the way. At any rate, that should finally get us phosphor on the go. That'll come in here. That will be the final ingredient for logic dyes. I put the wrong input in you. Yep. That doesn't make me happy. Well, okay then. Let's clean this horrible mess up. One belt at a time. There we go. And then just continue on, continuing on. So the problem is I kind of have to do this from a back-first approach, because if I do front to back, then depending on how the construction bots decide to pick things up and replace things, I might wind up sending ingots further on down the belt and then having to do this additional time. So one little step at a time, and once they've got this back part cleaned up, then I can do the front part all in one go. Go ahead and start running this way as well, but I won't make the connection, not until all of this has been cleaned. Since we have been talking about weather and I'm waiting just a minute, currently outside for me it is about 95 Fahrenheit. If I were to try and do a very quick and dirty Celsius conversion in my head, I think that's just over 30 Celsius, like about 32 Celsius, something like that. So, you know, pretty toasty. 35. Hey, I'll take it. Not bad. Trying to divide by 1.7 in your head would be a little rough, so I just went for 1.5 and added a bit. Added a bit of fudge value. Okay, bots, you got this. Come on. This isn't even all my construction bots. I know you got this. Okay, so that's all cleaned up, just waiting on this final stretch right here. But since this is all finished over here, I will go ahead and grab these belts and these belts. There we go. And get that all replaced then. All cool. Oh, cool. Remember that was the temperature for me on Friday. Ah, I guess that would help a little bit. Come on, guys, you got this. Seriously. Okay, I am at least using all my construction bots now, so they have an excuse on this one. Let me go check out the truck over here. How are you doing? Okay, so they are in place, and you are filling. How much do you need? 200? There we go, there's a little steam. So we do have a fair bit of steam in here, so they should be able to just go off and get some. Though it looks like it is going to wait till we have 15k steam for some reason. But I guess that's fine. It says 8.5k out of 300, and I don't know what to make of that, but sure. Fine, I guess. I did notice it says 2 out of 2, so they should be on the way. Yes, they are. So they are bringing ore in. So once they arrive, that whole processing area should just kick to life again. Sand is okay. Remember, again, that I have not installed a sandstone line. This is all just a byproduct sand. So that's kind of crazy. Alright, just about cleaned up. It looks like all the belts have been stripped off at least, so I can go ahead and add the input. And then once we have the phosphor, it will just show up. So I think I can go ahead and say logic die is complete. With logic die complete, now all I need are the actual circuits themselves. So plastic, graphite, logic die, aluminum wire. The problem is none of those things do I have properly made and put onto a logistics drone, other than the aluminum wire and the logic die I just finished. So I do, I guess, have to get plastic onto a truck, though I do have plastic on a truck up in this base, and I think I'll just stick with that for now. Graphite, I guess I can bring in on a belt. That's literally right here. Literally right here. So I'll just do a line of those across the top, and that should be fine. They do, if you remember, have to be made in the small assemblers for whatever reason. So let's get a quick build figured out for you. So 1, 2, 3. And you. Let's see. So your most prominent ingredient is the aluminum wire. Let's get that on a belt with either plastic or the chips, doesn't really matter, and then the second belt can be graphite and plastic, I guess. So let's say you are the long inserter. In fact, you should probably be purple. Let's not have too much fun with it. Flip you around, put you in horizontal, put you in, put you in. Figure out power pole distribution. Since this is going to be dense and we're going to have belts on top, this might be the rare occasion where I do put a power pole inside. Go ahead and see where these belts are going to lay. Hmm. Like, I could do something on the inside, but that just adds squares for no reason. So I think I will go with something like that. And that just works. That's fine. So let's see, how many am I going to need? You produce 0.6, but your limit is going to be the 0.8 from aluminum wire. And if I mix your belt, not only are you going to be limited, you're going to be limited to half a belt. Not so sure I'm happy with that, actually. Because that means not only do we take more aluminum wire than we produce circuits, but then we would take like more than twice as much. So that would be less than half a belt of circuits coming out, and we do need a lot of circuits. So, like, how would I get a third item input in here? Just in theory. If I grab you, pull you out. Let's have you output long ways and long ways, and then have a belt down the middle. Let's say that can be the aluminum wire. Then this power pole cannot be there anymore. You have to be long input, long input. And now I think I have to put the power pole on the inside. Just how it has to go. But I think I'm okay with that. Then you go over here, and you should also be covered. Yes, you are. Perfect, okay. That gives me that many machines. So each one is 0.8, that's what I'm limited on. So 10 of you would be 8, 15 would be 12. So I can't quite do 20. Because 20 would be 16. 19 is still over, but then 18's under. Let me think about that. So 20, hold on. 20 would be 16. But I think that's fine. Yeah, we're good with 20. So this is 8. 16. And then just take off the last half. Yep, that's 20 right there. Okay. So let's clean up the belts before I copy and paste it. So here's the output. Might go ahead and work out these belts here, just so I don't have to figure them out. Whatever, it's fine. I can at least do that much once I put it in place. So I do want to leave myself a good amount of room to work with inputs, and we're kind of eating into Steel's room at this point. So I might try and line you up somewhere over this way. This much as I usually like leaving room between builds, this is a pretty small build, so I'm not that tore up about it. If I align the buildings here, then the front edges at least line up for their outputs. Yeah, let's say this is fine. Okay, I'll... Literally could just bring a belt of aluminum wire down. Wouldn't be the craziest thing. Probably will do that. We also need graphite, plastic. I think plastic might be the only thing I have to bring in with bots, actually. Or rather than bots, you know, trucks. Because the dies right down here, I have a belt of graphite right here. And wires right above. So yeah, let me go ahead and escape out a belt of wire. Let's say like right here. Underground you right there. And then this can turn down and you go connect over that way. There we are. That does have to run through steel actually, which I wasn't really thinking about. Maybe I'll walk that back just a touch. And have you run this way for a time, and maybe the strip of build area I will follow right down into here. That seems somewhat reasonable, I guess. Just like right there. I might even bring you in from the side. Yeah, let's say I just do something like that. And have you come in right here. I don't think that's too terribly unreasonable. There we go. Once again, that is a full belt of aluminum wire, actually, I'm just realizing. Which I'm, again, not going to be able to support off this current setup. That's kind of a problem for me. Yeah, I'll have... Like, right now I will be able to get by, but that is definitely something I'm gonna have to worry about sooner, rather than later. Anyway, so, plastic, graphite... I'll worry about the plastic last, I think. So logic dies will come in on their own belt, and then I think plastic and graphite can share a belt. That just makes sense to me. Once again, logic dies might be coming in from the top, most likely. Let's just go ahead and do that, and have you underground into here. And you can be the outside belt, I guess. Let's actually be a little more careful here. And then swap all those around. There we go. Let's get another underground for this guy. And even then, the outside belt is going to take a little clever routing. But it's not that bad. Could just make you a red underground, I guess. And that way I don't have to do any weird shenanigans. And if I do that, I can even just go ahead and do that. And that cleans that area up a good bit. Okay, that's fine. And then I just need the plastic and the graphite. I guess I have to move that back one square. But that's fine. So I need very little plastic and graphite, so that's not going to be an issue. So half a belt of you should be fine, I think. Well, if not, then it doesn't really matter, because that's what you're getting. Okay, so the graphite's down this way somewhere. Let's go ahead and split you up. Might bring the plastic in there, so I'm gonna underground a little aggressively. Just continue up this way, and yeah, I think that is a great place to bring the plastic in. So let's just go ahead and get that worked in. We're gonna bring plastic. Get an inserter up this way. Put that power pole there, and then I don't need this one anymore. So you come up this way. I already have you here. Might just go ahead and move you over here so that I can merge the belts right there. Then just bring you in. I think that works just fine. And that should have logic circuits for me. And notice you aren't running yet. You don't have hydrogen or water or your phosphor. I mean, fair enough. You should be coming in soon. As for the hydrogen, though, let me work on that. What's the pipe extent? 127. Okay. I might need a pump here, funny enough. So let's go ahead and grab one. Also gonna need water up here, and I don't even know where that's gonna come from. But that's a fight for another time. Okay, I might be able to get hydrogen from this side. Let me just see how that works. So I have this connecting pipe this way. If I bring you in here, that does just work. And then somewhere in the middle, I'll just throw a pump. Like right there. I think that's fine. And then just water. Okay, let's find water. Water. That's saline water. Not quite what I'm looking for. You are water. And your water input. Okay, that's exactly what I was hoping for. So I just need to bring that down a smidge. Let me see. Okay, you are being limited to 300 a second. Let me just upgrade you here and then turn you into a small pump. And where is this water coming from? Up this way. Okay, it's the same water is feeding into the electrolyzers. I don't need much water, but that is something to think about. If those electrolyzers start dying later, I guess I know the reason. Anyway, so here's where I need the water, right here. First things first, let's just run you down. And go a couple spaces. What's your pipe extent? 35, okay, so you have a good ways to go. Well, that was pretty simple, if I do say so myself. Let's just connect in our corners and call it a day. There we go, so that should give me water right there. And it is connected, yes. Okay, all cool. I guess I'll go check on the phosphorus. Huh? Product's finished 152, so it's not like you've never run. So, output, you're coming this way. Or coming up. Product's finished 0. How does that make any sense? Well, I guess it would be these 5. So yeah, product's finished 12. So you have created some phosphorus. And it has been loaded. Okay, so it is ready to go. We're just waiting for enough for the trucks to bother with, which is only another 20. Okay. Okay. I might go ahead and increase the number of trucks since this is a pretty good distance they have to travel. Let's just increase the throughput a smidge. And yeah, of course, with just 2 purple inserters, it's not like I'm going to be able to saturate this red belt or anything, so our throughput will be somewhat limited for a while, but I'm not that concerned about that. I'll come up with better solutions in the future. But even our mine up here, wherever it is, even our mine up here is only a single yellow belt, and at the rate we're burning through miners, it might not last that much longer anyway. Speaking of which, I would really like to increase the amount of aluminum we're getting, and I think I can put modules in these guys, so let me go ahead and do that. And since you can put modules at multiple steps along the way, that actually does really help. I'll even prod mod one of you. I think I need the speed in here, for at least 2 of them, but I think one of you can be prod at least. Can I prod you? You're also flotation cell 1, so let's go ahead and get you upgraded. Not even for the speed, just for the extra module slot. There we go. I'll even mod the crushers, even though that's going to give me productivity on, like, sand and gravel. I mean, I'll take what I can get. That does actually slow them down. Maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah, let's keep that normal. I have plenty of ore. Ore isn't really an issue. I just need more aluminum itself. Maybe something I could do is throw some beacons in this area. Especially just for these machines here responsible for wire. Good enough, I guess. And then speed, speed, speed. There you go. Because yeah, I also don't seem to be keeping aluminum sheets in stock funny enough. They're all being made into batteries right now, though I do have a lot of batteries. I could work a couple beacons in here, perhaps. Though... Like, it's a little tricky, but I could get this to work. I would probably have to move this guy. And you, probably. What even are you? Aluminum ingots, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and move you. Just pop you over there. You should have power from somewhere. Nope, you perfectly fit in a gap of 0 power. Miraculous, really. I can put you here, and then just have you output up. That works. You can go over this direction. That's going to keep the construction bots busy for a while. They're not going to be very happy with me, but oh well. I don't know why this belt is here. Oh, that was for you, wasn't it? So that's not needed anymore. Okay. So let's go ahead and get some beacons in this area as well. Making sure I can at least underground here. You also need to move. Who'd have thought? Where do you get power? Okay, you can have power from right there, that's fine. And you just pick up from below. Okay. Are those evenly spaced by any chance? Yes, they are. So let's do the same over on the side. And then just speed it up. Now, of course, I'm already having power trouble. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to do bits and pieces, like where I can while I have the moment. I might as well get them worked out. Let's see. So it definitely looks like you are having output issues. You cannot output fast enough. So let's just get these upgraded. I purposely made these yellows initially because I did not have purples for you. And I probably still don't, but you know. Let's see what I can do, at least. So I'm definitely going to need that aluminum. It does look like I have them, though, which is a good sign. So how are you guys doing? You still need plastic, you still need logic dies. That's just because you don't have trucks. So let's do that. There you are. And the logic dies should be on the way because we just got a delivery of, phosphorus. Okay, you just don't have hydrogen somehow. You only get hydrogen from this guy. Okay, so let me follow you back. That's a problem. Fortunately, you are the bottom one. That is the only one I could possibly make this work with. Just miraculously. So, top up and overflow. I might go ahead... no, that is how that has to be. Okay. So, you're the top up. I just have to wait for you to get placed to actually set your value. Have an RCT on Novice. Oh, my brain's in overdrive right now. Hold on. Vanilla Factorio stuff. RCT. Nope, sorry, my brain's full of Nullius right now. I can't remember. Oh, come on, bots. Okay, the construction bots are all busy. Remote control tank. Okay. There we go. That makes sense. A couple months back when we played the Space Age map that had Lignumus on it, I really enjoyed having a tank with Roboport in it that I could just drive around and construct stuff with. I'm not even sure I ever actually got to utilize it. I just really liked the idea. It was like a Spidertron light. What are my construction bots doing, actually? I don't even think I'm constructing that much, am I? Oh, they literally all are emptying this one chest to move it 2 spaces up here. My bad. Sorry, guys. Well, they're doing their best. We have Spidertron at home. Exactly. I mean, that's basically just what it was, but it was pretty nice. When you have, you know, when you're trying to build on multiple planets at once, being able to just send a tank around, even if you do have to have map coverage for it, it's just kind of nice. Okay, I am just kind of watching to wait for them to be done, but I guess they finished the chest, so that's all I really care about. Okay, so let me go check on circuits one more. So still waiting on plastic, still waiting on logic dies. We do have plastic incoming. Logic dies need hydrogen still. That is right here. Okay, they're just waiting on landfill. There we go. Okay, so top up, keep you at like 20. There we go. Then we're just waiting on the pipe. One more pipe. One more pipe, please. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna fill you up with a little bit of hydrogen, allow you to run. And there we go. The first of the circuits has been made. We'll start the cycle again. And the plastic is coming in at the same time. The timing could not have been better. It's just the plastics coming in from the left and the chips are coming in from the right. So we have to wait for them to meet up in the middle somewhere. But there they go. You can see them running. And there's the circuits. Okay, it's been a long time coming. I can't do words apparently. It's been a long time coming. There we go. But yeah, there we go. We got circuits. Okay, oh cool. I think I will bring a route in this way and load them somewhere up in here. Just got to get this iron belt out of the way. If the belt is coming this way, I do want to leave the ability to split it, but it all the same will be coming this direction somewhere. So let's go ahead and just kind of make a big broad split in the iron right there somewhere. And maybe just bring some road right up this way. So supply depot right in. Get you in there, and bring you out this way. Okay, very nice. So once we have the circuits, that should be the final thing we need for purple. Does purple have everything? It doesn't have lights. It should have light. Lights are being made. Lights don't have glass. Glass isn't coming in. Do I put glass in a supplier? I can only imagine that I don't. Okay, here's the glass. Glass does not go into a supplier. Okay, let's do the same thing that I just did up above then. So, big ol' gap. Extend the belts out a smidge. And I guess I might as well make you the same height. Sure. There we go. And there we go. So let's get purple into you, and some power, wherever your power happens to be. You perfectly sniped the gap between the power poles. Awesome. Okay, well you get to be over there. Whatever, that's fine. Oh, and there goes the first load of the circuits. Okay, you'll love to see it. Of all things, I guess it will be lamps that we receive last, but that's just because I forgot to give them all of their inputs. Even still, that should be pretty quickly resolved. The construction bots should be on it. Indeed, here they come. I think this is a great time for a drink of water. You guys got this. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Nope. Okay, never mind. You flew over where you were meant to go so you could go charge. There you go. Okay. What's your stack size? 100? That won't take very long at all. Alright. That's gonna give me the first load of purple. How is science up here doing? We're missing purple. Missing batteries, missing aluminum sheets. That does make sense, considering what I saw down here a minute ago. Ironically, we're missing aluminum sheets because we're making batteries for this purple science. Granted, I believe the batteries are just about to fill up. If I can find them, I was going to look at them. Yeah, there we go. So we are pretty close to filling the buffer on batteries down here, and once that fills up, then we should have some aluminum sheets begin building up in here again. I might go ahead and give you just a couple beacons as well. Just why not? Have fun. Also, I never really confirmed that this area up here was working correctly. You don't have steam. That would probably be a good thing to give you. Let's go ahead and upgrade those pipes, but not the ones that are in the middle that just so happen to be tier 2 already. There we go. Okay. So, lay pipe there. What is your extent? 52, so that'll be 104. Which is fine, but pushing it a little. Yeah, if we do another layer, I'll have to do some pump stuff, but we'll be okay. Water staying reasonable. All good. Okay. All good. If I upgrade you... Large miner 2, huh? I definitely can't do that. What I do want to do is medium miners, though, because at least I can get this ore that's under the belts. So let's do that. And then that. Just so I can get that ore that's under the belts. Once again, like I said, let's not rip up that power pole. It's still fine. And I believe everyone gets power. It does look like it. So we should be good. There we go. Okay, so we do have glass coming in. Does look like a shipment already went out. We don't have glass coming in, or lamps coming in yet. But there we go, we do have some being made. Oh, that was the very first lamp made. Okay. That was numero uno right there. You only stack to 50, so the first shipment of those should go out pretty soon. Okay, so that is purple complete. Everything is okay. It is finally, I can almost hardly believe I'm saying this, it is finally actually time to make the green science setup. Let's go! So let's grab you. So I have the same spacing as I did up above. And there's a roboport right in the way, so let's just move you up here somewhere. Get rid of that guy. Clear out the cliffs. Replace the road. It shows I need pipe again. That's just weird. Like, is my plastic production not holding up? Because it should be. Propane is a little slow. But still, we should be producing a good amount of plastic. Nothing's backed up or keeping you from running. What if I upgrade you? Which means I need to upgrade you, which means I need to upgrade all of you, actually. Which means I'm gonna need to double the number of chimneys I have, so this is actually kind of more of an undertaking than I was thinking, but we're committed at this point. There we go. I guess while I'm here, I'll go ahead and upgrade these guys too, just so I can fit more modules into you. Just happened to notice you were just sitting there. Okay. So, more chimneys. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and connect the nitrogen networks between these two guys. I am aware that the chimney's in the way. Nope, that can't go there. Can go here, kind of. Kind of. There you go. Okay, I can't do chimneys any further to the left than that. That kind of maxes out, but at least I haven't lost any, so we're at the same number as we started. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need 8 more chimneys. I think I'll just put them over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I do have to get an underground in, which does mean losing this one here, unfortunately, but then I can just move you over here. I can even get a couple over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Getting somewhere, getting somewhere. In that case, I don't need the other lane, which means I can just flip these around this way. And then you can just go down there. There we go. That should be all the chimneys that we need. I'll even move you over there, just for a little bit of symmetry. I might even get a pipe extents warning because of this. We're already at 46 out of 64, so that's gonna be pushing it. But hopefully we're fine. Just gotta wait for him to put the pipes in. Come on, guys, you got this. Let me go ahead and move you in so we don't need the weird extra layer of pipe. Kinda weird and ugly. Yeah, just do that. You. Okay, that should be all of this doubled, at least once the bots get in. I noticed the pipes are in, so we should be fine on pipe extents. 51 out of 64, not too bad, okay. We are struggling on hydrogen now. You're full on salt. Caustic solution's fine, you're low on water. That's not what I expected to be low on, but I guess that's fine. Where do you even get water from? So you get water from this line, which is actually bottlenecked to 300. So no wonder you're low on water. Let's go ahead and get you replaced with something more reasonable. And now that these are actual pumps, I can even do actual reasonable things with them. Once they get placed, at least. You can do it. You can do it. I guess while I'm waiting on that to happen, I can come in here and handcraft more pipe again. There we are. Okay, so... Pop up. You should only be like 50%, and then overflow at 80 is fine. Make sure you're working correctly, and it does look like it. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so caustic is working again. If anything, we can't keep the salt loaded quickly enough, which I guess is a problem I'm more happy to have. Does allow these guys to start working again, at least. Yeah, I might just add more inserters here, so drop them that way. You in, and you drop that way. There we are. Since it is hydrogen we're low on, and this does produce a higher ratio of hydrogen than the standard one, who produces more oxygen relatively. I do like running these when I can. Granted, it does mean I have to avoid the chlorine somehow, which is always a bit of a chore. But that is what this guy is working for. I might even go ahead and upgrade you, because you kind of look like you're struggling. I'll even give you some speed, just for moral support. Have fun. Low power. That is the case. Yes, it is. Okay. What do I do about that? It doesn't even look like power is super bad right now. Like, I just genuinely do need more power. Well, okay. Wind is pretty far down. Yeah, wind is pretty far down, so I feel a little better, but all the same, I'm kind of tired of relying on wind, because wind doesn't love me. I'm still placing solar panels though, so just regular plain old solar isn't really the answer either. I could place more solar collectors. They're just big and annoying. What I might try and do is make a little template for Stirling engines that I can just stamp down and not worry about. So just for fun, let me look at something. So if I do you and put a wind turbine in you, don't know why I'm remaking this from scratch. Part of the reason for doing this is so that I can have roboports in the blueprint as well. And then let's go ahead and expand this out to something a little larger. Unfortunately, this might get built if I'm not careful. I think we're still safe. I would not like this to get built. I'm just trying to plan out something. Okay, we should be safe. Anyway, so that's all good and all. Let's fill you with solar collectors. Let's put you at the same the same distance here as the wind turbine. Okay, that is like a relatively perfect fit. That is a perfect fit. Okay. So it is 10 solar collectors to 2 Stirling engines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we are. So let's do that. Let's actually just copy this the whole way down. There we are. But I don't just want to connect straight into a Stirling engine. Or maybe, because Stirling engines do pass heat between them, I wanted to put thermal tanks on the end. But actually, I could just go ahead and do these guys here, which gives them a natural gap for power poles. There we go. And then I can connect them on the back and then put thermal storage. So let's give them a little bit of heat pipe here, and then heat tanks. I don't think every single one needs its own dedicated heat tank. Maybe like every other one, just because the heat tanks are a little expensive and I don't know how necessary they are. And let's clean up a little bit. You don't need to go that far, I don't think. Like there, I think that connects. It's a little hard to tell, but I think that's fine. And then this should be tileable. I put you there. Yes. Okay, so you are a perfect fit, actually, horizontally. There's a little extra space on the top and bottom, but oh well. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Maybe I'll even put regular solar panels there. Trying to find where those would be. Aren't they in equipment, actually? Yes, they are. Okay. So leave one gap for power poles. Or maybe I can put power poles in the middle, actually. Let me see. Okay. Because keep in mind that these poles up here will also be these poles down here if I try and tile up and down. So I cannot build above the height of the wind turbine here. So that would be right there. So if I do something like that, I am going to need room for power poles somewhere in here. I'll just see how it works out. Let's get a power pole. So these actually connect to the large pole here. But then starting with these, I do need power connections. So I would have to go right here, which is not enough room for a panel, unfortunately. So instead, I'll go here. I need you to connect to something, actually, anyway, so that's probably intelligent. I think I can only do 2 before needing the next pole. Yeah, I can only do 2. Can I just... That is a shame. Is there anything I can do about that? Not really, no. Okay, that's just how it's gonna be. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Maybe in the future, if I'm able to make accumulators, wherever those are. Are you also in here by chance? It doesn't look like it. I might not have you in the list, maybe. Oh no, there you are. In the future, I might be able to put a accumulator here. But oh well, that's what I've got for now. So let's go ahead and copy you, and just make you a blueprint. In fact, let me come in here and do relative. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to bring the height up by 8. That'll make you 32. And by probably 4. Let's try 64. Yes, okay. I was trying to make it so that I could drag you around and you would just work, and I do believe that just works. So let's do that. Keep in mind, I don't even make Stirling engines at the moment, so gonna have to set that up first before I even think about getting these placed down. Probably what I want to go do right now. Do I have empty space? I do down here, and I might just make Stirling engines down here. Unless I can't, I guess I should check. You must be made in either medium or large. Okay, fair enough, but you take compressed nitrogen and lubricants. You take 2 fluid inputs. Okay. Huh. Of course you do. Well, being that there's a place I already make compressed nitrogen, maybe just for fun, I'll throw you up this way. You also take lubricant though, so that's a horrible idea. I can get nitrogen pretty much anywhere. But lubricant I pretty much only have in this area. I'm just looking for something that's actually running, that is currently producing nitrogen. Well, I have all this nitrogen up here. I just set up voiding for. So perhaps I'll bring some nitrogen down this way. That doesn't seem unreasonable. I have lubricant right here. Yeah, the fact that this takes those 2 things makes me unhappy. You know what? I'm gonna put you, like, over here. And then a request. And provide. So, in and out. Let's set a logistics limit on the... I guess on the crafter itself is fine. So, logistics limit. These are Stirlings. Excuse me, did I spell it wrong? Oh, with an I. I guess I did spell it wrong. What do you stack to? 20? In my blueprint, I think I had... was either 8 or 6, I think? I'll just keep 20. 20 is fine. There we go. Okay, so lubricant comes in and nitrogen comes in over there. That's fine. I do void immediately all of the nitrogen, I am realizing from up here, which does make this considerably more difficult. I might just make a little nitrogen setup, whatever, who cares. It's not even like this needs to run at full uptime or anything. I don't even need like a good setup for this. I can make the little wimpiest nitrogen setup you ever did see. So let's start with the compressor and work our way backwards. So compressor. If I put you there, I don't even need a power pole, which is kind of funny. Let's just do that. Nitrogen comes from you. So air separation. Let's get a chimney. And let's say just one air compressor is fine. And then let's get some lubricants in here. I mean, that works pretty well if you ask me. There we go. What's the pipe extents? I don't want to get in trouble. Okay, I'm probably going to get in trouble. Let's get a pump up this way, I suppose. And I should probably actually connect you. That would be smart. Alright, you have all your ingredients. You just need the fluid. Oh, and you need a recipe. So compressed nitrogen. There you go. So you're not fast, but I don't need you to be. Okay, that is pretty slow. Maybe I will go ahead and give you a couple more air compressors. There you go. And there you go. Okay. Just looking at the throughput per second, like this running full time would consume 160 compressed nitrogen a second. This only produces 26. And I'm kind of thinking, maybe I just put a tank on you. There we go. Anyway, that's giving me Stirling engines. I probably should have put yield modules in you, but whatever. We're fine. So all this area that has actual solar panels in you, I think you're going to get ripped up and replaced with Stirling engines pretty much as soon as I can. Though maybe I don't want to actually replace what's already there. Maybe that's silly. Maybe I'll start with this area that hasn't been really fully built out yet. And let me make sure the click and drag does in fact work. Yes, it does. Does it work left and right? It does seem to. Very nice. Okay. In that case, let me go ahead and undo all that because I want to start from over this direction instead. That way we don't have a big awkward gap. And if I start from here, then I am probably going to get rid of these RoboPort. I hope I still connect to what's over that way. It doesn't look like I do, funny enough. I connect to the one on the bottom, but I might go ahead and just grab a little relay right here. Ooh, I don't even know if that's going to do it. Yeah, your range only goes to like there. Okay, just barely actually, that will make the connection there. Anyway. Grab this. Put you there, and down, and over, and up. You know, something that I could put in this spot just occasionally, just manually here and there where needed, is a radar. That's probably not an awful idea. You even just fit. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Well, the bots aren't going to be my friend for a little while, but at the very least that should help with some of my power troubles. Also, as these get placed in, do want to make sure that I've placed the heat pipes correctly, because if I'm off by one or something, that's gonna make me unhappy. I am a fool. Does anyone else see what's wrong with the blueprint? Well, at least there is a gap. Does mean I need to update the blueprint though. I do still want to watch and make sure the heat pipe connections are good. Also, these solar panels. Hold on. I also didn't do the other side of the solar panels correctly, it looks like. I don't know how I managed that. Yeah, okay, I guess there's a little more than I thought that I'm gonna have to redo here. Okay. So you go there. Yeah, there's just, there's not a lot of good places for you. I guess I can do that, sure. And then does the same just work over here? Certainly should. Does look like it, okay. Then I bring you down this way, and in you go. And is this one still the same? No, you're different. Alright. That's fine. And then let's get these power pole connections passed around. There we go. And let's go ahead and get the solar panels updated for all of these guys, and then I will just make a larger blueprint. Okay, I think that's good. Looks good. I don't want that river port there. I do want to grab this and fix you up. Okay, so you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Good, and good. Let's make sure the solar panels are likewise fixed up. So grab you, pop you in, and you in, you in, you in. Good. You, and you. Okay, and now that I'm going to be making a larger 2x3 blueprint, or if you want to go from wind turbines, that's, what is that, 5 by 4 it looks like, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I'm doing a 5 by 4, let's say, Then right in the middle, which I suppose would be 1, 2, 3, and then 1. So somewhere in this region here, let's put it on this one. I did want to go ahead and get a radar. So let's say like right there. And I unfortunately don't have map coverage there. Why not? I really should. Okay, I might just run up that way manually. Or I guess the bots will eventually get that one radar that I requested placed in, but I think it's faster to just run up there myself. Just head out into the middle, and I should just give myself field coverage eventually. Probably right around here. Yeah, that works. So, blueprints. Grab you. Make sure I don't grab any extras across the top or across the bottom. I think I'm okay. Does look like it. Okay, so, snap the grid. Relative. I believe it was 6 in on the bottom. So that would be 126. Not 1026. And then, much like... But that was width anyways, that's too much. I think it's only like 4 on you, so if that was 6, I just need to add 2 back. Also, somehow everything is weird now. Why are you shuffled to the side? I think I broke it. Let's just do that one more time. Let's just do that again. Okay, so grab you. Snap the grid. You are actually a little bit offset, like you can tell from the way that it's clipping the roboports down here. So let's lower you 1. Even 2. Okay. Same on width, same on width. Okay. Then grid size. I believe you are 4 too big, so let's make that 28. Yes, that lines up perfect. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, so that's 5, and then another 3, so 8. So yes, height comes in to 96. Everything looks good. So let's save that. Get you in here. I'll keep the old one as a backup just in case. Were you set as absolute or something? Absolute. Relative. There you go. Okay. So if I just go up 1, that does tile correctly, yes. Beautiful, okay. That should be fine. 809 entities are missing construction robots, but whatever, we'll get there. We will be fine. Yeah, okay, all good. How many sterlings am I missing? 86. We're also missing 22 explosives, which I can help out with. Somewhere. Okay, there we go. So let me go ahead and head back into the heart of the base while the construction bots get to work on that. And I'll get back to trying to work on green science. I do just have to make my way all the way back first. And I was at the very top of the base, so that's going to take a second. But now that I'm on the road, I can run a lot faster. You got this, little legs. You can do it. I was further away than I thought Oh, I'm down in the production area. That's why it's taken so long. I was trying to head back to the bot mall. That's where I wanted to stop. Look at the swarm of bots chasing me, and that's part of the reason why I like to be kind to the bots. And there we go. Okay, so that's where I wanted to be. Right around up in here. So I have a little explosives. Let's help him out. And just as that comes in, what am I still missing? So lots of Sterlings, of course, lots of solar panels. Not exactly a shocker. Missing aluminum sheets, though. That is a problem. Because we don't exactly have a lot of aluminum sheets right now. We are finally starting to build up a buffer in here, but I'm sure as soon as that ticks over 100, something will be sent out to come and pick those up. Is that something literally right now? No, okay, I didn't think so, but it was good timing. We do have a buffer of batteries made at least, so that's good. One of these, what I might do is go ahead and prevent them from outputting. Unless there's some in this chest. So let me go ahead and do that. And then you, circuit connected, do not output unless there's aluminum. Let's say like 2 stacks. I think you stack to 100, so let's say 200. There we go. Just to allow the bots a little bit of access in here, and then the other aluminum should come in and come out anyway. Not that we're really getting much excess aluminum at the moment, which is kind of disappointing. Okay, you could have your throughput improved by upgrading your inputting inserters at least. Doesn't look like output was an issue, but input certainly was. Wonder how these guys are. You also need input help. Okay. That probably means your output also is not the best. I would just assume. Though, I mean, it is still 1.5 seconds. That's probably too much for a yellow. Let's go ahead and get you upgraded. And then the same in here. Okay, all good though. Wonder if I actually have those. Hey, what do you know, I do. I think that's maybe the first time I've just had the purples that I've tried to place. So, hey, that's progress. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, big stretch. Okay, so once again, now that power is not... Well, okay, I guess I haven't really improved power, but I have plans to improve power. They are in place, the bots are working on them. I can finally get back to green science. Which is gonna be up here. So, starting from probably the same level as purple. You need to be in a chem plant, however. How far are you from the road? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 squares. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just assume green will probably need the same. You do have 4 item inputs and 2 fluid inputs. And purple only needed 4 item inputs, so if anything I might need extra space. But we will find out. So you produce 0.13 a second, which is even slower than purple. If I had how many of you? 8 of you, I think is correct. Yes. 7 wouldn't quite do it, so I need 8. There we are. Your inputs are most heavily concrete and glass. So, let's say concrete. Yeah, concrete gets to be the near belt. The problem is, I guess if I have 3 belts of input, I can split this up somewhat nicely. Put the sodium hydroxide and the barrels on one belt together. I would kind of like to make the barrels on site, because it's not like I'm going to need barrels of ammonia anywhere else. Not like that is a useful ingredient, it's only used in grain science. So I'll just bring ammonia in and barrel it. But I guess that still means I need to bring in the barrels, but that does change how I run the belts in here. So what I'm thinking then is I have 2 belts of input up this way. I have a belt for output, and I have another belt for input down here. I can have concrete and glass on top, and then I'll bring the sodium hydroxide and the barrels in on the bottom. And that allows me to fill the barrels underneath green science, and that just seems reasonable. Yeah, let's just commit to that. So first up, I need requests. 4, I think, is in order. The very first one is going to be empty barrels. There we go. Then we need... I'll just go from right to left. So next is glass, concrete, and then sodium hydroxide. Actually, it'd be a lot easier if I did sodium hydroxide next. So let's just do that. And then I can do glass, wherever glass happens to be. Let's just look for it. And lastly, once again, actually, I've changed my mind. This should be concrete. It just, again, works better this way. And then glass. Since I do need less glass than concrete, and I want glass to be on a higher belt, that's just kind of how it has to work out. So let's make you the tall inserters. There we go. Which does mean I can put you in a reasonable spot. Concrete comes down this way. Actually, how much concrete do I need? Oh, I need a lot of concrete, actually. That's a large amount of throughput. Each one of these machines is 2/3 of a concrete a second. With 8 of them. If there were 9, then that would be 6 concrete a second. Wow. Okay. And then almost that much, so about 4 glass a second. So glass, at least I think I can manage with just 2 purple inserters. I don't even know if 3 inserters is going to be enough for concrete. We'll just have to find out. Might have to change up what I'm doing for concrete. But time will tell. Let's just see how that works out. Get some power into you. And then let's see if I can do this horizontal flip and get that to work. That does work. Okay, very nice. Does that work? No. Okay, never mind then. That works so well, though. I can do that. That's fine. I'm okay with that. And we do get power coverage on the bottom as well, which is nice. Okay, so let's say you're the outputs. That's fine. You can definitely be yellow. And this is going to be 2 items on here, so you probably should be purple. And you do need to be long. There we go. Okay. So let's see how I can get this to work. And this belt is probably going to be coming this direction, now that I think about it. So the salt will just come out. That's no shocker. Let's do that and just disconnect this wire. Salt out, barrel out. Salt just comes down and probably merges something like that. I don't even know if I make a barreling pump. I probably do, but if I do, it's only because it's an ingredient in something else. So you can just go there. Actually, what's your output rate? I might be constrained on you. You do 4 a second. That should be plenty. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay. Suppose, actually, I could just do something like this. Just make sure you output to the left. And then no shenanigans needed. That just works. I just need to get ammonia in, but I can just do a fluid request here. I'm sure other things need ammonia as well. Rocket fuel, soda ash, nickel solution, ammonia acid. There are some things that need ammonia, so being able to move ammonia around isn't like the craziest idea ever. There we are. And I believe we are officially to the point where our science does require green. Yes, we cannot progress any further without green science, which is fine. Let's go ahead and get some trucks assigned to these guys. Make sure they're all on full stack only, so we don't waste throughput. I don't really know how many trucks is going to be appropriate for some of these things, so I just set them by 2 to default, and as I need more, I can just add more. Of course, I do actually have to go make ammonia somewhere now. What were some of the other things that needed ammonia? Soda ash, whatever you are. Don't know how soon I'm gonna get you, but whatever. Nitric acid is useful for things I don't have. I think soda ash and nickel. Okay, nickel's really far away. Never mind. Amino acids, also far away. You are just green science, so maybe not the furthest away. What are you used in? You can be made into plastic, acrylic fiber, rubber, okay. It doesn't really matter. Let's just find a place to make ammonia. I'll also need to just make barrels somewhere. Let's see what I can do about that. What does it take to make a barrel? Like if I just go here and barrel. It takes one-way valves and small tanks. Okay. Plastic and steel sheets, a small tank, and 3 one-way valves. That seems like a worse recipe. Why is that better? Single one-way valve, 1 piece of plastic and 2 steel, versus 3 one-way valves and a small tank? That just seems worse. Why would I do this? Like, that's so much more expensive, isn't it? Oh, well, you do make 6. Okay, I missed that part. This makes... well, this makes 3. This makes 3 of you, I guess. I don't know, I'll trust that it's better and set it up. I don't know why the game would allow me to research a worse recipe, so I'm just going to trust them. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't think I need a dedicated area down there for producing barrels or anything. But actually, like, one more time. What is the recipe here? Small tanks, one-way valve, 6 barrels. Ugh, yeah. I don't like relying on a bot mall for an object used in science. I would really like to make this from raw parts. I just also really don't want to bother with that right now. How many steps is this? So, 1 craft, 2 crafts, 3 crafts, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 machines. Not even counting, like, the metal parts that I'm just counting as raw. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna set something up, like, right around this level that just produces barrels and throws them into science. I think that's fine. I actually have this little setup over here, so it's not even like this is going to be completely orphaned. What I wanted to do is come up this way. I might even just do something like this and make a bit of road this way, and then this can be a setup for crafting purposely being dumped into the road system. Let's just grab a medium assembler. I guess I do need supply depots across the bottom here. In which case the bottom doesn't really work that well, which is kind of unfortunate. So let's do them across the top instead. So, medium, I can just do large assemblers, being that they... maybe that was a small. Medium? Yeah, medium, okay. I knew I wasn't crazy. And then just straight in like that. In fact, let me arrange the power poles in a slightly more, or, you know, inserters in a slightly more efficient fashion. There we go. So I can get power in here a little better. Something like that is fine. There we go. So these are all just going to be custom-made little things whenever the trucks need something finicky or annoying, kind of like, well, exactly like what I'm making right now. What am I making right now? Hold on, barrels, barrels. Where's the barrels? Let's just look for barrel. You're made in foundries, that's right. So let's get a foundry in here. There you are, okay. Of course, you have no bot coverage, so let me just get a row report in, like, right here. I think that's fine. I don't know if I'll need literally any of these at any point in the future, but this is the way that I intend on, being that the road network can eventually supply to logistics, this is the way I intend on allowing logistics to supply the road network. So, we'll just leave that there and hope that's good enough. You guys got this? Come on. Let me go ahead and increase the amount of this to like 5 times or something. Maybe 5 times is a lot. We'll just do something like that. Keep a nice little buffer in there so that hopefully delivery doesn't ever get interrupted to this guy for prolonged periods of time. Oh yeah, and you should probably have modules. In fact, let's just module up everyone, just so I don't forget in the future. It would be fun if you could come to a machine like this over here, and just see how many bonus products you've created. I thought that meant it had 1% productivity for a second, and I was really confused, but it just means there's 1% in the bar filled out. Okay. Anyway, you're able to run non-stop, so that's fine. You produce almost 2 barrels a second, which is perfectly fine for my, my purposes. So I do still need literally everything else. The glass should already be in network, even though it's not being delivered. That's not all that cool. Let me go see why that might be. I do have my suspicions that all of my glass might have already been turned into lamps, though, which would be the funniest thing to run out of glass on. Yep, I have no more soda ash and no more glass. Okay, I will have to make a temporary supply of soda ash to kick this back off again, which I've already done once, but I guess I'm doing again. I will make it a slightly less temporary setup, however, by going ahead and figuring out where I want the request depot to belong. Back that up just a smidge, put you there. Of course, that power pole is one off. Do you need to be there? You're on the road. That didn't need to be there at all. Very good, okay. Okay, so this can... Honestly, hold on. How horrible do I want to be? Oh, nope, I didn't want to poison my belts. I didn't want to be that horrible. So let's go ahead and just pick that up, fix you, and same down this way. Pick you up and fix you. Okay. What I was thinking, though, can just put you here. Output, where is it? Oh, it's a knight's move. I can't make a knight's move. I can do that, though. Could also just lower you, I guess. Have you pick up from there and output to there. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Not too good, but it's not too bad. Soda Ash. In you go. Power pole. Sure, you can go there. That's fine. Let's get some trucks in here. Maybe one more. This is probably gonna have a long drive. I guess I have to go make another temporary soda ash area somewhere. Not really sure where I'm gonna put that. Something I should probably have done a while ago is have a road pass through. This actually looks like a wonderful spot right here. There's no build range in the middle, but I will get there in a moment. This pylon is right in the way. Are you a grid pylon? I sure hope you're not. I don't believe you are. You're one of the pylons that comes down to iron. So I can just move you. Gonna make my iron unhappy for a moment, but that's fine. And just connect you in. Why are you weird? That's landfill for some reason. Why is that landfill brown? I don't understand. Anyway, there we go. And then let's just underground the iron ore right there. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. And I guess since I'm missing some robot coverage, let's just get you right in there. Hopefully they're able to actually build this, being that they already cut this from power. And by they, I mean me, but you know, let's not point fingers here. I would really like them to build these pylons before they build the road, but okay, you can do that first, I guess. Pretty please. No, they literally only want to build the road right now. I'm not missing pylons or anything, no. Okay, well we got that one at least. Can we get this one please? Because this is the one I'm worried about. There we go. There we go, okay. So that'll get done in due time. I just wanted a nice little cut through to reach this area so they don't have to go all the way up and around. And I would like to have had another one in here somewhere. But, oh well, it's fine. So anyway, soda ash. Even just a temporary area for glass. Which is right here. Maybe just right here is fine. Like if I look for soda ash, I already forget how I make you. Carbon dioxide, brine, and ammonia. Ammonia is hydrogen and nitrogen. I also just need ammonia in the bot system, so maybe I can start with that. That doesn't seem that absurd. So like this area up here, for instance. What if I just connect all of your pipes and start buffering your ammonia instead of just voiding all of you? I do actually have all of your ammonia, or all of your nitrogen coming down this way already, which is very nice. And there's actually hydrogen right here. Oh, it's not even the excess hydrogen. This is like the good hydrogen line. Okay, very cool. I can definitely make ammonia here, and I have road access right there. Very nice. Okay, very cool, very cool. Trying to think where I actually want to place stuff now. That worked out a lot better than I anticipated. We even have hydrogen, actually, from these guys up here. I didn't actually realize I'd connected those networks. But I guess I did. Yeah, I allow that hydrogen to flow up into this area. Okay. I don't remember doing that. Cool. Don't think I need this anymore. That can go away. Same with this. Okay. So, let's work our way backwards. I'm gonna assume this is made in a chemical plant somewhere, and I would like it to be kind of up in this corner. Power's gonna go in here eventually, so just kind of this strip right here. If I put you further to the left, then I might be able to get a line of compressors down the back, since this does need to be compressed nitrogen. I could also just start compressing and storing nitrogen in this area and using it as another battery, kind of like I do at the top of the base. Not an awful idea. I'll probably use open turbines so I don't need, like, 10 times this number of chimneys. Anyway, let's get the recipe in first. So, ammonia. So it is compressed nitrogen and compressed hydrogen. So I can chain the nitrogen up horizontally, but not the hydrogen, the nitrogen. But I can just run a pipe down the back, that's fine. How much of this do I need? You're only 16 a second. Very little. How much do I need just for purple science? Green science, rather. I need 0.13 barrels. Each barrel is 50, so... if I say 10%, that would only be 5 a second. Then half that again, so let's say 7.5 a piece times 8. Well, 7.5, that's just 3/4. So that would be 6. But then move the decimal. Okay, 60. I knew 6 wasn't making any sense if I needed more than 7 per. Okay, but 60. 60 makes sense. So just for green science, I need 60. So let's just go with 5 of these guys, because I'm sure I'm going to need ammonia for other things as well. Might as well do 6. There we go. And yes, I am going to need more build coverage. Might as well go ahead and get that figured out. Move you somewhere up there so that I can have you in your usual spot. There we go. I might lose build coverage for just a second, but hopefully the bots will come and place this even once it goes away. Okay, I'm solid. I'm good. Oh, cool. So, input rates. Do compressors work universally, or do they have different compressing rates? Let's find out. If I put you here, so let's say 120 to 26, so that is a very different rate. It is a very different rate, okay. So with 6 of you, let's look at hydrogen first. 6 of you, that's 60 plus 36, so let's just say 100, which a single one of you will handle just fine. 36 means I do need 2 of you, however. That's fine, I think. Yeah, like just one of you does 180 a second. So I literally only need 2 of these running to supply all the nitrogen I need. Hydrogen! Hydrogen needs 480 a second. That's gonna be a slightly harsher demand. Though still, that's only about 2 electrolyzers worth. So let me just... How often are you running? Not very often. So water should be fine. Water should be fine. Let me extend these chimneys just a smidge. Where are you? There you go. Okay. So you can go there. Does that pylon do anything next to that, which connects through this? I don't really know how important you are. You do provide power down here. Whatever, you get to stay. The whole reason being, I do want to copy another square of these guys. Clean that a little bit. So starting from you, grab this. Yeah, there's some pipes on the bottom I'm gonna have to get, but I also have to leave a gap for the road there. There's also this belt over on the side, which is a little annoying. And then this pushes me into wind turbine territory. Okay, best I can do is right there. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually grabbed these because I thought that would make it easier to tile here, but then that put me on top of the road. I completely forgot I don't actually need this set on the side. I can just get rid of those. So water's connected, that's good. Oxygen, let's get oxygen connected. There we are, and hydrogen. Where does hydrogen go? Hydrogen kind of needs a pump, it looks like. There we are. I think that works just fine. Pipe extends 38 of 64. I'm happy with that. Why are you only 64 though? Aha, look at that. Couple sneaky tier 1 pipes, and an underground that doesn't need to be there. As soon as those get upgraded, we should have much more comfortable pipe extents up here. I do need to get you power, I guess that's kind of reasonable. And yeah, I knew that was gonna make you mad. Oh, this is water, actually. Wrong one. Even still, why are you only 64? Is it the same thing? It is the same thing. So let's also get you upgraded. That should be all of them. Should be all of them. Just have to wait for the bots to actually get down here and do it, but it shouldn't take that long. As long as we're not still missing pipe. No, pipe is fine. Okay. Pipe is a-okay. I just have to come from all the way up there to all the way down here. But as soon as they do, it should be fine. Oh, we're also very slightly outside of build range, it looks like. Let's just do this to extend Roboport coverage down this way. Should be fine. Oh, and you're gonna want power, I guess. Have fun. Oh, okay, they've come to start replacing some of the pipe bits. Did I miss one? Still says 64. That's still not correct. It's still not correct. Oh, come on. That's just mean. Oh, right there. Look at that. Right there. Okay, well that solves that mystery. As soon as they come and upgrade that pipe, the pipe system should be happy with us again. Now that we have robo coverage, they should come and build this. The whole point of this was to give us a little extra hydrogen income. And that should allow us to run this down here. Let's go ahead and get everything hooked up. So let's get these guys moved and have them down this way. Something like that. And then the compressed stuff can just run straight in. We'll run nitrogen in here in just a moment. The hydrogen. You run down. And then we have bonus hydrogen coming in from down this way. This is only an overflow line, but that's fine. You're a top-up. Top-up is exactly what I want. Should be top-up the whole way. Yes, it is. As such, let me just go ahead and upgrade this one specifically, just so I don't make the pipe extend thing great. And then run you over here. Oh, look at that. It even lines up. Couldn't ask for better than that. So that'll give us compressed hydrogen. And then we have compressed nitrogen. That'll come up this way. And then we have the ammonia right there. Okay, perfect. Perfect, okay. You still need powers. Let's just get that done that way. That covers both of you just fine. And let's get the ammonia in. Or, I keep calling it ammonia. This is nitrogen. So, you're already at 79. So, I think I'll take a single underground this way. And get a pump in over here. Like so. Pipe you in. Get some power up. Have a question. I'm currently playing Nullius as well, and I'm having frequent issues with power. Do you happen to have any tips on how to solve this? Allow me to make this pipe connection, and I will show you how my power is. Now, granted, when I say that, it's not as if I don't have power issues from time to time myself, but I can at least show you what I do. So, to start with, the first stable power you get, other than wind, and you'll notice I do still have a lot of wind. If I look at my power, I have 134 wind turbines, and look at that. You can watch it drop in real time, so not the most reliable. But I'll get to why they're useful in a second. My stable power is this over here. I have a bunch of solar collectors, and then a couple more up here. So those make steam. I have turbines spread all over the place. I'm sure you know how the steam works. I do also have a couple geothermals up here. I don't think they do much, but they exist, they're stable, they're nice. They add a little bit of something. I'm also at a point where I can start placing actual solar panels, though, again, how much they contribute is debatable. We actually look at power. Can see as we're coming into daytime here, they top out at around 67 megawatts with almost 700 of them placed, so take that as you will. But what you might notice is I have these green turbines here, and those, for the most part, are my backup power. So one thing Nullius really pushes you towards is, since all of your power is weird and sporadic, you really need to be able to store this power. So I have all these tanks up here of compressed nitrogen, And whenever my power dips, I have a bunch of backup turbines up here that turn compressed nitrogen back into regular nitrogen and give me some power back. These, of course, are being compressed with surge compressors, so they only run on free excess power. I was actually probably going to put some more of them down here since I'm having to make more compressed nitrogen down this way in order to make ammonia. But that's the gist of it, and it's not like I don't have one or two other things dotted around, though they're very, very small. Like, I have this in here for surge electrolyzers that stores a little bit of hydrogen and oxygen. That stores some power that I can turn into steam when I need it, but like, eh. And of course, the steam setup itself, I always include steam tanks on to buffer extra steam. But yeah, most of the idea is make extra power and buffer it. And then when power's being weird, you just draw on your backup supplies. At least that's how I've been doing it. I suppose in theory you could just continue expanding and expanding and expanding a solar field until you are eventually producing enough power for your base. But this whole chunk of solar right here is enough for 32 closed turbines. Each one does 2.5 megawatts. So altogether, that's only just over, what, right around 80 megawatts total? And my base is taking up around 350, just sitting idle. Like, I'm not even doing science right now. So take that as you will. I do have this area coming together as well. That's my newest attempt at making stable power, is just have one big solar Stirling engine and solar panel and windmill block that I can just copy and paste a whole bunch of. I know I was doing something in here. Ammonia! That's what I was working on. Let's get back to ammonia. So, I need a fluid depot. This one right here. But anyway, yeah. Power in Nullius is a little tricky. It often doesn't want to be your friend, so you kind of just have to do what you have to do. Get that in there. Little road connection right there. And just bring a pipe down. I think that's good enough. And that should start storing ammonia as soon as I get compressed nitrogen. Why don't I have nitrogen? Because I don't have the pump placed. Why am I missing a pump 2? How is that possible? Doesn't really make sense. I feel blind. Hold on. Where are pump 2s? Let me just go down the line. Pump 2. Pump 2. Are you up here? Oh boy. I know you're in here somewhere. Oh god. There you are. Pump 2s. Need motor 2s. Which needs steel. Okay. It's getting worse. It's getting more frightening. Where is my steel again? Steel has no ferronickel. Ferronickel's being shipped in. There you are. Ferronickel. I should have so much ferronickel. That's concerning. Okay, you are coming in. 5 is probably too many for you. Let's bring you down to like 3. I don't know why you were being weird about that. Let me just get another output for you. Best I can do for now. Thanks for the explanation. I actually wanted to avoid building huge systems for this, but I guess it has to be done. Power is definitely the most bulky part of my Nullius factory. Like, I don't think there is a way to avoid just having big, giant, bulky power areas. If you notice, this big block that I made, part of the reason that I haven't copy and pasted more of this is when I made it, I actually forgot I couldn't get build coverage over the whole thing, so I had to come in and build the center myself. So not exactly a very automation-friendly way, which is why I transitioned over to this design over here. Starlings are more expensive than using heat exchangers and all, but the convenience of not having to run water and not having to have turbines that recycle their water and everything, it's worth it to me. So, hold on. So I needed motor 2s, which were lacking steel. Steel was lacking ferronickel, but ferronickel seems good. Okay, I never did figure out what was wrong with steel, so let me go look into that. Okay, ferronickel is coming in. I guess it's just all getting eaten. Yeah, it looks like nickel is pretty hungry right now. And then our nickel components also seem pretty hungry. Yeah, we've been just using a lot of nickel components from up here, I guess. I do put nickel parts in bot storage down here somewhere, don't I? That one's iron. Where is nickel? Ferronickel sheets are completely full down here, as are rods, wires, with all the ferronickel parts. Well, yeah, of course it is. Why would I just not build some of them? But yes, that is all of them. I realize, actually, I don't make just straight up nickel anywhere, but I guess that's fine. That's a problem for later. The bots are just preferring to take nickel from this area up here, I guess. Not to mention that the belt-fed portion of the base, I guess, is still hungry for nickel. I might go ahead and remove this one guy making motors with the old recipe here, because I think he's a lot more expensive on nickel. And since I am shipping nickel in, maybe that's not something I want to be doing. I don't know how much it matters. Yeah, you can stay for now, just because there's a lot of stuff I'd have to rework if you were ripped out, so let's just not. Let's see, so you're running, you just need heat pipe. Heat pipe probably is plastic short. We do have some plastic on the belt now, so that's good at least. Yeah, okay, so we are at least keeping up with demand, it looks like. Probably gonna have to make a more, like, purpose-built plastic area soon. This little starter area is definitely showing some strain. You're fine. You are coming along just well. Okay. Let's see. How are you? So you did get built. You just don't have the pump 2. Because there's no steel, granted, but still. I have a hard time believing we're still that steel short. Steel is running now. Like, okay. So we are making steel plate. It is getting produced. Should come down and around eventually. So, pump 2s. Motor 2 is running. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. That's what matters. I think it's time for a drink of water. Okay, so motor 2s need steel gears. That's the thing holding them up for now. Almost nostalgic Haven't had to worry about steel gears in a while. Oh, you get steel gears from here. So that is steel plate. There is a little steel plate coming in, I guess. Just temporarily to help out a smidge. I think I'm just gonna have bots bring a little bit of steel plate in. Just because I'm a little tired of waiting. So let's get those motors made. Okay, and we do have a pump 2 getting created. There we go. So hopefully that will, instead of being used as an ingredient, and it's being used as an ingredient. Okay. Oh, you are an ingredient in small pumps. And I think I'm sending small pumps down here. No, okay, okay, never mind. Never mind. Well, we're still missing pump 2s. I guess I'm gonna just handcraft some pump 2s. There we go. Where even am I? I'm not that far from where I need it to be placed. I might just go run up there and do it myself. There it is. I can see it on the minimap. Let me just go up there and place it myself. Okay, I might have to go on a little bit of a journey. But there it is. Thank you, bots. Okay. So that should have you kicked on, you should be running, you should be running, and you have ammonia. Okay, finally. Let's just go stand over here. So with ammonia, once you hit 1,000, that should send a truck out to come and pick up. Let me find green science. Yes, okay, so there has been a truck dispatched to go and grab some ammonia. There's a second one. Very nice. Okay. All I need now is sodium hydroxide. All I need now is everything. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so salt. That's made somewhere in this area. Since I do have a road connection now, I can just send the salt over and get it loaded. That's not a big deal. What I might do is just go ahead and underground somewhere right around in here. There we go. Hope that was the right way. Yes, it was. So salt wants to be right at this level. So let's just bring a road connection in. Go ahead and split you. And underground there. And in you go. I might just go ahead and lower the road one. Just make it line up a little nicer. Supply depot, let's get power over that way. I guess I can bring you down instead. That just works nicer. And that's going to get me sodium hydroxide. Glass. Glass. Glass needs soda ash. You already have nitrogen right here. Maybe I'll just make a temporary little soda ash area right over this way. I do need hydrogen though. So maybe I'll make it up here. Just like right here. Because the recipe for soda ash, I wanted the recipe, not the item. But if you look at the recipe, it actually just needs straight up ammonia. Okay, I just make ammonia here. Granted, I could just ship the ammonia in, but it also outputs hydrogen chloride, and I'm right next to the hydrogen chloride area. I also make carbon dioxide right here, but carbon dioxide's super easy to make, and I need brine, which is also pretty easy to make. So one at a time, let's make the chemical plants. Since this is, the ammonia is a fluid input, I might actually bring this down and have you rest more down in this area. I think that just makes sense, especially since this is a temporary area. Let's just do this. In fact, I'll bring you down so you can have power from this power pole. There you go. So you need brine and carbon dioxide. Let's at least set up our pipes. In fact, we'll go ahead and horizontally flip you so that the... whatever that is, I'll never remember your name, hydrogen chloride can just output directly this way. Pipe extends. You're a 64, but you do have some room. So let me see what I can do. Okay, so I need you here. Let's just run you straight to the right. Right there. And hopefully that's short enough that it doesn't yell at me. I'd hate to have to put a pump in here just for a temporary connection. Also, this is going to be a byproduct, whereas you produce on purpose. Actually, you produce as a means of getting rid of chlorine, which is even more annoying, actually. But oh well, what can you do? So, that's where we are. We're gonna make you. We need ammonia, we need brine, carbon dioxide. Do I have carbon dioxide anywhere? No. How much do I need? Nothing. Okay, let's just make the tiniest little bit. So, you over here, get some air filters in. Connect them up. Make you air separation. I don't even need the nitrogen, funny enough, so let's just vent that off. And then you get to be the 2 tall, and you can be the 1 tall. Connect them up, and connect them up. And just end. Okay, very good. Now all I need is the brine. What is the most efficient way for me to make brine? That's what you're used in, not how you're made. I could take saline water. I think I have saline water near here somewhere. Oh, I do make brine when I combine caustic and hydrogen chloride, actually. That just works perfectly. So maybe I'll just go ahead and do that, even without a limit. Not like this is going to take that much brine. So leave a little bit of space, not that much. Hydrogen chloride and caustic solution. Bring you in. Connect you up. And then caustic. Can't make that. I can dream. How far do you make it? So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 short of being able to make it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that should make it. Yes. Yes, it does. Okay. 21 out of 64. So we should still be good there. Let's move you down a smidge. Just so this pipe lines up a little nicer. There you go. And then I can just bring the brine out. You even have power. Look at that. Okay. You don't, of course. But there we go. Okay, what else do you need? You do need the ammonia. Let's go ahead and get a requester for ammonia set up, unless I just want to run a big long pipe. Which I definitely could. This is a temporary setup. It's fine. I forgot to put item outputs on you. That's probably something I should do. There we go. You're going to be a long one. And you come down. And let's get a supplier, like, right there. And a requester right next door. Of course, you will request ammonia. Funny idea. How far am I from that one random Steam setup? Too far. Too far to be funny. Yeah, it would be more annoying than it is worthwhile. Okay, literally just waiting for construction bots. Come on, guys, you got this. Unless I'm missing those too. Nope, they're on their way, so they say. Okay. Some of this is coming together at least. I just have to wait for them to construct this. There we go, so I can actually set the drone requests and full stack. Okay. So they're bringing drones, then they'll bring fuel, and then it will start bringing ammonia in. That's going to give me soda ash. Once I have soda ash, I will have glass again. And just load onto there. And then all these belts are clean from my little accident earlier. All good. All good. Okay. So once I have that, then you're settled, you're good. I still haven't gotten a delivery of you. Is that really the case? Didn't I start getting a delivery of you absolutely forever ago? It says products finished 0. Products finished 80. Okay, I'm gonna say you lie. Because there they go, and I can see them on the belt now. Anyway, salt should also be on the way, that's fine. I just need concrete and glass. So let's go and find where concrete is. There you are. This is all in build range, which is important because I do want to continue the road down. There we go. That way I can just continue this over. And let's even just back that up a smidge. And get a road connection over this way. There we go. So purple in, and that's my closest power connection, it looks like. So there we go. That'll start getting concrete coming in, and that will likely get reworked at some point just because it's kind of in the way, but whatever, that's fine. Don't mind too much. The bots are doing their best. All available construction bots are busy. Okay. Soda ash still not coming in. It did get made, right? We still don't have the trucks even, let alone fuel for them. There they go, though. So they are on the way. We are on the way, okay. I mean, that's all I can ask for. So that's coming in. Glass will be coming in shortly. You will be coming in shortly, and that's going to make green science. I do need sulfuric acid and lubricant, so let's go ahead and get those requested in as well. Uh, I didn't make a little area for you, so let's go ahead and just grab that. Actually, you don't really fit here, so... What I'm thinking is, what if I then had a little road down this way that can bring the fluids in and also take the green science output? That just seems reasonable to me. Just something over in this area. Have a supplier. Can even be at the same level. There you are. Bring some power over to it from just wherever I can. Then also have requesters for fluid. And that belt's actually right in the way, so maybe not there. Oh, well, it's still right in the way there. Okay. Let me think about this. Because in order to get you to work... Let me rework this this interior belt here. Because I'm starting to notice a problem. Okay. So you can connect. At least. That works. Okay. So I can do that without too much trouble. And then that gives me sulfuric acid connections right there. And then the lubricant just has to come in right there. So let's back that up a smidge. And then I can put a requester right here for the sulfuric acid. And then I just have to make this belt underground here, and I can get a line in for the lubricants. And that works just fine. There we go. What I will probably do is temporarily set big requests there, so all the stuff that was just picked up can find a home in there. Okay, so your sulfuric acid, let's go ahead and get you marked. So, sulfuric acid, yes. And this one is lubricant. There we are. I wonder if I already have a supply for sulfuric acid. I doubt I do. But let me go check. Maybe... okay, I do have a storage tank, but not a supply for it. Let me just stick it right here. Get rid of that power pole that's been bothering me for ages. And bring you in from, like, over there or something. That works. Okay, now I just need a fluid depot. Let's get you in here. And connect you up. Pipe extents are 23 out of 64, so we will be a-okay. Almost 4 hours over Vulcanist target, but I am importing the Fulgora silo. Importing a silo is just a power move, honestly. Like, I mean, again, if you're going for, you're trying to be fast, totally understandable, but it is... there is something funny about just shipping in the whole silo itself. Okay, so these guys should be good. We have this filling up. Very good. Green is over this way somewhere. Okay, so drone request. Let's get you 2 full stacks. Lubricant, honestly, just like 1 full stack. Okay, should be fine. I might actually... How much ammonia do you take? Very little, actually, I remember that. Concrete still hasn't shown up, which is kind of interesting. I might just need another couple inserters down here, in which case maybe I'll reroute this. Be more like this. There we go. That should be a little better. Well, right, you can't send up a whole silo, but being able to just send down the parts is pretty nice. Like, I mean, for example, I might joke, but that's pretty much what I did on, again, the One Space Age playthrough where we had the extra planets. I just sent up silo parts. I had a dedicated new planet ship, and one of the things that was set the request that could be toggled on and off independently of the others was silo ingredients. Usually I would do that for emergency reasons, like if I happen to land on a planet and suddenly I need to not be on that planet anymore, I could just make a silo and be gone. Okay, we do have the first truckload of concrete on the way. Very nice. You still don't have your vehicles delivered, I don't think. Probably same for you, but once you do, it will have the fluids that we need. Glass is confusing me. I don't know why I don't have glass. Soda ash needs ammonia. Okay, ammonia is being delivered. Is it really just... Has it really just taken this long to get the first delivery of ammonia down there? Like, that would be very surprising if that's the case. Right, for speed. Like, definitely understandable. I do get it. Maybe they just had to send a steam truck and it took an absolute eternity to get down here or something? Come on, little guy, you got this. You got this. Pop right on in there. There we go. Okay, ammonia. And this is the first time it's running. Products finished 0. So it's not like something else is going on. That was the first delivery of ammonia. Maybe I ought to go ahead and bump that up just a smidge. Granted, that much ammonia will probably last us a while, but all the same. Okay, so soda ash is coming in. We make about 1 every 3 seconds, it looks like. What is the stack size here? 100. Okay, so that will be a minute, but once it gets made, that should give us plenty for glass making, because glass doesn't take very much. Yeah, you take 0.11 a second, so just one of those machines can do 3 of these guys. I actually can only run 9 of these glass machines with that many soda ash chemical plants running, which is not as much as I thought. I kind of thought it didn't take very much soda ash at all. This is just a little temporary setup, but all the same. Go ahead and set a somewhat reasonable limit on you. Don't think we're going to need more than 3 lines of sodium hydroxide anytime soon. And probably the same for you. You are at least running, which is good. Yeah, that's gonna be a minute. Your Chem Plant 2s, can I just give you a little bit of speed, perhaps? Let's see. Just looking at my inputs and outputs, and the rates of everything are very comfortably able to accommodate a lot more than this. I just don't want to build that much more of this, but maybe it's forcing my hand a smidge. So let's take that. Where do you line up? You don't. That's interesting. But also fine, I guess. I will do that. Connect you in, and I might as well just straight pipe that. And the brine as well. You're connected, don't need that there. This inserter no longer serves a purpose. Hilarious timing, but good. Just to help things along a little more. Still best full Gora split. Oh, well, that's always nice. Personal best. Metallurgic and utility science, both automated. Yeah, it's the bonus that you get from Vulcanus really can't be understated. Just being able to get that prod on your metals, that's... You know, there's no reason, in my opinion, to really do anything else in Space Age until you have that. There, have fun. That way at least makes it easy to tell that I can remove that power pole once this area can be ripped up. Okay, and there's the first stack of soda ash. So glass should be able to begin now. Yes, so we did dispatch someone to go and pick up soda ash. They have a long drive ahead of them. It's probably this guy right here. He has to come all the way up. Actually, oh, he has to go around. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, he's got a drive ahead of him. I guess that's why I gave you 4 trucks. You're probably gonna need 4 trucks. You might need more than 4 trucks. Let's give you a couple extras. Need more in Vulcanus? Just build more, exactly. Well, I mean, that's doing its best. It'll be here before too long. And I believe glass should be the last thing that science needs. Why are you blinking at me? Ah, I set the requests in these two, so let's go ahead and clear those. Okay, so you have your fluids. All you need is glass. In fact, I wonder, can I just do... How many pieces of glass? 3? Does look like I have some glass in logistics storage, at least. I just want to see it run. There we go. And I never finished the belt over here, so I'm glad I checked. This one seems good, that seems good, okay. Somehow the belt was not good though. Anyway, as the bots start bringing stuff in, that's gonna produce the very first green science. There we go. Finally, finally, finally. I've had the ability to make green science for so long. I think I've practically rebuilt my base twice since I unlocked the ability to make green science, but it is finally done. So there we go. I guess I'll come up to the labs around the same place that I request the other science pack. Well, hold on. Both of the existing belts are full. it is true, temporarily, I might just bring green science in with logistics bots until I do finally get a more permanent location for science. Yeah, that doesn't seem too unreasonable. If I can find them. There you are, green science, okay. 200 sounds fine. And there we go. Okay, so you're gonna get loaded up. That's all fine and dandy. Then just turn around and put you into a supply chest. Bit of a journey for the bots, but I think they'll manage. There's also only 8 science packs in here, which I mean everyone only has one product finished because I just forced the glass into it. But glass should be running by now, I think. Okay, we have 2 trucks bringing soda ash in. They still have not arrived. Oh. Nope, okay, you're just coming for acid. Never mind. You're bringing in ammonia. You're not even a pickup. Okay, 2 of the pickups has arrived. Okay, and the 3rd pickup has been dispatched. That's me. Okay, that was a surprise. There's 1 of the soda ash trucks. Let's see if I can find the other. So I would kind of like to know where it is. You guys can be cleaned up. More ammonia. Okay, well I don't see him so far, but I know he exists somewhere. Maybe he's already delivered, for all I know. Well, if he has, we don't have any new glass, so... whatever. I really do need a shorter road connection somehow. I might take advantage of the fact, much as I hate to, if I had elevated rails, I would just go ahead and elevate here. But being that I don't, I think I will just take a strip of road and run it this way. And where are you? Right up there. That seems like a reasonable target. Can I be 1 to the left, maybe? Yes, I can, if I hug build range. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Okay. If I get that in place, that should help a considerable amount. Because I didn't realize just how far they were going to have to make on that journey. Maybe I'll go ahead and do the same over this direction somewhere. Again, unfortunately, I have to go just under the rails. Oh well. What a storm of bots. Anyway, did glass start now? Would be nice. They're still on the way. Okay, is there anything I can do other than just watch, hopefully, for glass? Because it sure doesn't seem like it's coming. Let's get out of this area. I don't really like the character being parked up in that region. Let's go back to the bot mall. The bot mall, more than being the bot mall, is just a nice centralized area right in the middle of the base, and usually if something needs to be done, it's relatively close to the bot mall that it needs to happen in, so just a good place to be if I do ever need to do something personally. So I just like to stand somewhere right around in here. We got soda ash! Let's go! Let's go! It finally arrived! Okay, so that is now making glass, and as soon as this glass has made, that should allow us to... Okay, and it is also 1 soda ash to 3 glass, so it's not like we need an absurd amount of soda ash. That is kind of what I was thinking earlier. But anyway, that is going to help a considerable degree and put us over the line for green science. That's going to give us our last little bit. I think that's time for a celebratory drink of water. I don't know about you. Okay, so there we go. Glass is coming in, we have a stack, the truck will be coming to pick it up. We can consider that finished. So, as soon as sodium processing has finished, what does that get me? I can turn 65 brine into 6 salts, or 40 brine into 3 salt. Roughly 10 to 1, or 4 to 3. Hold on. So that's 75%. And this one is just under... Hold on. What? Why is my brain exploding? Those numbers don't make sense. No, not... Okay, not 4 to 3. 40 to 3. There we go. So that's roughly... 75%. And you are... also probably like 80%? Like just shy of 10%. Oh, you do output steam and saline. You only output steam, and you output a good bit more steam than this one does. I can turn you back into seawater if I ever wanted to for some reason. I can also just make sodium out of sodium hydroxide if I want to bistep this whole salt thing. I'm sure salt is probably useful for other things as well. You are used in rocket fuel, which is interesting. And I make sodium sulfate out of you, and I do believe sodium sulfate is something important. Anyway, the reason I was looking at this so carefully is I was just trying to figure out how I want to get salt. And it does look like I'm probably best off using heat exchangers, but that does make for a bulky setup. On the other hand, it does produce a little bit of steam for me, which is always a nice bonus. So I need an area that's going to produce brine and can output salt. And it looks like the main thing I do with salt is either make sodium or sodium sulfate. Is sodium useful for anything? Batteries. Ooh, and titanium at some point. Okay, 6 sodium to 1 titanium. Interesting. But it does look like it's mostly a catalyst. Free salt provides 2 sodium, and from 6 sodium we get 4 salt. Let's see, that would be 3 recipes, that would be 9, so we get about half the salt back. Okay. Okay, interesting. Batteries also take sodium. Lamp 2 takes sodium. Does anything take lamp 2? They do, unfortunately. Car 2? There's a car 2. Okay, sure. Anyway, the whole point is I was trying to see if sodium is an important resource, and it does look like there are some things that will be made with sodium. As opposed to all the salt going into sodium sulfate, which I kind of thought might be the case. Yeah, because I do need sodium sulfate for things in abstract. Quite a lot goes into glass, actually. Soda ash and sodium sulfate goes into a better recipe for glass, but sodium sulfate also goes into a better recipe for soda ash, so that is a lot of sodium sulfate. And it's 2 salt to 1, also. So I should plan on having a good bit of this. I should probably plan production area that can produce a red belt of salt. That is what I'm thinking. As such, where would I want to put that? Well, let's figure out how big it needs to be, first of all. So let me copy a single strip of one of these. I would like one that lines up better if possible. Maybe like the very first one? Nope. Nope, okay. Never mind then. We'll just take everything. So. Brine could be made anywhere, really, but I want somewhere near ocean water, ideally. Which is making me think over here, kind of where the snake and the train tracks are. It's far enough away that it's not really in the way of anything. Like, I wouldn't want to do it here, because that's where I would like science-related stuff to go. I could do it down here. I do need a lot of salt for glass production, and this is where glass production is. I could also do it over here. I don't know why, I kind of like over here. This just seems like a good place to do it. I'd want to start on this side of these belts, because I am going to need to make brine, which is likely going to start with saline water. So I need a whole, like, fluid processing area over this way somewhere. So I think I'll do it more like this. Yeah, I think this is fine right here. So let me set the recipe and figure out how many of these I'm likely to need. Oh, I don't have the recipe yet, though. Well, crafting speed 1 on a heat exchanger 1. Can I make a heat exchanger 2? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Well, all the same, it says it is a 1-second crafting time, so everything should just be as is. So 65 brine in, 6 salt out. So for a red belt, I would only need 5 of these, which is not bad at all. Okay, so that's why the panels and the boilers were separated. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can just do this. Make sure to drag you down. There is 4, so 1 more. There we are. Clean up the top. And let's get some heat storage in here as well. Should be fine. So I do have an item output from you, and a pretty considerable one. It's 3 a second. No, it is 6 a second. Okay, that is quite a lot. Oh, and you output steam. Wow, okay. So let's say the steam gets undergrounded to here, and the brine is here. So brine and steam, and brine. There we go. Might as well go ahead and connect those, I guess. Okay. Should be cool. Now, the real problem is the inserters. So 6 a second, huh? If I do something like that, I might be able to manage 6 a second. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay. I do need to even the belt out a little bit. So what I'm thinking is these first two can entirely output to the right side of the belt. So 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 inserters plus 1, 2, 3. So that's 9 inserters on the right side of the belt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are only 6 for the left, so I actually may have gone overkill. So how many did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I only need to move 1. Because now there's only 8 on the right side of the belt. There's 7 on the left side of the belt. So that is as close as I can get it to balanced. And I will just bring the salt. I did say this was a red belt. So I plan on bringing the salt down this way and out. And then we'll go into road storage over that way somewhere. I do have to get power poles into here somehow. There's a pylon right there. Yeah, oh cool, okay. I do still have to actually produce the brine. Oh, and deal with the steam, that's true also. I'll probably feed you into some temporary storage. Have a fuel tank for the logistics drones in this area somewhere. And then the excess can go into first backup and then just regular turbines. I think that's fair. How much steam do you produce, actually? 225 is a fair amount of steam. We'll see what I can do. I have to make that much brine first. That is a lot of brine. So, 65 brine a second. Let me find a reasonable one. So, from saline water, I make brine. From seawater and steam, I can make brine. I might use some of this, actually. Seems reasonable. How do you make high pressure steam? Doesn't matter, I don't have that recipe anyway. Hydrogen chloride and caustic solution makes brine. Literally might do some of that. I can also just run some boilers on saline water. I do need more power. Like that just is true. Funny enough, that would mean that if the windmills are doing good, I suddenly might stop producing brine, though, which is hilarious. But I can't spend power when I could instead be making power from it. If nothing else, I'll just throw you into exhaust turbines. And I even then need the saline water, which still has to be processed a little bit. On the other hand, the distilleries do work on straight seawater. They just take some of the steam. No, let's not get sidetracked. So if I use heat exchangers, that's 15 brine per. So one step at a time. Each one of you is 15. That means I would need 4 and a bit. 4 and a bit per. So, like, 24, I think? I would need 24 heat exchangers. I'm kind of down, honestly. I just move them over this way instead. Oh yeah, I intend on using the steam for power. It's just one of those things you have to consider when playing Nullius, that there may be times when I actually have excess power generation, in which case some of the turbines won't be running at full capacity, and my salt could back up on steam production. So, just one of those things to keep in mind. I'm gonna need extended bot coverage over here, but that's fine. Let me just start building up this way. I will keep it at the same level. Just bring it over here. Speaking of which, I probably want to extend this over. Oh, I can just use the RoboPorts as guide. There we go. And then power. There we go. Okay, I had to be very careful because I needed them to be straight. But I believe I did that successfully. And there we go. Okay, so 25, I think I said. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just 5 stamps of these. So let's leave a little room between the RoboPort, just in case. So there's 1. Could I fit 1 more row in here? I could. Okay, in which case that brings it to 6 instead. Then that's 12 so far. And let's make sure they are placed the same. So right up against that RoboPort. So there's 12. 18. And then this will be 24, and I'll have to redo the math and see if 24 is good enough. Uh, 65 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 325. Oh, I think I actually can set this recipe at least. Let me go ahead and run these heat lines, and I will just connect them all, why not? Go ahead and get heat storage in the internal gaps, just between each set. There we go. So 325 325. Okay. So if I'm making 15 per, that's 20 would get me 300. So then just 2 more, so I need 22. So 24 is actually perfect. Okay. 24 is great. I guess I can probably copy and paste the... Well, gonna give me the inserters, though. I can at least do that much. Is this still the red panels? Yep, still red panels. Believe it or not, I only just finished Green Science not that long ago. I've had the ability to make Green Science for an absolute eternity, but I only just actually made any. This is my first Green Science research. I think I want to... How many is this? 4. And there's 6 per panel. Let me actually make this 6 of these guys. There we go. Okay, so if I put that in, do you try and spit fluid backwards? Is that how you work? Okay, you output... well, I'm glad I checked before I made a whole bunch of these, I guess. Yeah. Brine, saline water, steam. It is saline, yes? Yes it is. Okay. Then just connect the steam, I guess. Brine comes out to about here, and the saline can... Actually, it should probably be flipped. So you to here, and then you probably just max length, just however far you can go. Does that interfere with anything ever? No, we are safe to do that. Okay. And then saline can be like this level, that's fine. Okay. Let's do this. So that's 2. There's 4. There's 6. So if I just do that for every one, we should be cool. Why were you angry? No idea. Anyway, there we are. The bots should be capable of building all of this. Does look like it. Okay. We are very far from the main base, so it's going to take them a minute, but they can do it. Let's go ahead and get all of the undergrounds here in place for the saline water. I'm sure I'm going to need some pumps in place, but I will handle that when we get there. I did something. I immediately passed some sort of checkpoint. I have no idea how you could ever get here without passing that checkpoint, just surviving. That makes no sense to me. Some of the checkpoints are real weird. I would be so fascinated to see someone play Nullius who had not made the chellating agent by this point. Okay, so that's the saline water connected. Now I need to connect the brine. So once again, let's just get the pipes in place first. I didn't copy them. Well, good. I guess this gives me the opportunity to make a little copy and pastable block I can just take around. There we go. Good. And after I finish this one, I think there's one more. Yeah? Yeah, okay. I don't need that one on top. That's all good, that's all good. All cool. Okay, steam honestly can just be one big pipe. I don't see why not. We'll figure something out to do with you soon. And let's see. Okay, new recipe. I do have the brine boiling now, so let's get you in place. And make sure I properly, not horizontal, vertical. All good? All good. Okay, so let's probably get tier 1's fine. So tier 1 pump, just right here, I guess. Sure. Give you power. And bring you in. And then steam. I don't even know what I'm going to do with steam yet. These are also tier 1 pipes. Let's make sure I've upgraded all of this. Let me make a... Hold on. Get rid of that. Place you there. Tier 1 pipe. Tier 1 pipe to tier 2 pipe. And I guess I'll also do it for just regular pipe. And just upgrade everything in here. That way I don't have to hunt around for any bits. Make sure it's all good. I don't want to deal with the shorter pipe extents. Let's make sure it's all at least tier 2. I say at least, it would be tier 3 if I could. Okay, so steam. Let's try and dodge the other undergrounds I've got going on. Let's say from, like, right here. That way I can try and get another pump to line up at, like, kind of the same spot. So you probably do want to be a tier 2, and you want to be facing this way. I don't actually know how much steam this makes, so maybe that's unnecessary, now that I think about it. That should be fine. Tier 2 for this length, certainly, but not really over here. We're chilling over here. I don't even know how much saline water I'm gonna need. So, 24 of these guys. Each one taking 60. Okay, let's just say it's 25 apiece, because that's a quarter, it makes it a little easier to think about. So, for every 4... Nope, never mind, my brain already broke. So 20 would be 1,200. Another 4 would be 240, so that's 1,440. Let's say 1,450. Only reasonable place to get saline water is a hydro plant, I assume. I can combine hydrochloric acid and caustic solution, I guess. Yeah, that would be 10 hydro plants. More than 10 hydro plants making saline, actually. That's quite a lot. On Fulgora with 21.5 hours remaining. I'd say as long as you have a good plan for Gleba, that's pretty good progress. And if you have a blueprint for a good Aquilo-faring ship, that shouldn't be any issue. What am I looking for? I went to go grab something. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I was gonna see if I have a bunch of excess acid and caustic. I do, so I can use that to supplement. I can use that to supplement my saline. I could tap into some of this saline as well, but I believe this is built kind of to spec, so I don't really want to do that. But the caustic and the acid I can definitely take from. So this is already an overflow line for the acid, so I might go ahead and just steal from that. Just bring you down. What are the extents? 17 out of 144. We're chilling. Okay. just go ahead and start running you this way. And that'll do the same with the caustic. So let's make sure you are an overflow. We do have some, that's temporary though. So caustic here, that's fine. You even have power. And once again, just run you down, kind of to this level. Might as well just make that pipe. And then just run you right along with the acid. Let's not hide you behind the turbine, I guess. You can come out to there. We'll probably have pipe extent issues by that point, even though they are just fresh out of a pump, but you know, we'll see what happens. Fighters destroyed oil pump jacks, which I only noticed as I was not able to ship bots over to Fulgora. That is an issue. Entities missing. Okay, just making sure I'm not missing like landfill or something odd. They're just not placing that one pipe. Wanted to make sure there wasn't something weird going on, but no, they're just taking their time. Okay. We're also missing almost 600, okay, over 600 panels. But granted, I think we're still also building out this area up here. Yes, we are. So that's gonna be a little while. Once I have this design slammed down, I will probably go help them build panels. Anyway, where even am I? I need brine. Okay, so I do have these guys up here. In fact, I might as well just grab some hydroplants. I don't really want to build in this area on the off chance I need more than a red belt of salt. I would like to be able to just copy this up, but I suppose if I need that much salt, I can just copy this up here, and that doesn't really make any difference. In which case, let's go ahead and just back up to about here, and throw down, like, maybe three of these guys. I don't know what your throughput is. I'm gonna find out. There we are. Let's see, you can take 200 of each a second. I probably only need one of these. Let me go see what my current throughput is. Okay, so yeah, I only make like 300 of this a second, and over here, I do make a fair amount. I guess I can keep 2. That's not extreme. I will also, as with everything, just add some yield modules. Never mind. I guess I can't. That is maybe one of the first recipes I've come across, other than the electrolyzers, which is straight up don't take modules, that cannot take yield. That's interesting. I guess because technically this is a cyclical recipe. You blueprinted your starter Fulgora base, which somehow fits into small scrap islands. That is quite an achievement, honestly. The small islands are very small. Okay, green is on the bottom. Let's just make that the 1 tall, and then this can be the 2 tall. So green just goes in. How do I want to get to you? Let's just get you over there, that's fine. And then you can just have power here. Connect the saline water there. And that does produce a lot of saline water, but that is going to be circumstantial. This will not always be running. So I do want a more like primary, permanent kind of production. Let's grab these guys. Can I get a better one anywhere? Right here is perfect for what I wanted. There we go. Just because I wanted to extend bot range. Yeah, that works perfect. So anyway, grab these guys, and let's get some saline water down here as well. Had volcanists break in the past due to petroleum gas backing up. Yeah, backups are interesting. Like, even on things that you want, sometimes if you have too many, doesn't matter, it's still a problem. Okay, so I need saline from you. Yes, saline from you. It is going to produce wastewater, but funny enough, I think I might be able to reclaim wastewater somehow. No, never mind, I'm insane. Wastewater turns into saline in a hydro plant. Look at that. You do turn into sludge, which then has to be cleaned, so I'm kind of thinking, do I care that much? Takes 200 wastewater. You make 40 a second. I don't know if I care. Like, if I do produce sludge, then I just have to have another one over here, which means then I would need fresh water to deal with said sludge. Like, let's just put you there. Sludge. I can use just straight seawater, though, to deal with it. Rather than trying to get freshwater. Freshwater is just so much better, though. I'll do freshwater, that's fine. Bot-based and you feel bot speed 5 after lots of bot speed 2. Definitely agree. Blueprinted a nuclear reactor for power. I mean, nuke blueprints I think is pretty reasonable. Okay, I remember saying a number on this earlier. No idea what it was anymore. 325, I think. No, this was way higher. That was the other thing. This one was 1450? 1450, I think. So yeah, I need 10 of these, but then I do get some saline from the wastewater. So for every 400 wastewater, I get another 300, so like 75%. So 30. So I can just count these as 170 saline water instead. So 170 into 14 something. That's not my friend. I might actually just get a calculator out rather than trying to do that in my head. As much as I try to do math in my head, keep the old math brain sharp, that one's a bit of a chore. Okay, so I need 8.5, pretty much dead on. So if I just build 9, I should be good to go. Oh, and there's my new soda ash recipe. Or that was the soda ash checkpoint, rather. So I might have to turn these horizontal, actually. So there we go, there's 9. And then move these out of the way somewhere. Again, in case I need this to expand at some point. I'm trying to remember what these do. Okay, so you're the wastewater reclamation, you produce the sludge, and then the third tier is the one that actually turns the sludge into something useful. So let's flip you around, and then we'll get some wells to feed into you. Something like that. Just trying to be a little space conscious. Sludge straight in. You do 50, you do 150, so that's perfectly fine. Though I am probably going to need more of you. Let's see, you take 400. Okay, nope, I only need one of you, never mind. So the way inputs are going to work here, the wastewater has to be the too tall. Also, I should probably go ahead and get these flipped correctly, because I forgot to do that, I guess. Let's grab you, and get these all flipped around correctly. So the saline is the one tall. And then the wastewater can be the too tall. There we go. And then I just gotta get all the undergrounds in place to connect everyone up. And of course, power eventually. And after power, then I start the grueling process of figuring out just how many water intakes I'm going to need for you. So you also output saline water. So let's make sure to connect you up. And then you output a little bit of wastewater. So I have to make sure that gets priority cycling into here. You need to be one higher, and preferably over there. Actually, you just be here. Yes, you can. Look at that. That is a little inconvenient, though. Little inconvenient. Well, okay, I do underproduce your max capacity. I should be fine. I hope if this ever does back up, I'm going to be in trouble. But we'll deal with that when we get there. So, give you power. You power. Can I bring this in just a smidge? Yes, okay. There we go, so that should have everyone powered and happy. All I need now is input. Let's go ahead and just drag an input line across all of these guys and see just what I'm dealing with. So with 9, that's going to be, well, how many apiece? You're 200 apiece. I use big intakes. Big intakes. Where, okay, 500 a second. So I need 4 of you pretty much dead on. I can deal with that. Okay, I think I can start from right there. Oh, I'm just too high, that's the problem. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I don't need that one. There we go. Then I do need a landfill, even though it doesn't know it needs the landfill there. It definitely does. Otherwise, it will not be placed. And just connect on over and in. There we go. You do need power, funny enough. The ocean water intakes do need power. Does that cover everyone? It just barely missed you somehow. Maybe it covers you, actually. Just because you're, like, absolutely enormous. Currently done for the day. Should solve power for the rest of the game. Not much handcrafting should be needed on Fulgora. Hopefully not. If you're handcrafting on Fulgora, like, things get pretty painful pretty fast. But yeah, that seems like pretty good progress for the day. If you, I believe you said you started by leaving Vulcanus earlier. Anyway, this is gonna be good. You're cool, so you're gonna produce all of the brine that I need. I just need to actually get the brine into you. Pipe extends, 121. Okay, so I pretty much immediately need a pump into you, which is fair. Honestly, surprised that the steam pipe isn't yelling at me. That's kind of a shock. It's at 117 right now, but that's fine. I'll take it. Let's run you this way. And brine can connect straight up that way. Get the pipe in right there. Very good. Okay. Alright, like, I mean, some amount is unavoidable, some amount is required, but, you know, you do typically want to minimize it. This pump out in the middle of nowhere is going to need power, I guess. So let's do that. Okay, so that does give everyone saline water, which will give me brine. And then brine will give me salt. Very nice. Okay, this is all finished. All I have to do is figure out what I want to do with this excess steam that I'm generating. Which, again, pretty much immediately needs a pump, I think. Each of you is 250. So every 4 is 1,000. So divide you by 4, it gives me 6, so I have 6,000. How many tier 2 pumps is that? I think that's exactly 1. Yes, exactly 1, but then I also have the steam from these guys, so we are just over a single tier 2. So let's get 2 tier 2 pumps into here. And again, if I do want to expand this, I do want to expand it up, which means I would like to keep the turbines in the middle somewhere. So perhaps starting around in this area, since this is already kind of a mess. There we are. Just underground out to about here. And then I'm going to use open turbines. I'm not going to bother with recycling the water, since the whole point is the steam is a byproduct and I don't want to keep it. I will probably make a little fuel depot over this way. In fact, let me just grab a road from somewhere. Maybe I'll have it on this connection, actually. Hold on, something strange. I have this connected incorrectly. Which one's wrong? Okay, so this is the brine that should be feeding out. This is the steam that's feeding in, so things are correct on this end, it looks like. It's this end that I've done wrong. That's just because I put them both on the same pipe. Okay. So this one should be brine. There we go. Nope. This one should be brine. This one was correctly put down as steam. Okay, so brine. Yes, good. And then steam. Yes, good. Okay. Okay, all good. So then you will come up here, and I want to get some over this way. The whole point of doing this was to find the pipe extents for steam. So let me just see real quick. Yeah, there's like nothing here. So what if I just went ahead and ran a little pipe that way, and that way I can start fueling the bots off this excess steam at least, rather than just kind of treating it like garbage. So there's the salt depot, then one for fuel. Oh, you're kind of big. Okay, there you go. And get you connected in. There we are. Along with, I might as well go ahead and get the supply down, I guess. Don't see any reason not to. And you're gonna have to have power from somewhere. I think I'll just run a power line in this way. Barely reaches. Very nice. Okay. Currently 22C. I use a lot of Speed 1 Beacon Assembly 3s with Prod 1s. Night, see you Wednesday, probably. Yeah, see you later, man. Speed 1 beaconed assembly prod 1s. I mean, makes sense, yeah, that's especially once you reach Fulgore, that's a relatively cheap way to just stretch things a little bit. Oh yeah, you're gonna need power. Let's get you connected in. But yeah, see you later, man. 22C doesn't, like, it's not cold by any stretch, but it is definitely better than the 30 you were talking about earlier. Let's go ahead and get the saline water connected in as well. And also, since we have a pipe or a pump connection right here, I can go ahead and just set you to top up. Like 60, I guess? Well, okay, this is all excess caustic and acid anyway. So I don't need to be careful with this. I can use however much I want. That is essentially waste. So, let me just... Well, where's your brine pipe? Right here? Well, let's just connect you straight into there then. And that makes a lot more sense. There we go. Yeah, that makes way more sense. So then you come down in here. This is saline. This doesn't need a top-up because we won't have more saline. This can stay full all at once. What I should do is this one. This one gets to be a top-up. Keep it to like 60%. There we go, that's better. That way I should have room for this stuff up here. Okay, so this is all going to get built. Nice, cool, awesome. Let me check on some of the researches that I've done recently. So I did do you. Volcanic separation gives me boric acid. Okay, so salt and sulfuric acid does something. Sodium hydroxide does a thing. Definitely want to prefer using the salt recipe here because sodium hydroxide comes with that chlorine byproduct. And if anything, using salt helps me clear chlorine, even though it does provide hydrochloric acid as well. Yeah. And then sodium sulfate's used in soda ash and some of that hydrochloric acid. Okay, so that's actually a great sink for it. Though it does also produce calcium chloride. Though, great thing about calcium chloride, it can be dumped. As opposed to all the other chlorine products, I can dump calcium chloride. Okay, so that's going to be the next thing that I go to set up is the real soda ash recipe, along with some sodium sulfate. In fact, that might get set up right below salt production. I don't see any reason not to. I can just ship in the sulfuric acid. We're also right near the hydrochloric acid production area, so I can just pipe that out. Just trying to remember if there's anything that needed salt. Yes, there are things that do need just straight salt, but not a lot of them. And 2 of them will probably be made in this area, since you also produce chlorine. Yeah, I'll probably make sodium and sodium sulfate right here. In fact, let's just extend this road a touch, and then I can have 2 more loaders right there. Yeah, there's no good way to make that power pole work. Oh well, whatever. Good enough. So I need an electrolyzer for the sodium. Let's just put you down over here outside of bot range for now, so I can just set your recipes. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. Checkpoints cleared. Okay, good. And I got new furnaces. Very nice. What am I looking for? This. Okay, so make sodium. If I'm making from sodium hydroxide, I don't get chlorine though. Well, it takes chlorine. Like, I have to produce chlorine to make sodium hydroxide, so I guess that's still better. Kind of. The other thing... Where's the other thing? I kind of forget. You're made in a chem plant. Okay. So using the salt recipe again. That's gonna make those two out of sulfuric acid. Okay. Okay. This is actually hydrochloric acid right there, believe it or not. And that's already the line for my excess, and this is definitely excess, so let's see if I can't just pipe you directly into there when the time comes. The chlorine, unfortunately, does have to make the full cycle back. In fact, it's going to be kind of challenging to get you anywhere. Is that already an underground that just doesn't go anywhere? It sure is. It sure is. Not that that really helps me much. I guess that's from when I was trying to do something earlier. I can escape chlorine down this way, however. Pipe extents are basically nothing, so I do have free reign to just run for a while. Okay, that won't be a bad connection to make at all. I have no idea how much of this I'm ever going to need for anything. But it is used in titanium, and I have to assume titanium is just something I'm gonna need. Like, it's used in solar collectors in pretty decent amounts. Used in tier 4 inserters. It's even used in chests. Granted, that's still a ways away. Used in small miners, some personal upgrades, a rifle, which is just weird, motor 3s. Okay, I'm sure we will need a lot of motor 3s at some point. And this is just titanium. So we need 6 sodium to 1 titanium ingot, so we will, at least eventually, need a lot of sodium. So probably a good idea to go ahead and get a stockpile going. In fact, when I said I only wanted 1 red belt of salt for now, we will probably have another red belt of salt fairly soon. And that's just the sodium. Let's look at the other product, which I know we're also going to need quite a lot of. So 2 salt gives me 1 sodium, so already we're down to a yellow belt of sodium, even if I used my entire production right now. So 4 goes into 7 soda ash, so that's roughly 1-to-1 with salt, because 8 salt to 1, or 8 salt to 7 soda ash, there we go. And then we need 1 sodium sulfate just itself and 3 soda ash, so that's roughly 4 sodium sulfate to every 16 glass. So 1 to 4 on glass isn't that bad, but like, we do need a lot of glass. You're also apparently needed in textiles, whatever textiles happen to be. Also needed in motor 3s, filter 2s. Yeah, we're just gonna need a lot of this stuff. Okay. Wow. And keep in mind, in order to double this, I need to also double this. I might just go ahead and do it. Just while I'm already over here working on it, let's just get it done. So let's pop you down over that way. As soon as that's in place, I will make the rest of the seawater intakes, just heading out to the left. Go ahead and duplicate all of this. I guess I have to grab that radar. Didn't really want to, but it's coming with. Okay, fine. Clear the top stuff. Get a power pole connection. In fact, let me clear the existing power pole connections, and then I can just drag new ones across for better spacing. Pipe extents are good. I can double that without issue. You can double. You can double just fine. Okay. So let's go ahead and get you flipped around. There we are. And you don't need to be... Oh, you do need an underground there. Okay, never mind. Bring that across. And then we need probably another one of these. I don't think I needed to double everything up here, but if I'm doubling stuff, I'm just doubling stuff. Okay, so sludge can also go this way. So make sure that gets piped in. The water can stay for just this guy though. No reason to mix them together. That's fine. And then this can connect this way. Fine. Pipe extents are good, yes, okay. All cool. The saline water still just connects, still just goes up. Everyone's all good. Okay. I don't even have any of the turbines down, and I'm already considering making another 2 tier 2 pumps. So I probably only need 1, because it was just 1 and a tiny bit. In fact, this whole thing was exactly 1, and then this area was just the extra bit. So instead of connecting steam this way, yeah, let's just go ahead and get rid of that. I'll just allow you to deal with your own steam in a minute. I'll figure out how to deal with you later. Still, I do need the 2 pumps though. Okay. So this is cool. How much saline is that going to be now? Am I approaching pump 2 territory? Like, am I over the limit? 24. I remember doing this like 8 times. Oh yeah, it was 1,000 and let's say like 1,500, so even doubled. A tier 1 pump would be able to handle it, I think. So, not really a concern. Something we gotta be too terribly worried about. Okay, so we do have to come out pretty much all the way to here. In which case, let's make sure there is a roboport as part of this blueprint. Just, we are gonna have to clean some of this garbage up as we go. But that's fine. I removed your power pole, sorry. That is into Fog of War, unfortunately, so this isn't even going to paste correctly. I doubt my personal, like, view on the map is even going to be enough to reveal that much of the map, but I will head out that direction and just give it a look. Fortunately, we have a little bit of road. Just speeds us along a little bit, and then cliffs, and rocks. Oh well. I believe it's just right over this direction that I needed help with map view on. You can see the existing area on the mini-map right down there. And I did have a view of the first little bit. I just need to stand like right here, I think. Let's just see how that does. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Now bring you in here. Just connect up on the bottom with those guys. And paste down. Don't need these pipes. Oh, I did need that, however. There we are. You definitely need this pump to refresh the line, but we should be okay. Don't need that there. That can go. Because I'm just feeding the steam down. Don't need this. I'm just feeding the brine down. All of this is okay. All good. Okay. It does mean I probably want a pump facing this way. There we are. For the brine connection. Okay. So where does that leave me? So we've got all that. We do need the steam to connect, which probably means I need a steam connection as well. Okay, I know I also did this recently, but I don't remember, unfortunately. So 24 times 250. So that's 6,000. Okay, so that's exactly one pump. That's why I need 2 pumps below. See? I knew I remembered doing this. And there we go. So now I do need those turbines to just show up. That would be cool. And I need to get you power. Otherwise, nothing's gonna work very well. I probably should go ahead and upgrade you. I'm just expecting everything's tier 2 pumps at this point, so if something winds up being a tier 1, I get kind of surprised. And of course, doing all of that was only so that I could then make another copy of this, which will fit somewhere up here. Right there seems to work. And then I just bring these pipes up and in somewhere. I should go ahead and make a copy of these. I should also make sure you're at the same level. Okay, hold on. So, steam. Hold on. Where do I want everything to connect? Okay, everything just connects there. So I guess that's where everything should go. Is steam... Steam is the internal, okay. And then that was going off that way, okay. That's what that was for. That's fine. So brine connects there. Steam is here. Let's run steam down this way. Have a pipe. And then brine also needs to run up. Pipe extents are a-okay. And just connect in. Okay. That's a second red belt of salt. Ready to go. Ready to rock. Wonder how much ore is underneath you. Can I just pick you up? Why do you have stuff inside you? Okay, I can pick you up. And that's important because that will allow me to get another belt down this way without too much hassle. And then feed you over. There we go, okay. Perfect. And there we go. Very nice. Okay. All good, all good. That's a second belt of salt coming in. So I'll direct one belt into each process, and then whatever the leftovers are can be sent over to be loaded into the supply depot, and I think that's just fine. So I will be building this. You take way more salt than you output, and you also take more salt than you output. So neither of these will be able to make a full red belt. Yeah, you're close. In fact, you might be able to produce more than a yellow belt, because half of you would be like a 1.12, so if I feed a full red belt into you, you do actually produce slightly more than a yellow belt out. You, however, produce exactly one yellow belt out. I might also just make you a yellow belt. Does anything need salt? I've done this like 83 times. Rocket fuel needs just salt. That's literally it. Okay. How much rocket fuel do I really need? Used in the drones. Okay. That's fine. Be burned in vehicles. Yeah, good. Paving drone, paving drone, paving drone. These are all paving drones. Terraforming drone, terraforming. Okay, out of curiosity. Do you get used on anything? You get used. Paving, paving. Okay, okay, so you are used later. I was wondering just how much rocket fuel I'm gonna need, but okay, I think we're okay. Anyway, yeah, I'll just build you to the spec of one red belt of input, and as I build up excess, then it just goes in storage. That's fine. So at 2.25, if I make 4 of you, that is 9 input. Let's just go ahead and get that stamped down. You flip and you flip. Okay, so there's 4. Let's move you out of the way. Okay. So at that much, that's 18 input. If I double that, that's 36. That's too much. By how much? Only by 2 machines. Okay, so let's double you and just take 2 machines off. And I think that should be accurate. So 14. Let's also clean up a smidge. Okay. So 14 times 2 1/4. Well, a quarter of 14 would be about 3 1/2. 14 times 2 is 28, so that would give me about 32 1/2. So I could take off another machine, but then for symmetry reasons, if I took off a second, then we would be under a red belt, so this is correct. I also made you 4 spaces away. Is that what I wanted to do? Yes, it is, I think. Let me just put the pipes in first and then figure it out. Because if I do this kind of thing... Oh, come on. Then I can fit inserters in here. And then the belt should just run through the middle? Yes, it does. Okay. So let me grab those inserters. And then grab a chunk of the whole thing. There we go. And then just power. All you need. Okay, let's put power here instead, I guess. Works fine. Okay. Then just grab that and find a real place for it. Do you fit this way? Barely, yes you do. Once again, just move, please. Okay, I can get that in, but it is really in the way. What if I just bring you down a smidge? Even just like right there, I think is better. Yeah, okay, let's go with like there. And I think what I'll do is I'll move these things down. These things just don't need to be where they've been placed. There you are. And you can go like way down here somewhere. Fine. And just bring that down. There we go. Okay, and now you. Let's see what you bring to the table. Of course, I have to get your the other guy's inputs in first, so let's see what I can do about that. So, you win. Because unfortunately I did get to do this when I was originally making the blueprint. There we go. And then, of course, the belt. For copy and paste reasons, yes. All good. Let's continue you that way. There we go. Okay, tried to do too much. Whatever. I'm being too clever. Let's just put some inserters down. There we go. I'll even bring you in this way. It just makes things work better. Actually, you should probably mirror the inserters on the inside, which I didn't for some reason, so let's do that. Okay, okay. A leaf on the wind now. Watch how I falter. For just a brief moment, though this should tell you more how I've been spending my time than anything, I thought you were making a Delta Rune quote. There's an enemy, it's a thing. It doesn't really matter, but I thought that was an odd thing to just break into. How did I do that? Oh, it was unnecessary anyway. So then I have another belt coming down this way. Oh, that does give you power. Okay, I don't need that pole then, which makes everything a lot easier, because I can put you here, which means I can then put you here. And then underground you this way. Primary output to the right. Primary output to... which way? Left? That's input anyway. Let's go that way. And you can come down here. And in you go. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. This comes down... Can I not do that better somehow? Is that really all I got? really all I got. And the leaf on the wind, watch as I soar. It sums up my time in space age. Yeah, I mean, I do get that. That's kind of the experience of playing any intense Factorio game, though. You just kind of go with it, and it beats you up a little bit, but you have a good time along the way. So these can come in and merge in and go that way, and all get put into storage. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so your input is so much easier, fortunately. You are just 2. Thank you for that. Even if I want to try and account for modules and stuff, you're gonna slow down to 1.8. Well, okay, if I don't account for modules, you go to 15, so I would play 16. 16 is close enough, I think. That's just good. Not enough storage space. That's interesting. How could I possibly be out of storage space? I'm looking for disconnected robo networks, but unfortunately I doubt that is the case. Okay, it did go away though, so maybe it's fine. Those kind of make me want to look for wherever my storage is though. I do not remember. Okay, here we are. Okay, I do have room. Not like an abundance of room, but I do have room. I definitely need to start clearing some of this stuff out sooner rather than later, but that's also not really what I'm focused on right this moment. Anyway, so you. There we are. So, kind of same deal I did up there. There we go. And then I can just run a belt down the middle for the output. There's pipes along here for fluid input. And then belt along the outside for item input. There we go. How many did? 16, I believe. Yeah, 16 sounds right. Let's go ahead. Where would power go? I'll put you here. That doesn't cover the inside inserters, unfortunately. Kind of like how I just didn't provide power to these inserters for some reason. So there we go. Yeah, okay. Best I can do is that, I guess. But that works. Copy you, so there's 4. 8, 12, 16. And then go ahead and get modules in where I can. Can't put modules in you, right? Yep, didn't think so. And then just grab you and flip you this way. Let's say this way, since the outside belts are facing the right direction, and then I only have to fix one of them. Power poles are atrocious. I leave a 4 gap. Does it lessen? Only a smidge. And I kind of like the 3 gap better. So let's go with a 3 gap. In you go, and in you go. Okay, let's clean up all this excess landfill before I move build range into here. And the belt is backwards, so I will go ahead and fix that real quick. And then all of this should move down this way, along with this retro road. There we are. Okay, so that should be everything that I need to do. That should get me the 2 products. Okay, well I do still have to route the fluids, I guess. Hydrochloric acid just has to come up and out. I didn't route the fluid correctly. Okay, I can just move the inserters, that's fine. You're supposed to be long pickups. There you are. Yeah, and then I just delete all the existing inserters. And move the power poles, I guess. That's also gonna have to happen. Sorry, bots. That's like the one thing you'd already done, but it was done incorrectly. Okay. So, grab you. How did I wind up with 2 solar? Whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, there we go. Now everything is in place. Once again, build range. I can continue this line over, I suppose. You don't have power. That's probably something you should have. Okay, and that should give me a build range of everything that matters. So that one roboport will fix the whole problem by itself. I can't help but notice I don't have any salt yet, but that's because I'm still waiting on like 600 panels to get placed. Bring that in. We do have plenty of saline water, but this isn't supposed to be saline water. That's because you produce saline water and I'm dumb. Okay. Break all that. Break that. I mean, I am going to need a pipe going upwards, I guess, so I suppose you can stay, but this needs to go. Purge the saline water. And purge the saline water. Yeah, hopefully that didn't mess anything up. Yes, I believe that is the pipe that's supposed to have the brine in it, so we are still cool, still cool. Okay, anyway, you come up this way and just connect in. There's the brine connection, have fun. Saline needs to run this way somewhere. Just keep running, I guess. There you go. And in. You're also going to need a pump. So let's just go ahead and put one, like, right here. And in you go. No universe where that pump is not needed, so might as well just go ahead and get it put in. Okay, right before it's been placed, we're just waiting for the bots to come down and build all this. We are about as far from the base as possible. Go ahead and do that. What I need to do, I guess, is help them work on the solar collectors. I also need radar range in this area before I leave, so let me look for radars. I'm sure I have some. Not as many as I expected, honestly, but I'll make do. Personal bots, thank you. You're the best, personal bots. I made something. Handcraft. Okay, I have unlocked a new crafting machine that makes all kinds of stuff, and probably not anything I can actually even make yet. I mean, cool, I guess. Can I do anything with you? You can make logic dies, I guess. I don't know why I would. Crafting speed 1 as opposed to 7.5, I guess. Modules 1, module slots 3. Okay, there are 3 module slots on you. That's a pretty big benefit. You can also make polycrystalline bowls. Interesting, okay. The fluid connection is interesting. Yeah, the fluid connection's real interesting. Not dealing with that right now, though. So let's go see what I can do about those solar panels. I believe that's probably just going to be aluminum being slow as always, which then just prompts the question, shouldn't you just have more aluminum? And yeah, but that's a little easier said than done. In fact, here's the here's nickel, so bauxite's going to be right around in here. Let's just go see how aluminum's doing. I'm just preemptively saying that's going to be the issue. No crushed bauxite. Well, you are on a yellow belt. What if I just go ahead and upgrade, even just through that section right there? Does that help at all? It looks like it helped, actually. Like, as this comes up, the belts sure do look more saturated. Oh, I didn't even get this last splitter placed, funny enough. I don't know why, I guess a base bot claimed it. Oh, okay, well you were right there. Never mind. Well, that's definitely better throughput, gotta say. It did immediately die, it looks like. Maybe I was just churning through a backlog in the crushers. Just watching that real careful. Yeah, it doesn't look like it can quite input enough to run full-time. Like it's nearly there, but just not quite. I'll have to do real fast. Okay, so you pick up from there and go there. Okay, just a little extra. You can pick up from there and go there. There we are. So let's see, 2.8 in and 2.8 out. So if it takes 2 inserters to load you, it's going to take 2 inserters to unload you. So do that and put you in place. And kind of same deal there, but reversed. You grab from there and output here. And you can just have 2 outputs. You can just have 2 outputs. And you can just have 2 outputs. Everyone can have 2 outputs. There we go. Okay. So if anyone has trouble, it should be this guy on the end. But it does look like he's doing just fine. Okay, very good, very good. Okay. Time will tell if that does back up at all, if I need to do anything else, but it does seem to be moving along a little more nicely than before. Just at the very least. I'm kind of riding on the belts to give myself an impression of when the material might have joined the belt. So things are making it up here to the last machine. It's certainly not running full time, but, well, it is running, so that's something. And then that's coming down into the furnaces. And all of the furnaces are running, even with the speed beacons next to them. I could add more speed beacons to the left, but not really to the right. So I haven't bothered yet. I used red underground, so I might be able to rework just like one more beacon in there or something, but I didn't figure that was worth all that much. When each beacon's only given about 7% speed bonus to these guys. It is definitely more aluminum than I had a minute ago, at least. So, I mean, what more can I do? Let's see how the solar panels are doing. Missing heat pipe. Where is heat pipe? There you are. Missing regular pipe. I could just add another pipe assembler to the side. That doesn't seem that absurd. Just do that. You are gonna need an inserter, though. You usually like having input. There you are. And you do seem to be running quickly enough. Yeah, you need less than one item a second input, so that should be fine. 1.8 is what we're outputting. That's almost perfectly what you can take in. So, shouldn't be pipe restricted anymore, but you will be restricted on the amount of aluminum sheets you can get in now. But hey, at least it's not pipe. Where do aluminum sheets come from? This guy down here. Okay, so you have a lot of aluminum sheets in you. That's fine. Decent backlog at least. Go ahead and upgrade that inserter. Just make things a little faster. There you are. Okay. That should be a lot better. Then that's going to produce a lot more pipe. It takes 4 pipe for every panel, I believe. Look over here. Yes, it does. And now we're out of glass. Out of glass, huh? Well, we have plenty of glass in here. Maybe it's just that your inserter can't keep up. That would make sense. That's a lot of items per second. The logistics bots just so lazily coming. Oh, look at all those guys. Wonder where they're going. Huh. Looks like they're headed this way. They must be building this area, but this has been in build range for a long time now, so I don't know why they just suddenly decided to come down here. Yeah, they're all carrying belt and different stuff. Weird. Okay. Whatever. That's fine. Big storm of bots. Very busy, okay. Still needs glass. You. I might just crank you up a bit. Don't really mind keeping extras of these materials. They're fairly cheap, other than the heat pipe, but whenever I need these, as I've said before, it's not like I ever need just 10 or 20. I usually need a lot, so keeping some parts in the chest, probably a good idea. Yep, okay. So that's getting built, that's good at least. Research has been stopped for a while. Let me come in and see if there's anything I should be focused on. Make graphite from methane. Why would I do that? I guess there are some things that are going to give me methane before too long. Trace separation, huh? Like, so far I am just burning methane. Like, I do have excess methane, so maybe being able to reclaim some of the hydrogen, if nothing else, would be kind of nice. If anything, the graphite might be a product kind of hard to get rid of. I get a recipe for breaking ethylene into methane, propene, and benzene. And I can break propene into methane, ethylene, and benzene. So I can basically just crack them, but like cyclically. Which is kind of cool. Not sure that's what I want to go for first. Okay, a better nickel recipe would be very welcome. Iron, not so much. I don't really care about iron. Better nickel, definitely. Let's just go ahead and queue that one. This looks like important stuff for progression, so let's go ahead and queue you as well. Lab speed, might as well. Venting 2, actually, unironically, sounds kind of nice because outfalls and chimneys are often pretty restrictive. I mean, think about how many times I've had to make giant chimney blocks. Multi-pipe connection doesn't sound interesting at all, so that can just stay there. Distribution 2, well, it seems like it could be interesting. It really just gives larger chests. Oh well, I'm not that interested. It does lead to the ability for the depots to be logistics connected though, which I do kind of want. Could also just go mining prod. Phosphor processing. That's a much better recipe for phosphoric acid, actually. And I can just avoid the chelating agent, whatever it is. No idea why I would ever want to do that, but I could. I could, I guess. I'll take that. And then probably mining prod. Does this go anywhere? It does. So I guess I'll throw that on the end. Just to have some science going in the background while I'm working on other things. Yeah, it is input limited, it appears. So I did just change that, and I did spend a lot of time in research, so maybe the bots just haven't had the time to catch up yet. Like, all of that should be on the way. There should be bots bringing it in. How many am I missing? 700, along with about 400 heat pipe. Okay. So, a considerable amount. How is this doing up here? You're going, okay. That's fine, I guess. Can't complain. Yeah, even with the purple inserters, it doesn't look like the inserter can keep you full. You just need a lot of items in you. I could sneak in a second inserter. Oh, why not? Pick up here and drop there. Have fun. You can help. Yeah, you can help. Have fun. Hey, it made the difference. It's able to run continuously now, it looks like. Yeah, look at that. Okay. I should keep it coming in a little faster, at least. As long as production can keep up with that. What do you take? You can take 0.9 a second of the heat pipe, at least. What I was thinking about. And you produce 0.95. Okay. Okay. Well, at least they're in step with each other, I guess. Not much more I can do to help that other than just handcrafting, I think. Might as well go ahead and handcraft some more explosives. I'm sure they're going to be needed. Clean up my inventory of junk just a smidge. Anything else in here? Not that I immediately see. Not that jumps out at me, at least. I do need to make the soda ash. The soda ash area. Calcium carbonate, sodium sulfate, graphite, hydrochloric acid, and oxygen, and then a whole bunch of byproducts that I really don't want. I will probably just reconstitute the sulfur dioxide into sulfuric acid, and then ship out sulfuric acid. I don't think sulfur dioxide itself is used for anything. I guess I can check. You're literally only turned into sulfuric acid. Okay. Carbon dioxide is many places as I make carbon dioxide. That's not really a product I'm concerned about keeping. I can just invent that. Calcium chloride solution, the reason I make it in other places is because it can be voided. It is used in things, however, which does make me hesitate just a smidge. But I can always just come and claim it if I need it, I guess. I might just have an overflow that voids it and also load it into storage. Actually, I'm just right here. I could just put you with the existing setup. That's no big deal. That is, assuming, of course, that I make the soda ash kind of in this area over here. Or maybe even in this area, like in this square that I've carved out. Pending, I may even be able to just put it right there. What machine is it made in? I would assume a chemical plant. Please? Distillery. Okay, interesting. Made in a distillery, huh? Okay, well that's a lot of inputs and outputs to keep track of, but let's just pop one down and see what we can do. And I do think I liked the idea of building it in this area, even though we are kind of capped in by the iron here. We'll have to see how many of these we even want to begin with. So if I just do that, what does this give me? What is my highest throughput item? Highest throughput is my output at 2.8. The highest input is tied, unfortunately. Unfortunate, because if there was a clear winner, it could be the near belt, and then the other input could be on a far belt, but oh well. I'd say most reasonably, what I should do then is have an output belt. Well, there's so many fluids, though. I was gonna say maybe I could just have belts on both sides, but there's so many fluids to deal with. What I might do instead, 2, 3, is just space them out like this. 1, 2, 3. And then I can have an extra belt down the middle. So the 1 tall, the 2 tall. 1, 1, 2. Get all these connected in. There you go. And then I can try and fish an inserter into the center there. That works. Just have to make sure you're a double pickup. And then I can also put one here, who is a double pickup. Up and double drop. So there we go. Go ahead and copy that onto this guy, and then a vertical flip for this one. And this one. Just make sure the belts are going the right direction. There we go. And I still have to get power in somewhere. I'd say that's pretty much perfect. Hold on. Let me just put you there. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. And then you don't want to connect. Okay. Idea number 2, I can just do that instead. And you still don't want to connect. Well, I need power for the middle guys anyway. Whatever. It's fine. Then this can be the output right there. Just carry it out. You only need 3 inputs a second, so that should be sufficient for your inputs. There's your output, and then it still allows me room to route your fluid outputs. So let's say this one is the 3 tall, and then this one is the 1 tall. So 1, 2, 3, then 2 and 1, and 1 and 2 and 3, and then just connect everyone up. There we go. And then the same this way. And keep in mind, this isn't even, like, to any particular ratio. I was just trying to find a design that works at all. So, how much does this even do? So, 2.8. 2.8, huh? Well, I'm only making, right now, a yellow belt of the sodium... What even is that sodium? Sodium sulfate. Not that that's a good idea to try and build to that. I guess I'll build to a yellow belt of output. And then that's what I've done for everything else. It just makes it easier to upgrade later. So if I have 2.8, then 5 would be 14, and then 1 more. So I need 6. That works well enough. Yeah, that works well enough. There's 4 already. Let me just grab this. I think that makes the most sense. Vertical flip? No, okay, this isn't working somehow. Okay, let me grab like this instead. Now it works. Okay. So there's the 2 extra that I needed. That should get me 6. And 6 and 2 is 12. 6 times 0.8 gives me 4.8. So that's 16.8, which is fine. If I tried to reduce it from there, then we would be under. So let's just say that's good enough. This oxygen pipe doesn't connect, and that kind of ruins the whole pattern. Okay. I guess, rather than undergrounding here, oxygen will just underground past the belts. That's fine. Whatever. Let's just get it in place. Oh cool, okay. So that's gonna be soda ash. I just have to actually get your inputs in here first. One of them is gonna be this guy. I will probably just take a belt of you over that direction. You also need graphite and calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate. Funny enough, I believe that is, the whatever that is. Oh god. Calcite. So there's literally a belt right there at calcite. My calcium carbonate right there. I even have a belt stretching backwards. That's perfect. Okay. So I can also just belt that in. And then graphite? Well, graphite's also going to be right over here somewhere. Yeah, there's a belt of graphite literally there. So I can just belt everything into you. And then I'll deal with your byproducts when I'm done. Let's get your inputs sorted out first. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not really sure what gets priority here. What if I got another inserter? Because you take so many items in. I think I'm gonna need another inserter, if anything. So let me put another inserter. And I might just have a third belt. Like, I could kind of make that work. Like, from even just right there or something, right? I could easily grab this inserter, go here, make you a 3 away, and then drop you 2 away. And you're going to be real slow, but you can just be for the graphite, which I need a lot less of than I do the other stuff. I'm probably going to be input restricted already, so I don't think it matters too terribly much. If I just do that on the edge of every one of those, like, off-center inserters, it should just work out. Yeah, I think that just works out. Okay. And there we go. Oh, I do need to continue you, though. Okay. So that can be graphite. And then we have a belt for sodium sulfate. And we have one belt for calcium carbonate. So calcium carbonate's right there. Literally right there. Is that input? Okay, there's output. So output just needs to come down that way. I think I'll start with graphite because that's the one most liable to just get in the way. So let's put you here. Keep you one belt length away from that so I can underground easily. Didn't matter actually. Let's just go ahead and bring you down then. And where do you want to be? Graphite wants to be this one right here. Okay, it's long, it's not that long. But it's a little longer than that. There we go, okay. I can just bring you in this way and down, so that's graphite. The next one's going to be calcium carbonate. So let's go ahead and split you here. unfortunate placement. Oh well. That's backwards. You're facing the right direction though. Okay, just had to check. And bring you in. There you go. That's still facing the wrong direction somehow. But there we go. Let's go ahead and turn that down. Might as well be red through the red sections. It can be yellow down here if it wants, but it should stay red if it has been red. Just a good rule of thumb is what I tried to say. Underground U to allow easier access to this belt here. And just see where I can even get that in from. Split you probably here. And just run this way and to the other side of the road like a chicken. And then just straight up this way, I guess. You want to be inside the robot port so bad? Yes, you do. So 1, 2. 1, 2. There we are. Let's go ahead and underground the iron ore, if I can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just barely. Could have used red, of course, but eh. And in you go. Okay, so that should be all of your inputs taken care of, even though it doesn't look like it because none of them are here yet. I also don't know why you say you don't have power. What's, what? Wire cannot reach. Oh, you're connected to a pylon. I could have sworn that was connected. Oh, wow, that is weird. I could have sworn that was connected. Okay. Fair enough. There's no good place to put a power pole for you. I literally might put you over here because I think you're just a smidge better, but nah, this one's more out of the way. Okay. Anyway, there you are. So construction bots will get that taken care of soon enough. Okay, there's the graphite coming in. And then I need hydrochloric acid and oxygen. So oxygen wants to be over there somewhere, and hydrochloric acid over here. Hydrochloric acid's pretty easy. Granted, this is the overflow line, and I don't think I actually want to connect to the overflow line. I think this deserves a primary connection. Here's one of the outputs. Oh, am I smart? No, that's for chlorine. Something I was doing was gonna produce chlorine. It was you. Okay, sidetrack time. Let's go get you connected. Pop you in there. And let's go connect to chlorine. There we go. Okay. Very good, very nice. So there's a chlorine connection. Probably needs a pump somewhere, but I'll deal with it if it yells at me. Anyway, oxygen and acid. Is there a real acid connection anywhere? No. Okay, so I'm gonna be running this direction, and then down it looks like. Do I want to run along with caustic? I could. Definitely could. Have to be one higher than that though, or I could just underground you there. I suppose either way would work. Hilariously, there's another acid connection there. Maybe I don't want to do this then? Maybe that would just be confusing. Yeah, I'll come down and run along with this pipe instead. which is chlorine, funny enough. Go there, and then you can just be pipe. Okay. So, acid connection right here. Right here. And just pop in. Oxygen! Where is oxygen? Well, I'm voiding oxygen over this way, which means this line is a real oxygen. Can I just send oxygen that direction? Let's find out. Yeah, that's not too bad. Just pop you in right there. Ooh, pipe extents might be an issue. Let's just run you this way. Maybe even that's a little too far. Can't make the pump line up, unfortunately, so yeah, I'll just tuck you over there. And then oxygen is somewhere in here. I have you right there. Fortunately, that works really poorly for these belts that I just placed in. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll just do them from here. Just make them match. There you go. Wonderful. Okay. And in you go. So that should be oxygen. Done. You need a pump. I don't even know which way you're flowing, honestly. You're my input, so you're going to be flowing this way. I have a thing right here, but that isn't good enough for you, so let's just leave that there. Yes, I have to pump right here. Guess that's kind of my only option. Okay. Good enough, sure. Anyway, that'll get fluid down here. Did oxygen get built? Not yet. Though we did reach the pump. Okay, as long as we have the pump, we should be fine. If it can go that far, it's not going to be too angry with us. It just has to complete it. We're not going to get the sodium sulfate because we don't have any salt because we don't have solar panels. Though granted, we also don't have any sulfuric acid coming in, so maybe I should go ahead and request that. Just like right there. Sulfuric acid, there you go. Okay. So that should be everything, just waiting on the last oxygen pipes, and once that's made, then I have these outputs to deal with. Since we request sulfuric acid right there, I'll just mix you with water and send you right back in that way. In fact, probably a good idea. I raise this power pole by 1. Probably a good idea to put a pump right here and set you to top up, and then I can feed sulfuric acid back into the system. That being the case, I'll just run a line of this down. Wonder how far I should go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just where the next one would wind up if I did wind up tiling this again. So this pipe would have to move, but this pipe would not. This is outside of build range. I could just place another roboport. And I might do that. I probably will. Let's just grab you. There we are. Why are you off-grid? How did that happen? Yeah, you're one tile too high somehow. Wait, what? Nope, I'm stupid. This one is one tile too low. There we go, that'll do it. Well, I'm glad I didn't immediately lose radar coverage, because that would have been annoying. Anyway, that should all get built. I guess pipes can come this way. Where do I want to get water down here to make sulfuric acid? Okay, I do have the new aluminum research. That's very good. Okay, please place the radar, or I'm going to lose map coverage and I will be sad. Okay, hilarious idea. I could put a couple closed turbines down here and use them to generate the water to make sulfuric acid. I'm just gonna do that, that's funny. Let's grab some closed turbines. Wherever turbines happen to be. There you are. Closed turbines. It does mean having to get the steam down here. That's not that big of a deal. Maybe I'll bring it in like this way. This is the main road, so allow me to continue that down a smidge. Just so I know where I can and cannot be. Okay, so we need a chemical plant. Let me work backwards here. How much do you produce? 4. Okay, 4 a second. From 6, so that's only 24 a second. So we're not exactly breaking the bank here. I think a single chem plant will be more than enough. I'm having a real hard time deciding where I even want this to go. Like, let's just say I put you here. Feed you straight in. You're gonna make sulfuric acid. You take a little bit of oxygen. Well, fortunately, I have oxygen right over there. Okay, just bring that on in. And make sure to connect the corners. There you are, there you are. And water. Water is the interesting one. So, those turbine. Let's get just a line of them over here. There we are. What do you take in? You only take in 16 a second. That's actually only 4, so if I want you to run full-time, I do need another one of you. Funny enough. That's why I purposely gave you a little bit of room. Just in case. There we go, okay. And then sulfuric acid just comes out the top. We'll deal with that when we're done. So, water connection. And steam pipe. Let's say water just connects right there, I guess. That's there. That should be everything, yeah. Okay. I might add a tank to the water. In which case, this needs to move right there. There we are. And these turbines really aren't for power. Really, the purpose of these turbines is just to make water. And I do need 32 water a second, so I actually do need these to be running. What happens if you try to make a closed turbine exhaust? Just out of curiosity. Primary energy provider like wind turbines. Operates whether or not the energy produced is required. Useful to extract bonus power from byproduct management or decompression when flow must not be interrupted. Switch generation mode. I'd say that's pretty much the exact case right now. I'll leave half of these as normal and the other half as closed. I am curious. That's high pressure steam. This is steam. Okay. 1.8 seconds, of course. Crafting speed of 2.4. Well, at the very least, that means you're doing more than 1 a second. It's about 1.5 a second. So that means you're producing about 90 water by yourself, which is more than enough. So I can make all but one of these standard. In fact, let me do this and that. And that way, if I do need to expand this for whatever reason, I don't know why I would, I only have the one exhaust and I don't have to work around that. There we go. Oh yeah, you're gonna need power too, aren't you? Okay, let me rework that. There we go. That should be fine. Should be fine. I just need to get the actual steam into here. Steam is this pipe. Oh, I already have a steam pipe. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good. Okay, pipe extents are at 91. So, could be better, could be worse. Create 10k purple science. Not bad. I have no idea if that's going to make it or not. We will just have to find out. In fact, I might go ahead and just throw a pump up here. There we are. Just in case I do need to work on these steam pipes and stuff in the future, I don't like stretching them completely to their edge. If I need a pump, just throw a pump on there, you know? Okay, so carbon dioxide, unless there's something consuming carbon dioxide, like right here, it's getting voided. And I'm telling you, I don't see anything. Yeah, okay, so you just get voided. The only exception would be, can I do something with you? No, I pretty much just vent you. I can turn lime back into calcium carbonate, that's hilarious. But yeah, you just get voided. So, how much per? Oh, it's hard to even tell. 32 apiece. Okay, so every 3 of you, I need 1 chimney, so I only need 2 chimneys. What a welcome change of pace. So 1, 2, 3. And then you go. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's all fine. Just making sure I'm actually venting the correct gas. So last thing to take care of is the calcium chloride solution. That's this guy right here. How do I want to get this down? Could run you with oxygen. Like right there. That's not too bad, I think. I can work with that. Yeah, that works. How's pipe extents? 31 out of 144. Perfectly fine. Okay. Okay, okay. And in you go. So you should be all set. That's all 3 of your output gases taken care of. Really, the only thing I don't do anything about is the soda ash itself, funny enough. That's the only one I don't really take care of yet. So let's see if I can get a provider or a supply station in here somewhere. Maybe just like right there. I think right there is good. I might actually want to move you back even just one more. There we go. That allows me to still be able to split into you, get a belt out, and an inserter. There we go. Oh yeah, so split in, and you're good. Everyone's cool. Everyone's cool. Okay, very good. Well, we're making decent progress on those, the heating panels. I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but I think we've made about 50% progress, which I mean, hey, it could have always been faster, but it could have been slower too. They are purposefully building it in such a way so that these cannot turn on yet. The robots are sabotaging me. But we do have brine in the pipe, which means some, or even just a one, of these heat exchangers has turned on at some point. They are in fact full of steam, which is an issue. Funny enough, I don't have steam in this pipe. I guess that's because I never connected the steam this way, funny enough. Maybe I do want to do that. Let me see what I can do. Okay. I believe there is a pump right there. Yes, there is. So you can be the steam pump, but you are going to be top up. And of course I can't set you from here. I have to wait for it to be placed. But all the same, I can then just connect you in. Oh, there's a tiny bit of steam. We got the very first salt. Let's go. Let's go. Aw, it's beautiful. You'll have to see it. Okay. Actually I want that. Okay. So, funny thing, I do want a top up, but I do also want a, an overflow this way. So let's bring that power pole down. Oh, and now that pump's upset. I can just raise you instead. Okay. Very cool, very fun. Well, nothing can happen until the bots come in and place these 2 pumps. Let's see, where are they? Okay, there are some construction bots coming in, but those look like panel construction bots. Let's see, we do at least have available construction bots, so that's a good change of pace. It does mean someone's coming to do it. We're not missing pumps again or anything, no? Okay. Come on, guys, you got this! From all the way on the other side of the base. Some robot speed upgrades are definitely high priority. In fact, can I, since I'm not really doing anything, I just look for speed. Where is my next robot speed? Robot speed 2. For some reason is only purple science, but it's locked behind basically the entire green science tree. Yeah, that's a good bit away. Unfortunately, that is a good bit away. I suppose we just have to make do with very slow bots. I'm half tempted to just run down there myself. Yep, that's heat pipe. Heat pipe. Heat pipe. Okay. Let's race the bots. We'll see who wins. I happen to have maybe 2 or 3 tier 2 pumps on me. So we'll find out. If nothing else, running down there is going to be more interesting than just staring at the blinking blueprint. Okay, it's right about this level, and then hard left. I can actually just follow these belts for a minor speed boost. There we go. And let's see, where does that get me? Okay, we're right here. Did they place them yet? Okay, they've placed some of it, but not all of it. Okay, there's the power pole. Let's just get the pipes in. There we go. Okay. Now, top up. If you like 20%. Overflow, good. Very cool. Okay. Maybe drop you to like 60, just to make sure you don't jam up. Okay, so I really should go ahead and get some turbines placed down, however. I'm just trying to figure out how many I can support. Like, how many do I need to consume this much steam? I'm really not sure. I don't want to accidentally hover over a new fluid recipe, because I probably need to look at those. Did look at you, and I know I have new furnaces. I don't want to use closed turbines up here. Definitely, we're in the realm of open turbines. So let's just get a few popped down. I am going to need power poles to make use of these, of course, so let's make sure I leave myself some room. And you can't go there because there is a pump. So that's fine, I guess. Let's get power poles in here. Okay. Then, if I just do that again... A little difficult to tell what is and isn't covered by that power pole, unfortunately, but I believe all of this is covered by this one power pole. Let's just do that. Good enough. Thank you, bots. You're the best. Pile on in. Okay. Every piece of landfill you place saves one of the base bots a 1,000,000-mile travel time. Oh, hello, logistics bot. You've had quite a journey to get out here. Well, anyway, once again, the bots are placing them in ways that are not necessarily the most immediately helpful, but it will get placed. Okay, there we go. We have one turbine connected that will start venting some of the steam, and that will allow more brine production. There we go. Okay, very nice, very nice. I will probably go ahead and make some of these exhaust turbines, just to make sure that we don't back up on steam. There we are. Okay. Should be all cool, I think. Maybe not even that many. I don't know how many I'm gonna need to be exhaust to keep the salt flowing. But like, again, the purpose of this is not to have power. The purpose of this is to get rid of the steam. Why are you missing salt? Because I didn't set your inserters properly. So drop 2 in. There we go. Everyone all cool? You have no acid because I never connected your acid. Sure. Why not? Okay. And the byproduct, the hydrochloric, is also not connected to anything, so let's make sure I get a connection to that somewhere. Here's a hydrochloric. Funny enough, you require hydrochloric. So I can run you right there and just turn you down. Let's see where that connects into. Oh, can't move. Okay. Alright. I'd say that's a decent enough connection. It's a little close to the turbines, but, you know... Oh well, it works. So let's see, the hydrochloric should be coming out. Hopefully I don't have a pump on here. I bet I have a pump on here. Hydrochloric. Come up this way. I do. Okay. I definitely do. 33 out of 64 though, so I can't afford to just move it. So let's do this. Do I need to send you back? Yes, I do. So... Hold on, I can't tell which way you're facing anymore. Okay. Down. Good. Pop up. Keep you at, like, 30%. Cool. Good. Get rid of you. Connect you in. Bring power. Everyone's happy. Probably. Maybe. Okay, I think that's acting correctly. If I bring you down, you do turn on. Yes, you do. Okay. Very good, very good. Okay. That's going to be all of that stuff taken care of. And soda ash is now being loaded in. Love to see it. Okay. Go ahead and do that. Just help out a smidge. Maybe. Maybe even some of that. So now this old soda ash area up here can just go away. Let's turn personals off. And get all of this removed. That can stay. go. So all of this goes. You stay because you power the wells, so you're important. But all of this can go. One thing I should probably do, since there's now certainly going to be soda ash in the logistics, is come over to glass. Here's glass. And you should also have a requester chest to take soda ash out of the logistics network, if possible. I don't know if that's possible. Okay, I can prioritize you, so you can go on the inside of the belt. No, actually that prioritizes you, never mind. You stay right where you were. Get a chest here, put you here. You pull from the top, and output... Is that correct? Can I go up one? No. I can go to out, though. Right there? Right there, okay. And so you can be the internal connection, and you just have to request soda ash, just to pull it out of the logistics system. There we go. Speaking of, I know there's lots of other junk clogging up the logistics system at the moment that I can probably find a place to throw. Let's see, where can you go? Good enough, I guess. Let's just get you power. And then once you're here, we will request whatever you are, calcium carbonate. And in you go. Same deal with lots of these things. Like, should probably have a request somewhere around in here. Yellow is probably fine for crushed phosphorite. Or crushed phosphorite. Okay, never mind. That sounded not right when I said it out loud, but that is definitely what it is. Okay. Just in case any winds up in the logistics, we can clear it out. Oh, thank you, bots. Sorry, I'm standing 100 million miles away. Okay, water's full, but that's fine. Once again, I don't need these turbines to be for power. They are for water, which does probably mean I can get rid of all of them. In fact, what if I just turned, like... Let me just grab you, put you right here. All the rest of that stuff is gonna go away. And just get rid of all of that. Just get rid of all of that. There we go. You still gonna have power, I wonder? Probably not. Nope, okay. I can just do that instead. There we go. And you will still have more than enough power. More than you will need. There we go. Just clean up a little bit. Okay. So all of this stuff does finally seem to be coming alive. The salt is flowing. There is no sulfuric acid, unfortunately. Though there are 3 trucks worth arriving soon. You don't have output because your inserters are just completely wrong. There we are. You are also backwards. There we go. Okay. Okay. Well, you're running at least. The chlorine is flowing away, which is nice to see. Hydrochloric acid is staying a little bit full, but I think it's supposed to. 10,000 green science. Very good. Okay. Or that's 1,000, not 10,000. My bad. See, mostly just waiting on sodium sulfate, it looks like. Probably only enough to keep the first couple up here running, but the point is, we have a lot of soda ash now. That shouldn't be a problem pretty much ever again. I think I can reduce the number of trucks now. Okay. So, glass is running. We have green science up and going. Very cool, very nice. I have several new buildings I should make in the bot mall before I forget. Is there anything I need to be focused on right this moment? Not that I know of. So let's look at the new buildings. It does mean I should probably head back up to the main part of the base myself. Let's just cut through here, grab the main road, and use it as a straight shot up. Doesn't look like much over here is running, but I think that's all iron. So that's not super... Or, that was iron, but it's on the steel line. But still, it was the iron part that wasn't running. Not exactly shocked about that. Okay. And here we are. So we're down... Okay, we have all the heat pipes. We're just missing some of the heat panels, which is pretty nice. That's made pretty decent progress. Okay, so, new stuff. I did get new furnaces. Those look like they can be made in medium assemblers. Yes, they can. I have to check now. So let's see. You're made from small furnace 3s, medium furnace 1s, and combustion chamber 2s. You take sensors, bricks, small furnace 2s, ferronickel wire, aluminum wire, and mortar, all of which I should have. Heat pipes, cool, I guess. Why not? Nano fabricator. Very expensive, and you take an intermediate part that I don't make yet, the telekinesis field. Let's just go ahead and start there, rather than just carrying on and on. So let's grab a mall square. Can you still fit here? You are in the way. Can start building here at least. Might have to redo your power, but I think you'll actually still be powered. Actually, you're powered by that power pole down there. Never mind. You are A-okay. So, new buildings. First up, furnaces. So, small furnace 3 and medium furnace 2. Then telekinesis field, I believe, is in here. No, immediate. Maybe it can't be made in here. It wouldn't be that much of a shock if that were the case. Yep, okay, telekinesis field can't be made in here. I guess it's probably that little micro... Oh no, that's what requires it. Interesting. Okay. Was there anything else? I guess I should have looked. I thought I was being smart, but maybe I was jumping the gun. I know I will need you eventually, but you're not researched yet. I know I need you, but I'm pretty sure I make you. Like, I think you're used in just regular pylons. Let me just make sure. Nothing is jumping out at me. Because it is more annoying once I've closed the screen to try and come back and do it again. I might have big chests soon. I guess if I have nothing else, I can just go ahead and do that. Sure. Okay, one thing at a time. You must be made in a large assembler, not that shocking. But the telekinesis field must be made in a small assembler. Okay. Sure, I guess. Sure. Well, I do have empty large assemblers, so let's get you to work. There we go. And let's come up here and place a small square. Didn't think I was gonna need to do that again. I don't even have a blueprint for that. What if I did this? Doesn't even work because they're not unique recipes. Okay. I should have a blueprint for this. Let's just bring this down this way, change you to 0, 1, 2, and 3, and then change your limits. So there you go. 1. Let's grab you and make sure you are 1. Same here with 2, and same here with 3. There we go. So let's see. Parameterize. You're all good. Parameter formula. You're gonna be p0 underscore s times 0.5. Then we're gonna take that the whole way down. 1, 2, 3. I don't know what the 20 is. I will have to look at that. 20 times, huh? I think that's probably also supposed to be 5. I think that's just the second one. I've changed it for whatever reason, and I think I probably shouldn't add. So 1, 2, and 3. Good. Good. And let's get you in here. And I guess I probably do need a blueprint book at this point. So you in. You in. And you in. There we go. Name. Mall squares. And let's give you an image. There we go. And just move everyone up a smidge. I guess I don't need the small one anymore. So you can go away. Okay. And then just deconstruct you. And let's make sure you are accurate. So I will have to actually fill you out. Let's see, so 5, 5. Once you get placed, you'd be good. Okay, yeah. That I just wanted to make sure the comparators were correct more than anything, and it does look like they are. So let's come up this way and just make a new square of the small one. So you get made in here, and I think literally nothing else. Because I don't think I need you. Do I make a multi-tool? It doesn't look like I do, and hey, maybe something will take that. So I might as well make some. I don't know of anything else that would be important. Yeah, nothing's really jumping out at me, so once again, I think I will just leave it at that. There you go. Might as well do the same for anything this way. Like, is there anyone missing modules who could accept modules? Most everything at this point, you should definitely have yield at this point. Most everything that can be made is an ingredient and something else, so there's not really any reason to not put yield modules and things. Like this whole line is missing them. So let's go ahead and get them all placed in. In fact, let me come up here and increase the number that I keep in stock. Let's just keep a lot. Okay, so anyway, that's all getting made, all cool. You are missing electrolyzer 2s, which must be made in large assemblers. I have electrolyzer 2s, I'm missing electrolyzer 1s. I have too many electrolyzer 1s. It says logistics storage 0. Are you outside of logistics range? No. Okay. Ah. That'll do it. Now I'm paranoid. Like, what are the odds I only missed one, but at the same time, I've been using everything else, so I know I must have only missed one. Anyway, there we go. That's going to start those making again. So you can run again. And then you can take all my expensive buildings and mash them into one guy. Which, you know, have fun with that. This nano fabricator thing up here, what does it take? You need levitation fields and transformers. Okay, maybe I don't make transformers, because I think they'd be showing up if I did. Levitation fields can be made in mediums, that's what I was curious about. Okay. I guess that gives me something for another square that... So, let's see. Equipment. Levitation field. I'm trying so hard to remember what the things were. What do you use then? Transformer, okay. Well, once again, I think that's probably good. Well, for one of these, I guess I can do the larger red... Well, I don't even want a larger red. Logistics chest. Okay, lab speed upgrade, very nice. Speaking of which, it's probably time to start working on the new lab area, because research is coming a little slow now that we do have the research. Venting, very nice. I might go ahead and set you up so that once you're researched, I can have you. Let's say Outfall 2 and Chimney 2. Yeah, fair enough. Hold on. Levitation, transformer. Let me just get the blueprint, because that makes this easier. So the first one was levitation. The second one was a transformer. And after that, we want an outfall 2. And after that, we want a chimney 2. There we go. Once you're done, we're going to move on to phosphor processing, which is going to give me a new recipe for phosphoric acid. It is going to require nitric acid and crushed phosphorite though, and I don't really have a good way of getting crushed phosphorite out. Metalworking 3. Iron and hydrochloric acid. I do need a sink for hydrochloric acid, so I might take that, not even for iron efficiency, but just to help get rid of some hydrochloric acid. Steel improvements actually would be very welcome. Aluminum ingots and more caustic would be perfectly fine by me. Yeah, that's cool. We even get the ferronickel improvements. So, fine. Let's see. Anything else? Like, what is something like this locked behind? What am I still working towards here? Okay, pyrolysis. Apparently, you are a major tech. You're locking lots of stuff. Let's grab silicon processing and calcite processing afterwards. Also, I just noticed in the bottom left, my fuel's empty again, so let's go pop up. We haven't had to do that in a while. I've been doing most of my work from that view, I guess. So, let's get that in. And that in. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Oh, cool. And to help the bots out, I'll just go ahead and grab that. Oh, do I request 100? I guess I request 100. That makes sense. Let me just grab what's in there. Let's see. How long does it predict this taking? About 15, just over 15 minutes at the current rate. Okay. What is my next science pack? When do I get to that? Okay, apparently there is a lot of green science to chew through. Here is some sort of new science, actually. There you are. Physics science. Interesting. Okay, weird. Wait, physics research, as part of science, needs the most expensive building I can make, a box of underground blue belts, and laboratory 2s and Stirling engine 2s, and just throw some substations in there too. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. And then, like, this research just casually requires 1,000 of them. Granted, the recipe does do 25 boxes of research, and if you unbox it, then each one is 5. So that is 120. Oh no, 20. Hold on. What? Okay, no, let's not get confused. So unboxing gives 5. Okay. So the recipe here gives 25 boxes of research. So that is 125 science packs. Just a pop. Which, I guess, makes it better. But still. Oof, okay. Well, it looks like it's going to be a while before we get there anyway. So let's just keep pushing on. What I was thinking is I think it is time to sort out a location for the labs. And I was trying to wonder if I needed to worry about the next science pack. And as it turns out, what I need to be worried about is my own health and safety. But let's just continue that way for now. That is in the way of the pylon, unfortunately. The Roboport does get power. I just use the Roboport as a method, because that's kind of what I thought. This is off-grid, this is for the iron patch. So I can do something like this just temporarily. There we go. Just to get through that one build right there. I could move everything just a little bit, but I don't care that much. I think we'll be fine. Anyway, that's the real grid. I'm immediately going to forget that because of this weird nonsense I'm doing right here. But oh well, what can you do? It is right in front of the inserter too. It's not even like I could just underground the belts or something. It just is what it is. Okay. Anyway, new lab area. It does kind of just make sense to put the labs like right here, but in that case, do I need to be putting them into a supply depot? I'd say no. It might be nice to have a road so that I can ship in future science packs that might take up more room. I guess that does make sense. And I don't know, there's some certain aesthetic effect of shipping in science that I kind of enjoy. So maybe I will. Why is science not running, actually? There is no glass. I saw that there was a truck of glass coming in, but let me go look at glass real quick. No silica. Okay. Well, fair enough. I don't have sandstone connected, and that is meant to be my primary source of sand. You do not have an input priority. That's a big deal. And neither do you, so let's make sure you're set. There we go. Okay. Just making sure every step of the way the byproduct sand is favored over the sandstone sand. I do have the train down here. It's just set to manual because I didn't want it running yet. But now that we actually have some of the miners set down, I think it's probably a good idea to go ahead and start the train moving. So when it shows up, well, you guys have fun over there. When it shows up, it will come over here, start unloading, wait until it's full of fuel again. And that should be roughly 4 lanes coming up and filling these guys. Though really it's not 4 lanes. I don't know exactly how much it's gonna be, but as you can see, it's probably like not even quite a yellow belt. but that's the limit of my current tier of inserter. That's just what they can manage. I should probably have some sort of balancing in here, actually. I have a balancer down here. Let me just copy that and bring it in this way. Like, right there. And since I'm going to be throwing lots of ore into the system, probably a good chance, or a good opportunity to make sure that I have something that deals with it, because it looks like I do not. I do kind of balance, but it's from right to left only. There is no left to right balance thing, so... Where's the power go? Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Gonna be the same... Oh, wait, okay, there's this guy. Oh, you have a request. There we go. Okay. All good, then. Go, little truck, go! Just waiting on the bots to build that. It doesn't matter, I've made it so long without it, I don't really think I need it that badly. But you can see just how much more sand that's gonna give us. And yeah, now that we actually have demand for stuff, we probably want to connect our resources. Probably a good idea. Speaking of which, there's no steel. Just at all. How? How have I survived this long with no steel production? Because this has been broken for a long time. Because I remember coming in and working on this. That's been broken for so long. That's been a crazy long time that has been broken. I guess I should also have a request in here for steel ingots. So let's make sure I have that. Just 50 is probably fine. And copy you up here as well. There we go. Could say the same for all these guys, but... Oh well, I don't know if there are ingots, aluminum ingots in the logistics system, but I know I just shoved some steel ingots in the system, so might as well get it going. Anyway, I guess steel's alive again. That's good. So like I was saying, let's get some labs in here. I can't make lab 2 yet, but I will be able to soon. But for the time being, we are stuck with lab 1s. So there we are. Let's get each science loaded up in here. And let me think. So you guys can both be loaded onto a belt here. Then you can do the same. Then there's 3 more still. And that's going to be a little tricky to get in with just inserters. Like, it's still fine for now. Even for the next pack, it will be fine. I do want to make sure that you wind up outputting onto the left side of this belt, just so I don't wind up having to change you later. Maybe I'll just go ahead and lay the belt correctly, because Yeah, let's just do it right. There we go. That makes you the only one who's different, which I also put you in the wrong spot. But yeah, whatever. You're good. You're fine. Let's get power down. Or over, I guess. That works. 2. Somewhere in there. Probably good. So let's just say 1 full stack. 1 full stack. 1 full. 1 full. And 1 full. And that should be plenty. And then we'll go, what's a good target? Let's say 3 rows of 3, maybe 4 rows of 3. Yeah, that's fine. There we are. And then we need power behind you. All good. And each one of you gets an inserter. This way, you might even, at this point, warrant tier 2s, because the tier 1s are really slow. Then you're gonna want power, so I guess I'll just copy this whole thing over that way. Maybe I'll run power down the back. A little nicer. There we go. Oh yeah, and I guess you'll probably want to have your belts. So there you go. Kind of surprised I haven't gotten even the first delivery yet. That's a bit of a surprise. Like, I certainly have the science. Why are they just choosing not to pick it up? Oh, I guess I was waiting on a Steam delivery. Fair enough. Oh, I don't like you. You're not my friend. Can I move you? Only kind of, and even then you're still kind of bad. I guess that works. Power poles, man. Power poles are trying to kill me. And I think they just might. They just might succeed. Okay, anyway, that's all gonna come together. That'll help research speed a good bit. I don't know if I actually make enough science to support that many labs, but if I don't, I think the easy solution is just make more science. Not that that's always the easiest thing in the world, but it's actually pretty easy to just slap down more builds as long as I can just connect them to the road. Might take them a while to go wherever they're trying to get to, but eventually you hit some sort of stream of throughput. It all equalizes eventually. So these guys aren't running because they're not getting gears, so I guess I need more throughput for gears. Which is kind of surprising. It is like 3 a second though, actually, now that I think about it. There's 5 here, so yeah, that's like 3.5 items a second. At that rate, maybe, maybe one more wouldn't be an awful idea. Oh, and I just saw power dip again. Yep, accumulators just bottomed out. The backups are hardly running though. Oh, there's a few big spikes. Accumulators charging. Okay. Okay, we're coming back into normalcy. Okay. Well, we're doing something, I guess. Looks like we still need more glass. I don't know why glass is being difficult. Glass is literally full. Okay, I just need more inserters, it looks like. There we go. You got this, bots. I believe in you. Yeah, so far concrete's only used, or cement is only used in concrete. I don't even store it anywhere. That inserter is missing power. Okay, you can stay. Fair enough. Just curious how soon I will need you though. So you are used in mortar. Okay, that's kind of the only thing. So I think I only make mortar through bots. So if I just load some cement into the bot network, I think I'm just fine. Okay, no bot coverage here, but that can be pretty easily solved. Never mind, you don't want to be here at all. I can put a roboport right there, I guess. That works. You definitely have coverage there. Once again, this power pole needs to be moved. Okay. So we do finally have this whole thermal field out here ready and going now. I wonder how much that is contributing. Okay, that is my second highest energy after the steam boilers, it looks like. So that's all my turbines combined across everything that uses turbines, keep in mind. So this one thing of Stirling engines up here is doing pretty well for itself. Not too shabby at all. That is a really cool effect, actually. It turns purple. Anyway. Yeah. So let's see. Let me exit map view so I can get a look at some of the new things I've got. Residual air separation and air separation 2. That's probably a process I need to work on soon because that looks really slow. Each one of these processes only produces 3 residual gas, and for every 50 residual gas, I get 2 trace gas. And then for every 6 trace gas, I get some helium. Ooh boy! Is that the only way to get helium? And helium is used in things. That is the only real way to get helium, until I get into fusion energy. So yes, I'm gonna say that is the only way to get helium. So I definitely need to get on that. Can I even do that yet? I don't even have the science to do that yet. Wow, okay. then why would I do this? I guess it gives argon. Argon is something that I need. Okay, I need it for titanium. I knew I needed it for silicon. I need it for green circuits. Amazing, I've played for 75 plus hours and I don't have green circuits, but, you know, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, okay, so argon seems like an important gas coming up. It's an important ingredient in lots of things, so I probably want to set up a nice little production area so I can just ship argon into places. Let's see where that could be. Okay, here's the top of science, so nothing's ever really going to be up here. So if I extend the road this way, that gives me an area that's relatively centered under my original fluid processing area that I can start doing new fluid processing in. It just means I have to move these pipes a smidge, and I think I'm more than capable. So there we go, and then just extend the road out this way. One thing that would be really cool, actually, is this the real grid? I believe this is the real grid. So let's try and make sure I stick to that. I might go ahead and just rip up these pylons. I don't need much iron ore right at this moment. So this is going to disconnect power from some things. You're also not even in build range. That's fine. Where's top and down? So there we go. Make sure I don't get those pipes on the side. And then just start running. And we're outside of build range. Okay. I guess I probably had a radar down here, and when I cut the power, I just can't see down there anymore. Seems reasonable, I guess. Maybe I'll go deal with that myself. Speaking of which, I know the radars are in here somewhere. There we go. Let's just make a few. Okay, so pick you up, and let's just continue this down. And yep, there's a radar right there. Base bots have that. Not that worried about it. I will go ahead and get the radar moved just a couple tiles over this way. That seems reasonable. And then just keep moving this down. Oh, my personal bots are off. That's why they're not doing anything. I guess that would explain it. Thank you, guys. And how much longer? Okay, we actually have a bit to go. We're only like halfway, so maybe I'll come through and pick up all of these first. And then come back with the blueprint. Thank you. And it does look like I'm going to need to go a step to the side. But I do have the sideways one right there. And if anything, I do also kind of want to continue down one. Where would you go? You're right on top of the miners, it looks like. So that's fine. Let's get rid of that pylon there. And, well, I guess if I can't bring one in from the side, I can't bring one down from the top either. That being the case, let's just throw you over there. And then run power up this way. Good enough for me. Yep, okay. So that'll all get placed before too terribly long. That's just been bothering me for way too long. Really didn't like that I had two grids going on, so I just wanted to clean that up before I came up here and started work on anything else. Speaking of, why are you in the way? Is that not part of the grid? Like, is this messed up? I'm questioning my whole life. Hold on. Where is a real grid? Okay, we have pylons here. That's a real grid. Okay, this technically is real grid down here. So let me break this. Like so. And then restore it this way. And then bring it up. Yeah, okay, so something's not quite right about that part. Let's just go ahead and keep moving this up, and then I'll come and clean up these pylons in a moment. Thank you, bots. But yeah, you can pretty clearly see that that would not be on grid then. So did I just build a fake grid? Because I hope not. Wouldn't be very cool. Okay, so that's the up and down. That's the left and right. So you're good. You're good. Up and down. Okay, so you're also off. And that's the one going down that way. So that's kind of a pain to go reconnect, but I guess it needs to be done at some point. Or does it really? I mean, it's good enough, right? I think it's probably fine. Oh, later, guys. Have fun. I will, however, continue this way. And connect over there. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. This is a little scary. I hope this is the real grid. Like, yeah, this is the real grid. Okay, so what I'm extending is correct. Let's just keep it going then. There we go. And yes, I'm sure some things will probably wind up broken or without power or something. It's just one of those things we'll have to deal with. There we go. That should all come together without too much hassle. I do need to extend you up, it looks like. There we are. And it does look like some things are now out of power. It also does look like the new grid I was extending was in fact off-grid. But there we go, okay. Ugh. So this is the real grid. Clean up the extra pylons everywhere. Okay, okay. All good. You will need to be moved down. Here, I guess. And the bots will get that sorted out one little bit at a time. Soon enough, soon enough. Oh, bye bots. Sorry about that. I was gonna go help. There we go. Okay, I still don't know what you're doing, but that's fine. Okay, looks like they're happy enough to deal with that by themselves. Oh, that needs to be there, that needs to go. Okay. How far down do I want to continue this? I'm not really sure. I'd hate to keep something off-grid and only realize later that it wasn't correct. Yeah, let's just, let's see how far down this goes. I'm not going to go all the way to the iron mine, I don't think. I just want to know. Yeah, look, that's definitely not correct. So where does the issue start? Looks like right there. Okay. And just keep it on, keep it on. Name of the game. There we go. Okay. So you go in. Let's get this guy over here put in. Very good. Everyone pile on in. Just mark U for deconstruction once the bots do get down here. And okay, we've already got power restored, so it shouldn't take them too long to do any of that. Should go relatively quickly. Okay. Oh cool, so that is grid restored. We have some sort of silicon research completed. Oh, we finally got the new chimney and outfalls. A couple new metal recipes. The aluminum and the nickel is interesting. Right. I was trying to make somewhere that produces argon. That's correct. We also got a better silicon recipe. Let's see. 2 graphite, 5 silica. 3 graphite, 6 silica. But instead of 3 ingots, we get 5 ingots and a gas byproduct. But it's carbon monoxide, which is interesting. That's what we use to produce graphite usually. How odd. Okay. Once again, let's head up to the top of the base. And I wanted to start work on a new gas and fluid area. New labs kicking off. Very good. Love to see it. None of this has power. Can't imagine why. That is a lie, of course. Let's see. Is there a not awful way to do this? I guess not. Okay, connect you. Connect you. And where would that be? Right there. Okay. And then over? Okay. Fine, sure. You don't look good for some reason. I don't know how to improve you. You just get to be there. Anyway, above science. Not below it. There we go. This is what I wanted. So, right, the whole thing that led to all that mess was that I was trying to get robot coverage over this way. There is a pipe in the way here. Can I just move you? Does look like I can. You're still in the way. And now it... Okay. Well, I can just move that up a couple. Surely you have to be out of the way now. Yes, you are. And don't call me Shirley. Okay. So let's just keep building up this area. This is going to be the new fluid area, as I've said several times now. Alumina's cool. Not ready to work on that just yet. Let's get a whole bunch of distillery 2s in here, and we're going to start working on that air separation recipe. Let's say right in this column right here, probably. That seems reasonable enough. Yeah, like right in here, I think. Okay, don't want the cracking recipes, even though they are interesting. Not what I'm here for today. So, volcanic gas is one that I'm gonna need to run, and we are real close to volcanic gas, actually. But that's not what I'm here for, so let's get rid of those. There you are, so residual gas into argon, trace gas, and water. How do I get residual gas? Okay, I don't have that one. I do have that one. So I split air into nitrogen, residual gas, and carbon dioxide. And that is seemingly the only ways to get residual gas. Fair enough. Okay, so I'm gonna make a whole bunch of carbon dioxide and nitrogen that I do not want. And those are presumably going to just get voided. And then I have a tiny, teeny, tiny amount of residual gas. Okay, so that's air separation, which is an entire separate free step that happens like back here. So air separation, yes. And then up here, I take residual gas, and I split you, and I get argon out. So I get 8 argon a second. I have no idea what kind of rate I need argon in, but I know it's a 1-to-1 for titanium. I know it is 1-to-1 for polycrystalline. It's 10-to-3 for these guys. I don't know how many I'm going to need. I need argon and U, but always in very small amounts. Like, always very small quantities. Okay. Fair enough. So maybe I don't need that much. Granted, each one of these only makes like 8 a second. So that's 16. 32. So that's 1 red belt item equivalent for the ones that take it 1-to-1. So here's another 8. 16. So yeah, that's not even 2 red belts of those items that take it as a 1-to-1. Let me double count that. I have 8 machines, each one making Okay, so that's 232, so I'm just over a red belt. Or, you know, 2 red belts. That's kind of what I was going for. If anything, I'd like even a little more. Just because of the silica recipe. And... yeah. What's over here? Argon, compressing, decompressing. Avoid you for some reason, who cares? Ammonia, oxygen makes nitric acid. Sure gonna need it. That is a new material. Propene, oxygen, and ammonia makes acrylonitrile. So I can make acrylic fiber. Don't have the research for it. Can turn you into plastic. Don't have the research for it. Can turn you into rubber. I don't have the research for it, but I could make you. But it would also require a solvent, which I could make. Okay. Fair enough. Let's not worry about you yet. Let's look at more research. So, let's get this metalworking one done. Organic chemistry. What do you do? Carbon monoxide and water makes carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Why? Like, I guess I am about to make a process that makes carbon monoxide, but I cannot fathom caring. New rubber recipe. The one with the solvent is probably good. Why not? Ceramics. That looks painful. I'll cue it. Glass making. That looks really similar to my current glass. But you take alumina. I don't think my current glass takes alumina, but I'll cue you, sure. Distribution. Does that do anything? Yes, that is apparently a pretty major one, so let's go ahead and get you queued in. Weaving is where we need acrylonitrile. Silicon doping. That takes the monocrystalline, so the pointy ones. Not ready for you yet. Steel making. Better steel recipe, I guess. Titanium processing. I'm not ready for you yet. New depots. That is on the way to transport logistics, so I'll take it. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, you have only one input. It is residual gas. You take 20 a second. You make 6. Oh boy. Okay, so... right. Right. So for each one of you, I need just over 3. In fact, I need 3 1/3. Ha. Well. Maybe this should be laid out horizontally. So let's grab all of you. Flip you around. And no lower than about here, I'd say. Go about there. Okay. Also, how many of you can? Okay, so I need 3 1/3, so that's 33 of these. So roughly here, I'd say. 2, 3. So then copy and paste that 11 times, but before I do that, I do want to go ahead and get the, first, the inputs correct, of course, but also all the piping. So unfortunately, the one that I want is in the middle, so it must be the too tall, which makes it the most inconvenient to get to. This can just be a straight shot pipe the whole way across, that's fine. Let's say nitrogen is the 3 tall, just because, and that makes carbon dioxide, monoxide, carbon dioxide the 1 tall. go ahead and get one more of you. Over here just makes copy and pasting easier working on the blueprint when there's an even number. Speaking of blueprints, let's go ahead and do this. And then we'll remove the extras later. Let's also go ahead and get power poles worked in. Yep, right there. All cool. You need a thing. Do you though? No, because you're going to just connect. You only have the one input. Okay. Might as well do that. And again, when we copy and paste you a whole bunch, I'll come and clean up the residuals later. You also both need 200 air a second, which hopefully is a single medium air pump. Those are quite expensive though, compared to the tier 1s. And I might, you take 2 tier 1s anyway. I might prefer to just put a whole bunch of tier 1s. I think I can fit 2 in this footprint. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I can get 8 in here. So how many is that? That's only 7, unfortunately. Maybe I'll intermix like a single medium. Because you do technically overhang right there. Let's see, how do I get power to you? Let's do this. And this. I think that works. That looks like that works. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I do need you also to be upgraded. Yes, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Roboport is gonna be in the way. That is a grid Roboport. Okay, let's just move this entire thing down. And of course I pick up the Roboport as well. There we go. Now, we only hit it by 1. See, isn't that such a great improvement? There. Okay. now we're fine. Now we clear. Okay. So now I can grab that and just start tiling. Excuse me, tiling. So this is 4. So that makes 8, 12. Nope, never mind, there is a rock in the way. Grab you, that's 8, 16, and then W again will give me 32. Yep. And then one more, so just whatever you are. Come here. All good, okay. I am gonna need power, so let's see, where even are you? Right there, it looks like, and then you go right there. Okay. These roboports are not correct, so let's go ahead and mark those for deconstruction. I know I've got you in here somewhere, roboports. There we go. Go ahead and start running you this way. So I do actually have build coverage over this whole thing, though. You can see here's the contra grid right there, just doing its own thing. But at least I do have the real grid up here, and I spent like 20 minutes earlier sorting out one of the grids, and I'll do the same some other day. Why is that broken? Joy. Let's just fix it and not think about it. It's fine. Oh, and there's a rock. That's probably the last one. Oh, nope, okay. A few more. There we go, that was the last one, though. Okay, so let's see. Power, let's just drop you some lines down. There we go. So what do you output? You output argon, trace gas, and water. Really not excited about the fact that I have water. I guess I can get rid of this nitrogen setup over here. I'm going to have so much nitrogen over this direction. Okay, that works. There we go. So all of this can go away. There we go. And then just connect you into there. We're of course going to also have voiding for nitrogen, but you know, if there's something that needs compressed nitrogen, I might as well make it. In fact, how many things require specifically compressed nitrogen? There's a recipe for making coal, and it does likely require compressed nitrogen, as opposed to something, you know, that doesn't take compressed nitrogen. It doesn't actually look like you're used in very many things. Kinda just ammonia, coal, and sterling. Interesting. How far away am I from having to make you? Very, very far away. That's like end game, I guess. So I'm not gonna have to worry about you for a while. I'm already making ammonia somewhere. Yeah, I guess we're just fine. Of course, I somehow managed to stand in the one place that doesn't have logistics, as the bots were bringing me stuff, but I can fix that. Okay, anyway, that's air taken care of. 44, 102, okay, I do probably need a pump in here just to separate these out. Tier 1 pump is more than capable. Oh, actually, the nitrogen is angry now. So I guess I'm also gonna need a pump on nitrogen somewhere. Let's just come up around this area right here and get a tier 2 pump. I don't know how much nitrogen we're producing, but I have a feeling it's probably a lot. Okay, I can also go ahead and clean up the edges now. So you can go. That's already fine. I really hope this is all one thing. Yes, okay, so 132. If this hits pipe extent limits, I am going to be in trouble. I'm kind of waiting on bated breath for all of these construction bots to come and place all these pipes in here, because if Carbon dioxide is over pipe limit. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Yep, okay, we're like a way over pipe limits too. 159. 159, huh? Okay, so where did I put the pump over here? So let's do the same thing for you. So break this, break that, run you this way, run you this way. And hopefully that's fine. Oh, and of course, this across the back is going to be mad, but that actually doesn't need to be connected anyway. I guess in the same place I can just add a break somewhere. Like right there, that's fine. Just get that picked up and moved away. And now the residual gas itself. Should have seen that coming. Okay. While everything else gets pumping here, I think residual gas might have to go somewhere else. Yeah, let's say like right in here. You can just have a pump. There you are. Tier 1's probably more than enough, I'd say. In you go, and in you go. And that does seem to have made everyone happy, miraculous as it is. Residual gas comes in, we've got argon, trace gas, and water. And we do have to void our excess gases. So, I do believe somewhere I had a line of carbon dioxide if I did want to connect into that. I don't think it really matters. I think I will just void all of it. What I might do, just for fun, let's grab some fluid depots and just start a line down here somewhere. I don't really like putting depots right on a main road, so I'm trying to figure out if there's some other way I want to do this, but I don't really care. So let's just start from right here, and we'll need a few, so I might leave a space between them. Let's do something like that. Trying to figure out where the venting's gonna go. I could do like a little wraparound up the back. Guess I'd have to do it this way because the pumps are facing left. That seems most reasonable, I think. Yeah, we'll just connect you up that way, and then do a line event right here. Maybe even bring you down so that you're flush with the level of these guys. So, what do I need? Okay, I've got 33. Each one is 60, so 33. Well, if I think of it as 20 times 100 instead, which is borderline what it is, then that's 2,000. That would translate into 20 tier 1 chimneys. How about tier 2s? How much more expensive are you? Each one of you is a tier 2 pump. That's kind of it. And it looks like you do 500 instead. Yeah, I think I can swing that. That seems worth. Just for the sheer compactness. So 2,000 would be 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just that instead of 20 reaching out this way. I'll take it. Okay, nitrogen also does need to be dealt with. So in a similar manner, let's say I then have pipes up here. And here's nitrogen's exit. Pipe extent 73 out of 144, so we're doing fine. I will, since I do have a nitrogen sink over here, I will go ahead, move you down, throw a pump on. Of course, you're just outside of power range. Oh well. Can I put you here? Whatever, sure. And then you get to be overflow. Not bothering with the carbon dioxide, because what else am I going to do with it? Though, granted, if I do have all those things down below, 1, 2, I probably should go ahead and make use of them. So, put you in. Oh, cool. And then this gets to be nitrogen. Next to it gets to be carbon dioxide. Do I literally ever need residual gas for anything other than what I'm doing? Nope, that's literally it. Okay. So I don't need to store residual gas. We're fine. Do I want water on a truck? For things that take very small amounts of water that might actually be useful. You can't be the 1 tall, so I guess you have to be 3 tall just because of where your power pole wound up. In fact, can I just copy? Well, there's the pump in the way. I guess it's fine. I'll deal with it. Just copy all of that. Put you down. That was a perfect copy. I have no idea how I did that. I have no idea how I just did that. That was kind of awesome. Okay, cool. So anyway, let's get water out next. So you can just go there. But we are going to need some way to void water. Or at least get rid of it. Because it's going to back up very quickly. So where do I keep water in this space? There's a line of water right here, and this is input. But that probably means there's backwards facing pumps. Also upgrade those pipes there. And here. There we go. Actually, there's outward facing pumps, so that's interesting. But yeah, I guess that's exactly what I need then. So we'll just continue the water pipes down this way. Did that work? That was a perfect length underground. Okay, you love to see it. Get you to turn that way. And this way. And where's water? Somewhere in here? So, the first 2 are taken, so you have to be on number 3. That's fine. Up you go. If anything, I'd kind of like to reserve this row for a gas that I would void. I don't know. Fine. I do want to put a pump in here, though. Somewhere. Let's say, like, right there. And then overflow, yes. Okay. So the whole reason I'm doing this is to get a stock of argon on the go, but I would also like to start storing up trace gas, whatever that is. So, trace gas, we ever do anything with you? We only ever throw you in a distillery, so there is no point in shipping you off somewhere. Duly noted. Also, let's do more like this. That just works better. Okay. So let's see, where else does this need to go? So trace gas, I would kind of like to just massively buffer if possible. Like, do I have room somewhere in here for just a big fluid storage? Not necessarily. I guess I could have put you, like, here. That doesn't seem ridiculous. Let's just go ahead and do that. That is going to bring my pipe extents down a good bit, but I think I'm okay with that. And if I do need more in the future, it's pretty easy to put a pump in here for the top guy. And that gives me a lot of argon storage. What I would like to have is residual gas storage. So let's bring you just a smidge over that direction. And then just start storing away. There we go. Because I have a feeling it's going to take a while to build up a stockpile of this stuff once I do actually need it. So I'd rather just start accruing it now. Let's see, so nitrogen is backed up. That's because I don't have chimneys. So I'm gonna place first and ask questions later. Namely, how many chimneys do you need? Oh boy, okay, so 132 apiece, so 3 times that. 396, so let's just say 3 times that is 400, and then times 11. 11 is 4,400. So let's say 4,500. So that's going to be 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. It's at least enough that it's allowed it to start running. And we do already have a decent enough amount of residual gas, or trace gas, rather. You guys got this. I believe in you. One more. There we go. Okay, so that should allow it to get all the nitrogen out of the system. And there we go. For some reason it's acting like I don't have enough air. These guys are running just fine. It does look like the pipe of air is running down for some reason. What I will do on each side, I will just upgrade this little middle bit that had the 2 and the 1, and just make that also a 2. There we go. Another one over here. And another one over there. And there. Okay, I don't think I missed any. But that should give us an air surplus, if anything. The bots are taking their time to get them in place, but once they are in place, I can't imagine that not fixing the problem. Okay. It's running. And I still can't keep air in the pipes. How odd. Oh, I completely miscalculated. I was thinking it was 100 and 200. It's 50 and 150. Okay, so hold on. Let me find where the break is. Right here. So for 15 of you, That would be 3,000. So how many 150s would that be? So 2 and then 20. So I need 20. How many is even up here? Combined total. Okay. So I already have 11. And with the tier 1s, that's equivalent. Each tier 1 is equivalent to, or each 3 tier 1s is equivalent to 1 tier 2. So that is equivalent to 15 at the moment. So I need 5 more. But as I take away tier 1s, that's also going to, you know, every tier 1 that I upgrade only adds 2 tier 1s. How's that? So I think I need to do 6. There's 2. 5. And 6. At that rate, let's just also do those. And I might as well just make them all tier 2s. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, these are all tier 1s. Let's just make a special upgrade planner for tier 1 to tier 2. There you go. Should have just done tier 2s from the beginning. But there we go. That'll give us a surplus of air. It's more than we need, but it'll at least keep them running. That's all that really matters. I think it's time for a sip of water. Okay. So how long is it until we start needing trace gas? We are very far away. Okay. I will have to have some sort of overflow for trace gas then. Let's just put you over there, bring the power pole down, and I think a single chimney is going to be more than sufficient. Let's just make sure you are overflow. And wait for you to get placed because I'm not actually happy with 80% overflow. I would like it to be quite a bit higher than 80%. You guys got this! I believe in you! Come on! You're taking green science up, okay. Most important bot in the factory. Let's see, okay, power pole, good. Chimney, okay, and there you are. So let's change this to like 96. Have fun. I love the big colorful smokestacks. Very fun. Okay, anyway. That's all cool. This is, of course, all ready to go in case somewhere in the factory does need these things now. And I should be building up argon. There we go. Just filled it apparently because these tanks are only just now filling up. Okay. So what does need argon? Titanium, but more importantly for right now, polycrystalline and monocrystalline silicon. I guess I go change the recipe over. Let's go look at it. Actually, this is interesting. I think this is a nicer recipe. Like, I don't think this is as complicated, which is a weird step, like a weird transition here. Yeah, it used to take hydrogen chloride and nitrogen, and then spit out hydrogen and chlorine. It still spits out hydrogen and chlorine. I guess all we've done is replace the nitrogen with argon, actually, so it's not really any different. I guess it's just after looking at these monstrous recipes and, like, these down here in the corner, wherever they were. I can't find them anymore. This, like, after staring at recipes like this for a while, something like monocrystalline starts looking pretty nice by comparison. So stone's locked up because gravel's locked up because sand has locked up. Okay, I kind of thought that might become an issue. There is a gravel recipe that does not turn into sand, so let me also set that up. There's just nowhere good to put you, unfortunately. Why is there a single red belt in there? Whatever. Let's just get this somewhere. Yeah, I just cannot get this placed. Okay. You're gonna have to go like here or something, I guess. Those belts flipped around, and if anything, stretched out this way a touch. Get a splitter in here. And let's see, where does that come out? Okay. That's a really unpleasant place for you to come out. I've got to be real. Don't like that very much at all. Okay, I have an idea. It's not a good idea, but it will work. Bring you up this way, and you can come in here. There you go. Have fun. And then this gets to be split from up here somewhere. I suppose I can just split you here. Have output priority to the left, that's correct. And if that does fill up, maybe do the same up here. And if that does fill up, then we come down this way. And in you go. Doesn't do me much if the actual mineral dust itself backs up, I guess, but it'll do good enough for now. But at least get the stone. Wait, oh, I have to change your recipe. That's a good catch, I'd say. Stone into gravel. There we go. Hang on. Nope, that's also wrong. Because the gravel recipe is perfectly okay. It's gravel being crushed into sand and mineral dust that's the problem. So, let's do that then. And instead, break that and bring you into here. There we go. That way, the one that makes sand always gets priority, but if that can't keep up, then it comes down and goes into these. Trying to see if there's anything better I can do here, but I think that's probably about it. I might go ahead and add extra inserters, though, just to make sure the sand does get its best shot. And move you in, of course. There we go. There we go, okay. So that should definitely turn all of it into sand that I can turn into sand. And if I don't need more sand, then we just avoid the rest. Turning into sand not only gives me a useful product out of a garbage, but That does turn 8 gravel into 6 mineral dust and 3 sand, whereas this down here is still set on the stone recipe. Whoops. This down here is much more one-to-one. It turns 6 gravel into 5 mineral dust, so that's actually a lot more work we have to go through to avoid that gravel, whereas up here we can turn some of it into sand, and sand is useful. But at times like this, when sand's backed up, you know... Eh. I might also want to send some of the sand somewhere. Could I just send the sand up this way, perhaps? Like, could I get the sand to just go up that way? That is not a horrible idea. I could absolutely do that. Let's just start laying that, in fact. Perfect. Okay. And then this comes up this way. How do I want to get you in? Because I would like you to have priority. But this is also a byproduct stream of sand, which does make that a little challenging. Okay, what if I mix onto that belt instead? No. Okay, idea time. I can bring you up and over. Like right there. And then just... I actually need you to be one higher. So let's just do that. And then split you in with priority right here. Actually, no, I'm not happy with that, because this sand up here is a byproduct from, like, ore, and so I definitely don't want ore to back up just because I'm trying to crush gravel. So I think it's actually perfectly acceptable to move you into here and have you as a priority input here, but not in front of the sand we get from, like, aluminum or something. That's not okay. I do also have to get the belt connected, of course. So let's see. I will bring it up this way. How far does that go? Not quite far enough. Well, I can get you there, and then just underground again, and then underground again this way. And then up this way. I'd say that works just fine. Once the bots have all that in place, I will go ahead and just turn this single piece of belt. And that way we don't have it being made into concrete specifically, because then if concrete just backs up, then, you know, that doesn't do us much good. I'm pretty sure one of the changes in 2.1 is that power lines as ghosts and deconstruction and stuff works better. I know that is the case for modules, and that is one of my, like, most anticipated features. Just can't even describe how ready I am for that. Okay, so we have big chests. Big deal. does open up more science progress for us, at least. Okay, it does look like most of this has been laid in. Still waiting on a little bit, but the bots are actively coming in right this moment. So I think I will go ahead and turn you, and then just start deconstructing this up through here. Oh wait, that's for landfill. Okay, hold on. I do actually want that. Okay, I didn't know any of this was actually useful, but apparently it is. So let's get that in there. What I can cut is this here. There we go. All of this can go away. There we are. In fact, if it's all coming from above, I could even just do something like this. And then send you down like that. Yeah, there we go. And then all of that can go. That's fine. And we just bring you straight down this way. And might as well upgrade you while we're here. Okay, so that does get gravel out of the way now, and that has gotten some of the stone out of the way. I hope that's almost enough. It definitely isn't, though. How much stone do just you by yourself produce? 8 of you, 1.5 apiece, so that's 12 stone just on your own. We have a full red belt coming in from above, and probably a full red belt here. So yeah, you only handle a yellow belt apiece. Not to mention, I don't think you even have the inserter capacity to handle that much. So let's go ahead and get that dealt with while we're here. But even still, you definitely need help. You do have module slot, so I can throw some speed into you. Each one of those is going to give you 15, so that is a 30% increase. Which is... that brings you up to nearly 20. This doesn't need to do that anymore because that doesn't make any sense. So around 20 a second is pretty good, I'd say, assuming we actually have the inserter throughput to do that, which I seriously doubt. Trying to figure out if there is any way I can help that actually. Can I get like another inserter on you? I guess what I could do is pick up from here and drop it there. Like so. I had you right the first time. There you go. And then another one for you. And for you, and for you. And then just fill in the other ones that can have 3 inserters. Move this out to there. There we go. And that should help, I think. Like, that's about as much as I can add to this. I can't do too much more than that. We're just kind of waiting on the construction bots to come down here and do it, though. I mean, hey, if that's not enough, I can actually barely add just a little more, I think. I think I can just barely make this work. That downward facing belt doesn't need to be there. Yeah, okay. So do that. Break this, bring you around this way. What is your input? Gravel? You do output gravel. Okay, I don't know why this is here. Let's move that. Okay. So then, this... can be put here. Break all of that. Put you there, and you go down. This comes in, and there you go. I believe that is completely good, completely valid. I just have to wait for them to actually come in here and build it all so I can tell. Oh, I've made them mad. That's a lot of construction bots. Okay, I've made them angry. Yes, all of my construction bots are on the move. Well, okay, the number is ticking up at least. Just waiting for the last little bits to go in. This doesn't need to be deconstructed, it just needs to go down. Okay, come on. You got this, guys. I believe in you. That's so many bots coming down. I don't even know why. It doesn't even look like I'm doing that much. Okay. Nearly there. Just like, what are you guys waiting on? They are picking up something from this belt over here, I guess. Must have been a lot of junk over there. Speaking of, I probably should have a thing in here somewhere. This works. To get rid of any gravel that makes its way into the logistics system. Though, I do put gravel in the logistics on purpose. Ish. Yeah, okay, I guess not. Or, rather, I can put it here, and just make sure that the inserters only trigger if I have some still in the system. So, gravel. Make sure you have more than, like, 400 or something. That's fine. I'll even make it more than that. I'll make it, like, 2,000 or something. Just, you know, only if I have far too much gravel in the system do I want to void gravel. But if I do, I certainly want to void gravel. There we go. Okay, everything has been restored. And is flowing out. Still waiting on a single belt to get placed by someone. Are you the hero? Nope, you have a module. Are you the hero? Nope, you're a module. Come on, guys. We got one belt. One belt, please. Inserters. I don't even know where you're going. Oh, those guys, okay. There we go! Okay, I love to see it. That's gonna be probably quite a big backlog to work through as we work towards the front, but eventually we should start outputting more and more, and that will allow us to get through this stone backlog. Actually doesn't look like it. It kind of looks like that's full. Oh, because I'm dumb. So this is 6, each one's outputting 4. That's 24 items on one side of a red belt. Yeah, of course they're not going to be able to do that. well, oh well. Drone fuel is low. Does seem to be, actually. The backup turbines have been kicking on for a while, and power's not looking great. Let's see, past 10 minutes. Yeah, wind has dived and just stayed dead. Oh, and it was dead before that, too. Yeah, wind, man. Come on, you can do better than that. That's just pitiful. Okay. Still missing those 12. Why am I not making air filter 2s? Wherever those are even made at. Gotta be in here somewhere. Let's just do this. Okay, right at the very end. Air filter 2s. There's supposed to be a billion of them. There's like so many. Did I upgrade you to tier 3s? No? No, it doesn't look like it. What are you? Tier 1, tier 2. It did kind of look like it shrunk. Maybe that's tier 2? Maybe I did somehow upgrade to tier 3? Not really sure. Okay, well, I guess I did somehow. They're happy now. Okay, well, good. Let's see. These guys are empty. Let's go ahead and get that picked up and taken care of. My original sandstone patch does continue to dwindle, but it does also have 150,000 still in it. So, not drying up anytime soon. I will go ahead and start drilling out this part, however. There we go. Get a belt out this way. And get it in. Where can I get power from? Doesn't really look like anywhere. Okay. Down this way it is. You know, like... Ish. Okay, can I get just like another big stamp of this, I guess? I guess it's finally time to start worrying about that. And maybe even, like, out to the left if I can, I guess? Definitely, definitely need it. That'll keep the bots busy for a while. That'll keep them busy. Okay, so I do have new research that I really should be looking at. Lots of new ways to do new metal stuff. I'm sure they're great and wonderful. Nickel wire pickled. Pickled. Sounds delicious. Okay. You need hydrochloric for ferronickel and iron parts, and sulfuric for steel parts. I think I can manage that. Crushed nickel ore in a furnace gives nickel matte. Is that better than what I already have? Yes, that sounds very similar to what I already have. Here is nickel. 7 to 5, and you also take hydrogen, but you also give steam. Okay. Nickel Matt, let me just look at you real quick. So for every 5, I get 22 sulfur. For every 5, I get 25 sulfur. So I do get less sulfur dioxide per. But it does go from 7 to 6. That is a decent improvement. Stops taking hydrogen. But stops making steam also. Honestly, I think I'm okay to just stay where I am. Like, that is such a small improvement. I think I'm okay. I like having the extra sulfur dioxide. Well, I guess it's maybe not extra per nickel ore, it's just extra per nickel matte. That is true. At 6, it's just under 4 per. Well, for 7, it's also just under 4 per, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. Like 3.5, and you're a little more than 3.5. Yeah, it's like, it's the same, so I already have... Excuse me. If I were setting it up from scratch, would I probably do it the other way? Yeah, but I mean, I already have this set up, and it looks like such a minimal improvement that I don't really care. The new aluminum, on the other hand, let me see. If I mix you with a little water, it's from 4 to 3, 6 to 5. That is a pretty big increase. Like, that is substantial. That is okay. Interesting. Okay. And then alumina goes into making you. But I do also have... Nope, that's way far away. Never mind. Alumina and aluminum carbide. However, interesting. And that would sidestep this whole process over here of turning the aluminum carbide back into aluminum hydroxide. And I am currently just venting the methane. Granted, it is a good source of methane. And, like, methane is useful. But I'm not doing anything with it anyway, so who cares? Like, could I get another furnace stack in here? Because the problem is that in order to get aluminum carbide, you do first have to have aluminum. Yeah, that's, again, the recipe I don't have, so graphite and alumina makes aluminum ingots and aluminum carbide, and I have to have that recipe running in order to make the aluminum carbide. It's just that then I can take that aluminum carbide and alumina and make more aluminum. Which is good. That is pretty cool. Let me see. Also, I can make the better furnaces now. I wonder if I actually have any in stock. I do have medium furnace 2s. Okay. Let's see. Where is aluminum? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. So, if I did break out medium furnace 2, what is... It could definitely fit a couple in here. So, how quickly do you work? No, I could do that. Aluminum ingot and boric acid makes boron, alumina, and wastewater. Interesting. And I do have this better recipe for alumina also to consider. But for right now, what is the speed of you? Okay, you work pretty quickly. You consume, like the important part here is you consume zero point 0.4 aluminum carbide a second. How much aluminum carbide am I producing? Also, why aren't you running? Because you're backed up on aluminum carbide, actually. 12 of you. Each one is 0.44. Okay, so times 10 would be 4.4, and then add 2, that would be 8.8. Or 0.88, sorry. So that would be about 5.3-ish. So, take me a lot of you, actually. So 10 would be 4, and then another 3 would get me to 5.2, so 4 to get me over the line. That would be 14. Just to deal with... So 7 to deal with 6, if we want to think of it in pairs. Okay, I could fit it in here if I moved this supply depot up here. I think that's just what I need to do. Let's go ahead and get you up that way and just go ahead and get this party started. Problem is, this is going to immediately kill aluminum as soon as I start doing this. And I do need to be physically down there myself so that I can move that massive amount of stored aluminum carbide. Otherwise, the bots would be here for another month moving that storage. Need to be this way. So, inserters first. Let's get you put up here. Make bots. Very cool. Guess I don't have one yet. Okay. I would kind of like to have one. Please, and thank you. 3,000 entities are missing construction bots? Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense, considering. Not to mention a lot of that's landfill also. I did notice it's missing 66 explosives, so I guess I'll go ahead and start crafting whatever explosives I can. More efficient refractory brick recipe. It just requires ceramic powder, which I don't have. Okay, anyway, that's been placed. Let's pick up all of you. But you... Why are you in my trash? Alright, I'm turning off personals for a minute. And get you in there. And back and forth we go. Painless. But see, that would have taken the bots absolutely ages to do. And it still never would have wound up in that. They would have just put it in storage somewhere. Okay. Can I build this? Yes, I can. Hello, logistics bots. Why are you here? Why is every logistics bot here? You guys have fun. I'm going in the map view. Okay, it's time to kill aluminum, I guess. Also, drone fuel is low. I guess in my effort to fix power, I did send off like 400 construction bots just to the edge of the map, so that does kind of make sense. Hopefully, as they start building stuff out, the new stuff will kick in and help offset some of it. I can only hope. Yeah, I've made them unhappy. Anyway, yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this. So that water connection does continue down, I'm noticing. So let's not cut that. Maybe what I'll do is I'll reroute it. There. And now this can go away. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, do that, but don't take the power poles, please. Yeah, I do want things to continue working. As much as they can, at least. And there we go. Okay. So that is officially gone. So let's get this red chest move up this way. For right now, you're gonna go there. Personals are still off, which is good. That's what I want. Grab you and chuck you in there. I guess you were limited to something. I probably want to keep that limit. So I'll just put you there as a reminder. So, new furnaces. New furnaces. There we go. Guess you have to start at this level. Oh no, I can move you. So that's fine. Fortunately, being that we don't filter the belt until it's here, does make that a bit challenging. Yeah, that does just have to move. Okay. And then you can come this way. And you can come this way. Does that still work for me, though? Like... No. No, it doesn't. Okay. Let's make the filtering happen earlier then. How can I do this? Okay, you can go there. Pick you up. You can underground through here. And you to there. You to there. Okay, so... this stuff comes this way. And if I can have you, and then 1, 2... let's just put Ghost down. Even then, that's right to the edge. Right to the edge. Can I make that better at all? Like, could I put a belt where the beacons are? I guess I could do undergrounds like that. Like, just suppose, for a moment, I did do something like this. Or this side. You can come this way, and in fact, let's just get you out over here, and you can instead cross over this way now. Get a splitter in there. Maybe not there. Get a splitter there instead. That's so awful. Okay. Oh, whatever. We'll put you there. It's fine. Just go in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I counted. Yes, I did. Okay, so even just supposing I could get that to work. That still brings you to there and to there. This does not need to be there anymore. This power pole must move. That one can go. This one must move. That one can go. And get that one go. Yeah, we're fine. Do we need this one? No. Okay. So somehow it works like that so far. Which, you know, could be better, but does it just continue to work? No, because you perfectly line up with the beacon. But I guess with Bob's inserters, I can just have you pick up from down there, and that's not a problem. Yeah, okay. There's 4. I only need 3 more, so 1, 2, 3. Just make sure they all get input. There we go. Okay. I mean, that works. It's ugly, but it certainly works, I guess. Graphite boron lime makes calcium boride. Lovely. So, alumina and aluminum carbide. Okay. I can do this. Oh, and there's the gas output. There's the gas output. Thanks, Bots. Okay, well... let's not do that, then. There we go. What can I do? This stuff is really in the way. How far does that reach? 1 more, okay. And then I can do the same down here. In fact, let's just go back to making you yellow. And then how far does this reach? So, that cleans up a little bit of space, but I don't think that's enough to get a full line of furnaces in. Yeah, even if I space them out like this. And then let's set that recipe again. Does that do anything? So we are to the limits, basically, of what we can do, even if I move one more to the left. The problem is, there's 4 here. There's pipes in the way on that side, but even still, I just move them over. There is kind of enough space to move them over. There's 4 vertically. I need 7 vertically. I can get to 6. Can I get one more? Not really. Not really. Yeah, I crammed myself in too tight. Just a little too cramped. Whoops. I do want to get rid of this, but I don't want to get rid of those pipes. Those are important for something, I'm sure. Oh, I never moved the water pipe because I'm dumb. There you go. Okay, anyway. So if it can't go there, can it go in this area? Maybe. Okay, too far. But I can put you there. Leave a gap. So these belts could be reworked. Those don't have to be there. And then we have a pipe gap. Same is true of the sludge. I could just move the sludge somewhere else. So let's go ahead and do that actually. Right in the way. Right in the way. I can do that instead, so... There we are. That gives me a little bit of breathing room down here. But even still, so there's 4. That would be 6. I can make that work. It's gonna be awful, but I can do it. I can do it. Okay, so we've got 4, 6, 1 more. Roboport's in the way. But it's not a grid roboport. It can be anywhere. We do unfortunately lose a connection to the top, but I'll just put another roboport up there and call it good enough. Okay, never mind. Instead, we'll get some relays in here, because it doesn't want to play nice. Anyway, leave the pipe there, but those can go. And let's set that recipe one more time. And then I can just copy and paste those. There we go. Okay. Okay, well that's the furnaces that I need. They can come out this way. They'll be outputting aluminum ingots. Just straight aluminum ingots. Okay. They can feed upwards. And maybe even have priority since this is a byproduct lane. There we go. Everything's under an item per second, so I'm probably okay with using yellow inserters here. You can't get inputs here. That's challenging. Okay, let's move you, and instead replace you with another relay. So let's see, you're up there. That's right at the top of these guys. Oh yeah, that's more than enough. I can just do that. This has to come around somehow. From like over here somewhere. That's fine. You just continue on this way, and up, and over. There you go. Then get rid of all that. There you go. Okay. That's that part sorted. Now we have this belt. Nope. One higher, so this has to move. But that's fine. This isn't anything terribly important. You don't even have output priority, which you really should. So, output priority to the top, then just have you come this way. Wonderful. Love to see it. Over and down and in. I have so much crushed bauxite on me, but we'll get somewhere. Okay. So, we have another input. Sorted. Good. Awesome. Let's just get these placed in. I'm not gonna even attempt to copy and paste these. These were all placed backwards. There we go. Okay. Okay, well, there we are. So, where does that get me? A very good question. So, I still need alumina. Still need alumina. How much was this again? So, 14 times 0.4. About 7 items a second, a little less, which does mean this fits on half of a yellow belt. Keep in mind this is not primary production, this is just to make up for what we produce up here. So if it can fit on half a yellow belt, then that means I can also fit the needed alumina onto half a belt, which is very good. I do have this belt of alumina coming down, but it immediately goes into here. So, what if I move you up? I think that's the best I can do. And you can go in there. And then I can have half a belt of alumina merge into you. Okay. And you underground that way. You come down into here. One higher. We split. Oh my god, I think we finally did it. I think it's done. The beast has been slain. Oh, that was so awful. Oh, that was so bad. It didn't need to be that bad. I just built myself into a corner, and I don't really have anywhere else to send this. So there we go. That's gonna send aluminum ingots up and out at some point. Bring you up and down. Connect, connect, and one more. There we go. Okay, I don't even have the gas dealt with. I'm like acting as if I'm done, but I'm done in my heart. There we go. So carbon dioxide still has to come out and get vented somewhere. Which do you produce? 4 a second apiece. There's 16, so that's like 64, so pretty much nothing. I don't believe anything in here needs carbon dioxide. Actually, here's a carbon dioxide pipe right here. Let me see if I can get all of them to that height. I don't believe I can because, once again, the sludge is in the way, but I can just move sludge. But only to there. Only to there. Okay. I mean, that's enough, I guess. Also, the splitter's in the way. I can't really go down, though. Can't really go down. Hold on. Much better idea. Nope, not you. Let's break this and all of these real quick. Because what I'm noticing, I just move you over here, which is kind of where you're supposed to be anyway. Then I can just run this pipe up. These inserters are misplaced from the pattern, which is why it's tight for them, but all the other guys can connect together, no problem this way. There we go, and then you can just come out right there. What? Dioxide monoxide. Oh, okay. Okay, is there anything I do with carbon monoxide other than make graphite? There's a... Nope, that's the old recipe. No, I make solvent with you. Not really, but at the same time, I guess I could just throw you into a truck. You make basically none, though. Do I really want to bother? I mean, it's aluminum. We make a lot of aluminum. Why not? Just get some fluid depot right there, and we'll just pipe it in. Boom. It does mean I do want the ability to vent you, though. So let's go ahead and move you one over. Yeah, I can't really fit this in anywhere else. It just has to be there. Let's get a little tiny pump. Make you overflow. And vent. There we go. Vent 1, yes. Okay. I think that's all taken care of. I do actually want some of this to be able to come out. Is the thing. I somehow can do this. And there we go. Okay. Somehow that worked. And up you go. So that's going to be input for you. Let's put that there. You up, throw you out. Pick you up, put you there. And then you can go here. Okay, wonderful. Very good, very good. Okay, aluminum ingot. That can go this way. Just go have fun. How about aluminum hydroxide? That can go into this area. And so much alumina. That can go in here. And graphite as well. Just go have fun. Any other little bits of trash I've accumulated? Random buildings and stuff, but other than that, I have 2 extra construction bots somehow. Don't need that or that. Everything else looks pretty much okay. I have a bunch of explosives the bots will want. Oh, and the research queue has finished already. Very nice. Okay. Let's just throw more stuff onto the stack. Transport logistics, let's go. I'll take some character storage. And batteries are kind of interesting. Yeah, let's go with that though. Batteries are kind of interesting because you can use them as train fuel, and then it's just pure electricity. Let's see, you still running up here? Pretty much. Okay, pretty much. We're doing okay. Okay, so we do have uneven draw here. I might go ahead and just fix that. Since we do have both furnaces and that could cause backups. There we are. Okay, so how's that doing for me? We are being replenished on a bunch of parts. I could make more explosives in a minute when the bots bring me new stuff. We did need 84 explosives, which is quite a lot. We need so many construction bots. So many are missing. Oh, over 3,000 now. We have no power. Completely dead. Wow. This looks disconnected from the rest of power. You aren't connected. How? 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 Well, I'm not picking you up. Wait. Why won't you just connect? No, I just... do that? Can't reach. Okay. Sure. I mean, not that this is like a major power supply for me or anything. I just have no idea how that could have possibly happened, and it does mean that this chunk of the grid is wrong now. Awesome. That's sarcasm. I don't think it's very awesome at all. Might as well go ahead and expand out in this area. Just help fill in this area a little bit. The bots are still slowly churning this area together. I don't think that's how words work, but they do today. I don't know how you are running. Oh, I guess you're getting heat from that direction. Oh, I didn't even intend for that. That's kind of cool. These all connect horizontally. I didn't even realize they would do that. That's interesting. Okay. I didn't realize they would do that. Okay, sure, cool. Good. I think that's better. Okay. Let's see. Well, the surge compressors are running, so I guess wind loves me again. Yep. Oh, it's not orange anymore. Oh no, it's dipping. Goodbye, wind. Well, I guess it's just the Stirling engines now that have picked up the slack. Oh, somehow we're out of nitrogen. That's weird. These are all overflow, so I don't know how that happened. That's kind of weird. Yeah, this whole area should be connected and sending its nitrogen up. How strange. You know, you do only feed phosphor, so maybe maybe I've just stopped using this area's phosphor. That is possible. I do have another nitrogen area over here somewhere, I believe. Let's see, I do route all the nitrogen up and down. Up this way. It is being turned into ammonia. Okay, so I never did go all the way and turn you into another nitrogen storage area, though I probably should. Yeah, we are just voiding all the nitrogen down here. This is for ammonia though, so those should be priority compressors, I think. But I do want to get another area in here. Look at the perfect little square right here that does not have build coverage. Let me just fix that real quick. Okay. So let's grab some compressors. They can just go on this same row, I guess. Yeah, no reason not to. Actually, I could fit 2 in here. Like, 2 rows like that. They just have to be repositioned a little bit. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Roboport's a bit in the way there. Is that a grid roboport? Doesn't look like it. So I think you can move. Let's just throw you over that way somewhere. And then we don't need those power poles, at least not for the moment. Let's go ahead and make sure these are surge before I start copying them. And I guess if I'm going to copy them, they should go ahead and have pipes and power poles. Just might as well. Okay, I might have to do something to get power to that side, actually. It's gonna be a little funky. At any rate, let's go ahead and pick you up. There you are. Copy you. Actually, I meant to get the power pole as well. There we go. This works perfect, actually. Let's just move that power pole to be in line right there. And then copy there and just start dragging them down. Okay, I just have to get the nitrogen around. Okay, so nitrogen's here. Let's go ahead and connect you into there. Oh, and we have a pump right there. That's nice. Okay. trying to figure out how I can best get over there. Honestly, that lines up pretty well. I can just give you your own pump, since we're at pretty close to pipe extent. Let's just do that. And by pretty close, I guess I mean half. I remember it being worse. I guess maybe I went over, and then putting a pump in there, you know, kind of solves that issue. There is also no reason to send it up so high this way. I can just do that. If I'm going to do that, though, let's just put the pump here. Then you can have that there. And connect in over here. Like it's nothing. Okay. A little strip of build range would be nice. Would that help? Not really. We need something in the middle here. I think that'll do. Okay. And then just bring you up this way. And in. Clean this up a smidge. Okay. Now these are all surge, but I think I'm okay with that. We keep a large stockpile of ammonia. We don't use it that quickly, and I can just keep a larger stockpile of ammonia also. That's not a big deal. In fact, I'll just throw a tank like right here. Maybe even a couple. There we go. Should also probably put a pump on you to give you priority, or I guess I can put a pump on the other side to give it, like, lowered priority. Underground here to get easier access to the pipe. And like I was just saying, let's throw a pump on here. It might need to be a tier 2. If so, then I'll deal with that when we get there. We will also want to have storage for this. So let's go ahead and just throw a little storage right there. Maybe even a little storage for the hydrogen. Wouldn't hurt. Maybe I don't even need that much. Well, I guess that can come down this way. So I guess if I do like a overflow or something, that's not exactly what I want. Yeah, we'll keep a single tank up here. It's not like you consume hardly any. It's like 6 per second for you guys, so 30,000 will last quite a long time. You got this, bots. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, while they're going, I suppose I should go ahead and start planning things out. So, I will start with storage, I guess. Just a good bit of storage. This is essentially our battery, after all. I forget exactly how many it works out to, but each tank of compressed nitrogen equates to something like 43, something like that, tier 1 accumulators. Like, I have no idea where they are. There they are, so about 43 of these guys. I might expand the chimneys just a little bit, or I might upgrade a couple of them, now that that is a possibility. Just so that when the turbines are running, I do like to run closed-loop turbines, but I do need somewhere for them to overflow if that becomes an issue. Let's just continue that down. I guess I have to set recipes. So let's do that and that. There we go. How many did I wind up with? So that's 18, each one does 52, so that's about 900 a second. I'd say that's pretty decent. I guess at that rate I should probably also have nitrogen storage, just plain old nitrogen. Just tacked on the side. It'll help even things out if the turbines start feeding back into the line, and it helps me know when I need to vent. It is in build range, so I don't know why it's not getting built, but it's fine. So let's grab some turbine. More closed turbines, let's go. So this is a line of plain nitrogen. That's probably going to be my return line. I'll just keep that in mind. What's the pipe extents? Very little, pretty much nothing. Very nice. So let's grab turbines, like I said. Let's see how many that is. I do need power. I did kind of forget about that. So let's wipe that away and do this a little more reasonably. So I think I can do that without any issue. There we are. Can't flip with turbine. Okay. Sure, why not? Just connect those up, and then we'll connect up the nitrogen on the front. And do you touch these? Yes, you do. Okay. Very nice. Very good. Okay. So that's another 16. Let's get a pipe into the back for you, and loop it around the bottom. There you are. And then I should be able to just copy this. Pylon's in the way, huh? That does also look to be a grid pylon, so I'd rather not break it. But I also can't move down. Yeah, I think I just lose that turbine. I'm not gonna cry over it. And then I can put another stamp here, as long as I just move this belt over one. Don't know why it's only eating from half the belt. That's kind of weird. Oh, half of it's backed up. Okay. Because half of you backed up. Weird. Weird how there's just that cascading effect. But anyway, let's just go ahead and move that. All the way down there. Don't really need to break you, I guess. Or you, for that matter. I just need to move you... Let's move you over against the other ore belt. That seems perfectly reasonable. And then just bring you down here. And in. Yeah, the bots are going to take a minute to get to that. They're a little occupied. Might as well just go ahead and mark the whole thing. Let's not wait for them. Let's just get it done. I don't think we need that much, whatever that is anyway. I think we'll be fine. Now that that's moving, I can put this over there. Let's just connect them in. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, all good. So that gives me 47, not 48, but 47 turbines. Each one is 2.4 or 2.5 megawatts. So, you know, if I say 45, that's a little easier. Then that's around 110 megawatts extra backup power. How long it can sustain that much backup, I don't really know, but this is a lot of storage. So hopefully for a while. I do still need to run the nitrogen outputs back, of course. So let's make sure all of those are marked. I guess I didn't run it high enough. There you are. And there you are. So nitrogen is right here. So yeah, I'm just trying to think how I can connect that in most reasonably. And I think that works just fine. Might go ahead and throw a pump on there. Also, this over here should definitely be a top-up. There we are. And then we'll throw an overflow on, but first I'll go ahead and upgrade some of these and then throw some pipes down the side. Don't want to try and upgrade the pipe, unfortunately. Let's just do, like, 3 in from the side. That should give us plenty of extra capacity, because the upgrade from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is pretty enormous. And then go ahead and just run you this way. And put you here. And that's going to be my overflow. Let's see, this is just plain nitrogen. I think an overflow of 80% is probably perfectly reasonable. Still waiting on a bunch of stuff to be built, but that's just because the construction bots are busy. Yeah, we have over 500, nearly 600 construction bots now. Which, I mean, isn't a crazy amount, but they seem to be pretty expensive. So, that's pretty good progress. Just for tonight, because I believe when we started tonight we only had 100. So, you know, can't complain. They're making a pretty good dent up here as well. Like, they're definitely expanding. This is a very familiar feeling in Factorio of the ever-expanding solar field that you never feel is ever actually going to finish. So I feel right at home right now. Does look like you're just barely outputting for some reason. Yeah, you should be capable of outputting 800 kilowatts. And right now you're only producing not even 300, actually. Is power just good? Okay, you just don't have anywhere to put your excess power. Okay. Fair enough. I just need to get this finished all the sooner, I guess. I am noticing that they are requesting more explosives, so let me go ahead and craft those up. So let's see, where does that get me? So there are lots of things dotted here and there that need construction bots, but again, that's a work in progress. Go ahead and run a little bit up towards this direction, so I can camp out below. Oh yeah, look at the swarm just turned to greet me. Thank you guys, much appreciated. So let's see. I have acrylic fiber now, and carbon fiber made from acrylic fiber. Okay. So in my chemical area, I should probably make this stuff. They're used in plastic, rubber, and acrylic fiber. So it's not that weird to make you somewhere specific and then ship you to where you're needed. Especially because you do produce wastewater, and wastewater is annoying to deal with. You do take propene also. Propene and ammonia. Propene and ammonia. Interesting, okay. So far, the only place I actually make propene is, of course, in the big chemistry area up here. Which is currently backed up on benzene, inexplicably. Like, how is that possible? Because benzene should just come up and be burned. Carbon dioxide is full. Yep. Carbon dioxide is in fact full. Carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide. Do I not vent carbon dioxide? I certainly do. I have a single chimney. I have a suspicion I likely need more than that. Let's just go ahead and place a few. Okay, this is overkill at this point, but, you know, if it's going to be backing up on me, I might as well get rid of it. Make sure it doesn't happen again. I do kind of feel like I'm wrapping up for the night. My brain is not keeping up with my actions anymore. Like, I know there's things I should be doing, but my ability to plan them out is rapidly plummeting. One of those things that I know I should be doing, I did just say something about the acrylonitride something or other. And I'm not sure if that should be in its dedicated area that produces the textiles and the acrylic fiber and everything, and then I just ship out my extra to be used for rubber or plastic or whatever. Or if I just kind of centrally create the fluid and then ship it out. But I think it makes a lot more sense, giving it some more thought, to centrally create the acrylonitrile, turn it into acrylic fiber, which is its main product, and maybe even the textiles, and then just ship out the extra acrylonitrile for the other products. So let me see what you're actually made in. Chemical plants, you need oxygen, propene, and ammonia. Do I have a better way of making propene yet? That's used in. Definitely not you. Not you yet, but probably... Okay, you're very far away, never mind. That's the same thing. So... I can do you. And I can break ethylene into propene. Okay. I mean, that's just where we are. So, carbon monoxide and hydrogen. Interestingly, I just had a process that produced carbon monoxide. I'm sure I'm going to need a lot more than that, but I can at least tap into it. all of the extra ethylene I can then cycle back into becoming even more propene, which does give me more benzene and more methane. I'll just have to deal with them as I get there. So to start with, I need hydrogen and I need carbon monoxide in a distillery. So let's grab a distillery. What's new in here? Solvent and carbon dioxide from carbon monoxide. Okay. Lots of new stuff in there. Let's not worry about it. What's new in here? Oh, the big chests. That's cool. And the active and storage depot. Storage depot, huh? Passive warehouse for the road network. Request depots pull items from it like a supply. Active depots push overflow into it. I guess that makes sense. If you're gonna have a active depot, then you do have to have a storage depot. I really can't imagine using those, but I guess there are probably circumstances. Anyway, distillery, let's go get a spot for you planned out. So this will likely grow. I don't want to build in the way of you. Big empty spot over here. Could start doing some sort of chemistry stuff. Could also just stick to doing it kind of up in this area. I could also say, how much room realistically am I ever going to need for science, especially if I just ship all the products in. So I'll continue the road out past these roboports. 2, 3, and then just turn down. And say that's a new area right there. Continue this out. There we go. And maybe even connect the road in over this way for you. And of course, construction bots are going to take a long time to ever get here, but I've already said that before. And this is more than enough room for science. I can't imagine ever needing even this much, but let's not block ourselves off prematurely. Go ahead and continue this down just a little more for the extra building room. Probably do the same down here. And down here, just one more. Oh cool, okay. That's gonna give me that much area I can build in, which is pretty nice. So let's get chemically... Oh, pipe extent. What have I even done with pipes recently? Oh, something with nitrogen's unhappy. I guess that makes sense. I should have at least one tier 2 pump over here. Yeah, let's put you there, and then make sure you have power. You is fine. Okay. And hopefully that one tier 2 pump will suffice, but it might need more than that. Actually, aren't you each like 500 apiece? I kind of remember this. The other setup needed like 8 pumps. So let me actually lock in for a second. At 46, that would be... half of 46 is 23. That would be 2,300? That can't be right. No, because every 2 is 1,000. 23,000. So 23.5 thousand. You do 6. So I guess I need 4 tier 2 pumps. So let me figure out how I can get that to work. That also means I'm going to need them down here. You also just don't have power. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then raise you up. Put you there. And there we are. Power. There you are. And I guess I'll just copy that and try and put you somewhere in here. I have no idea where. Can't even really fit you in here. Which direction are you going? To the left. Let me just break all that. Let me not break all that. Wait, what? Oh, somehow I turned you, I guess. That's fine. Okay, so, what I was trying to do is get it underground here so that I can fit my enormous array of pumps in. Right there. And you can go away. In fact, can I move you over here? Right there is the best I can do. Okay. Okay, that works. These are overflow. Is that what I want? I don't want you to be overflow. You can just be normal pumps. You're also facing the wrong direction. There we go. Overflow's good for you. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, okay. All good. All good. Just had to make sure that, I was puzzling some things out because I realized this only pumps into here, and this will never pump into here. Or, to put it another way, these overflows will only take from the turbines, they will never take out of this system. And I was trying to make sure that was okay. But yeah, that's perfectly fine, because it's the turbines that are going to be creating the large volumes of nitrogen. These guys just take nitrogen and compress it. They can fill up and be backstuffed on nitrogen all day and it doesn't matter. It's these guys being backstuffed on nitrogen that matters. So they're the ones that need to be able to void. Everything else is a-okay. Okay. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. Okay. Well, that's going to be a good bit of extra backup power with the ability to expand down, kind of, if I need to. I say kind of because it wouldn't be pleasant, but, you know, it would work. It would work. Still missing some tanks here and there, but at least the ammonia can run. We are making quite a good backlog over there. And since we make ammonia over here, is there an argument to be made that this is where the textiles should go? I already forget the recipe, but I remember part of it was ammonia. I just have to find it. It was not calcium chloride. Though maybe I should set up some of that just to have it ready to go for when I need it. Okay, what recipe am I trying to think of? So, ammonia is used in... There, acrylonitrile. You are made in a chemical plant. That's why I could not find you. Okay. Ammonia, oxygen, propene. Propene's what I need that guy for. Okay. So let's just make a little recipe corner. Keep me on track. Acrylonitrile. You need to do something that produces propene. Takes propene away. Carbon monoxide and hydrogen. Then another guy over here who takes the ethylene and turns it into propene. So far we have ethylene, propene, and benzene. What can I do with benzene? Benzene and steam brakes and weird stuff. Can I not just get rid of you? Like, I could just mix you with oxygen and burn you. Okay, that is my only option. Unless I want to just ship you out or break you into hydrogen and other stuff. Hmm. Like, between the two, this is definitely the better way to handle it. It would just require an input of steam, which I'm not super happy about. I suppose I could just do both. That's not an awful idea. Like, oh, well, I can't do you anyway. So, never mind. I guess for the purposes of this area, I can load you onto logistics bots, or not logistics bots, the transport drones. But once that fills up, I will just combust you with oxygen. I need oxygen in here anyway. And that will give me steam and carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide can either be voided or turned into more carbon monoxide. I do need hydrogen in here anyway. Okay, well, let's get one of those so I know that I need it. That's a heat exchanger. Combustion chamber, there we go. So you can come up here, and you will combust benzene. I do also need a chem plant so that I can turn that carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide and a little bit of water. There we are. Just something like that as a reminder. That doesn't work. Just as a reminder, because I'm not setting this this up tonight. I've been going almost 11 hours, and I think that's probably about my limit here. Let's see, that does give me carbon monoxide. Yes, it does. So put you over there. And you over there. And I'm just kind of loosely piping in connections. None of this is actually intended to be used. I'm just trying to allow myself to remember why these things are doing what. So benzene is the one that is kind of facing me, it looks like. Well, they all kind of are, but benzene's the one that looks the most like a UFO. How's that? Okay, so that's this one. Let's say that's the 3. And I guess oxygen can come from below. And then we just burn the excess right there to recycle some of the carbon dioxide. And we also get a little bit of steam out. So I will need like a turbine or something up here just to capture that. We do also get a little bit of water, which I'll have to do something with. Propene, the one that we want, is the one in the middle. Then ethylene is the one that we have to deal with this guy. You only take ethylene in. Okay. And then you give out methane, propene, and benzene. So again, let's go like this. So benzene will come out this way. Propene can come down and in. And then, what do I do with, not benzene, methane? I can turn methane into graphite, not that I need to. I can turn you into ethylene with some water. That's probably what I'll do. I could turn you into methanol. Or I could turn you into steam and more carbon dioxide. I'll probably just turn you into more ethylene, because then ethylene, even in small amounts, can become more propene. So how do I do that? It's in a chem plant. Okay. So, chem plant. Get over here. So, that's the one we want. We need a little oxygen for you, but that's okay. Connect you in. That's going to output some ethylene, which I can just cycle right back in. Then we're going to have a water output. Good. Just water, sure. And oxygen can also just come over this way somewhere. And there we go. Okay. So that should be the full system figured out. That's going to give me the propane that I need. So that just comes over here, and then oxygen is just over here somewhere, sure. I do have some wastewater, and I do need ammonia, but the rest of that is pretty easily handled compared to the rest. The wastewater just gets dumped somewhere, and the ammonia we just bring in. So it's all the rest that I really have to worry about. That's not getting built, is it? No. Just had to check. Okay, I think that's a good place to stop for this time. I've got a clear-cut plan for next time, a place to expand into. We even have research going again. I mean, how long's it been since we had research? So, I think I'm going to, gonna call it there. How far are we from this? Science per minute 12. Interesting. But yeah, that's where I'm gonna call it. So, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Tips and tricks are always welcome. Nullius, this is the last stream of the first month, so the last stream of June. I'm feeling a little hesitant about saying I'm going to finish on time, but I am going to finish. Now that we are churning through green science a little bit, if I look at the upcoming tech tree, you can see we do have a good bit of green science left to go, but it's not like we aren't making any progress through it. Where is the next science pack? Yeah, you can see we got a little bit to go. There it is. Okay, so next science pack is here, and that one is a doozy. That one is a lot. So hopefully we get some more powerful tools before we get there. It does look like... Okay, hold on. Before I go, I just have to say... What? I've seen some bizarre checkpoints up to this point. What do you mean produce 60 logistic spot 1s? What do you mean? Set hangars or relays to construction only. I kind of forgot you could do that, but I don't really know why you would want to. But I guess I'm more a fan of logistic spots than a lot of people are anyway. But anyway, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Produce 25 construction bots. Anyway. We're gonna get the next tier of robots before too terribly long. Robots capable, right. If I just look at that. It's hard to tell. Like, I can tell that the speed is more, cargo capacity is more, but it's hard to tell exactly how much of an upgrade that is. But if it's anything like Bob's, that's going to be a very big upgrade. I am kind of interested to see what these boilers are. Uses electricity to turn water into steam. Okay. Huh. Well, doubt I'm ever gonna use that, but that is kind of interesting. Yeah, okay. I've just seen that image a couple times, and I thought it's just boiling, and I thought maybe we would get, like, fuel boilers rather than heat-based boilers, but I guess not. Oh well. Battery storage is coming up. That's going to be an interesting one. Uh, they're a little on the expensive side, but they're not too bad, especially for 100% efficient energy storage, though I did just go pretty hard on more nitrogen batteries, so I don't know how immediately I'm going to be going for that. We do have titanium, an entirely new resource coming up. Wastewater reclamation, I've got to be honest, I don't really see the point of, but I guess I can reclaim some phosphorite from lime, so that's interesting. We'll see how that works, I guess. But anyway, once again, I've started to leave like 6 times, and this time I'm going to save, and that's going to force me to stop because that's just how I am. There we go. See you in the next one, guys. Hopefully, Nullius has a couple more tricks up its sleeve, but we'll see where we go.